Chapter 151. Persistent Pests. The traveler grimaced as if in pain, yet there was little fear in his expression. Unlike before, he now had Sunan by his side. In no time, Black Hand and Bloodmouth arrived near the Dragon Bone Tower. The sight before them left them momentarily stunned, their gaze fixed on the towering structure. The control center. Bloodmouth's voice rumbled from beneath his grey robe. Most likely. Black Hand's tone couldn't hide his excitement. After discovering the ecological park, he'd considered bringing it under his control, but without any leads, he was at a loss. Seeing the Dragon Bone Tower, he now knew the key to controlling the park lay within. However, the immediate priority was dealing with the traveler. Regaining his focus, Black Hand turned his attention back to the traveler, his crimson eyes under the hood briefly resting on Sunan. "Who are you? This is between the immortals and that guy. Leave if you know what's good for you." Black Hand's tone was assertive. He was clearly trying to use the immortal's name to intimidate Sunan, thinking he might scare him off. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Sunan chuckled, "I'm not exactly uninvolved. After all, Yugo of the immortals had died by his hands." Misunderstanding his words, Black Hand looked him over, his tone growing cold. "You're with the forest cabin too." When Sunan didn't respond to his question, Black Hand scoffed. "If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige." His black robe billowed, and countless dark tentacles extended from beneath it. "Wizard apprentices, so tasty." Bloodmouth's giant maw rumbled, and he lifted his hood, revealing a wrinkled face with a single eye. The cold gaze fixed on Sunan, filled with unmasked greed and cruelty. Faced with their undisguised murderous intent, the traveler grew serious, the azure spirit branch in his hand glowing with a soft green light. But just as the battle was about to erupt, a tremor ran through the Dragon Bone Tower nearby. A mechanical, monotonous voice suddenly filled the air. 5 qualified biological sources detected. Initiating Dragon Forest Ecological Park Inheritance Protocol. Distributing park control keys. Collect all keys to gain ownership of Dragon Forest Ecological Park. The unexpected announcement seized everyone's attention. Upon understanding the mechanical voice's message, all 4 were visibly moved. The ecological park keys. All 4 were overjoyed. Possessing the keys meant controlling the entire ecological park. For any wizard apprentice, this was a massive temptation, a park teeming with countless sub-dragons and rare magical plants. Black Hand and Bloodmouth instantly shifted focus, eyes locked on the Dragon Bone Tower. Once they controlled the park, they could close the entrance and trap the traveler and Sunan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Buzz! The dragon skull atop the tower suddenly blazed with blinding light, sending 5 beams of brilliant silver light shooting in all directions, like meteors falling into the distance. Almost immediately, Sunan, the traveler, Black Hand, and Bloodmouth soared into the sky, each pursuing one of the silver beams. Meanwhile, from the forest a few hundred meters away, another figure shot up, chasing the 5th beam. Catching this in his peripheral vision, Sunan understood. No wonder the voice mentioned 5 qualified biological sources. There was a 5th person hidden nearby. Refocusing, Sunan activated a high-grade rune stone without hesitation. Enveloped in a cyan glow, his already swift speed surged, rocketing towards the silver light. About 4 to 5 minutes later, the silver light slowed, descending towards the ground. Invigorated, Sunan accelerated, soon reaching the spot where the silver light had fallen. Looking down, he saw a crater in the earth with a coin-sized silver metal piece resting at its center. Sunan's mental command summoned a mage hand, which scooped up the silver metal piece, depositing it into his palm. Is this the key to entering the Dragon Bone Tower? The surface of the silver metal was covered in intricate, mysterious patterns, complex yet exuding an arcane allure. Shaped like a triangular metal piece, each of its 3 sides had an indentation resembling a slot for fitting. Recalling the mechanical voice's message, Sunan quickly understood. This silver piece wasn't a complete key, merely 1/5 of it. The 5 silver beams each represented a key fragment. Only by gathering all 5 could one form the complete key. So that's it, the inheritance protocol means this. We 5 wizard apprentices are to compete for the key fragments, and the final victor inherits the park's ownership. Who would have thought the creator would leave such a program, perhaps to ensure the park they painstakingly built wouldn't be destroyed? Unable to glean more, Sunan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. The creator was long dead, and he couldn't fathom their thoughts. His task was clear: collect all 5 key fragments and claim ownership of the park. With a plan in mind, Sunan took to the skies, heading towards where the fifth person had been. To his surprise, after flying several kilometers, the key fragment in his hand began to emit a faint glow. Moreover, the glow intensified as he flew forward. Realization dawned on Sunan. This key fragment can sense the others. With this feature, finding the other key holders became much easier. Clearly, the creator had gone to great lengths to ensure the inheritance protocol proceeded smoothly. Soon, as the key fragment's glow became blinding, Sunan spotted his target. Unexpectedly, Black Hand was there too. He was wielding countless dark tentacles, furiously attacking the fifth wizard apprentice. Recalling the directions everyone had chased the silver beams and combining it with his current location, Sunan quickly deduced the fifth person and Black Hand had both headed here, colliding. However, the wizard apprentice was evidently weaker, struggling under Black Hand's assault. In the time Sunan pondered, Black Hand seized an opportunity, using his tentacles to bind the apprentice's limbs and neck, brutally tearing him apart. Amidst the gory spray, a tentacle deftly snatched a flash of silver, delivering it to Black Hand. "Foolish wretch, with such paltry power, how dare you vie for the key fragment?" Accepting the key fragment, Black Hand cast a disdainful glance at the corpse, then turned to Sunan, sneering. "Another prey comes willingly to my door. Who's the prey is hard to say." Sunan advanced slowly. "You seem confident in your strength." Black Hand scoffed, "Which member of the forest cabin are you? The staff? Or Black Forest?" Sunan smirked, "I thought you would have looked into me by now, given that I've shed the blood of your immortals." Black Hand immediately realized. "You're Sunan." Upon learning Sunan's identity, Black Hand was not alarmed but delighted, laughing coldly. "So, it's you. If you'd stayed hidden in your territory, I couldn't touch you. But now you've come alone before us, fulfilling our wishes. Kill you, and the Starlight Tower's key will be ours." Black Hand had considered targeting Sunan. But his investigation revealed Sunan spent most of his time near the bases in Shimmering City or Lake U City in the underground world. Both were his strongholds, heavily guarded by golems. Even Black Hand didn't assume he could kill Sunan in his own lair. But now Sunan had left his territory, changing everything. The prospect of not only acquiring the Azure Spirit branch to solve his bloodline rejection, but also gaining control of the park and the Starlight Tower's key filled Black Hand with wild joy. It was a veritable bounty. In his glee, Black Hand's robe surged, releasing dozens of tentacles. In an instant, over 100 dark tentacles tore through the air, sweeping towards Sunan like a tidal wave. Sunan's expression remained unchanged as he opened his mouth, releasing a visible sound wave that rippled forward, shattering over a dozen tentacles instantly. Sonic boom! Following this, Sunan raised a hand, unleashing 9 magic missiles that shot forth, obliterating tentacles one by one. 100 meters away, Black Hand was aghast at the sight. Spell quickening. He saw clearly, Sunan cast 2 spells successively without the slightest delay. Even spell storing magical items exhibit imperceptible delays during casting, and Sunan's casting was seamlessly smooth. The only explanation was spell quickening. But how was this possible? How could a wizard apprentice master spell quickening, a high-tier metamagic technique? Even a prodigy like Solo had only mastered silent casting. How could this brat surpass Solo? Black Hand was momentarily stunned. What happened next nearly made his eyes pop out. Sunan's figure split into 8, each casting a scorching red ray. Mirror image and scorching ray. Compound casting. Black Hand couldn't help but gasp. Another high-tier metamagic technique. Along with spell quickening and the prerequisite silent casting, Sunan had demonstrated 3 metamagic techniques. A third-level wizard apprentice mastering 3 metamagic techniques? Unheard of. For a moment, Black Hand felt as if he were dreaming. Sizzle. As dark tentacles shattered illusions, they were in turn shattered by Sunan's successive spells. When all illusions were dispelled, revealing Sunan's true form, only a dozen tentacles remained. At that moment, Black Hand snapped back to reality, a fierce killing intent surging. The stronger Sunan's talent appeared, the more Black Hand wanted to kill him here. Allowing him to grow would inevitably make him a grave threat to the immortals. With a beast-like growl, Black Hand's robe bulged and writhed, as if something were about to burst forth. In the next second, 2 blobs of viscous darkness fell from the robe, rapidly expanding into 2 menacing quadrupeds. Each beast stood 7 to 8 meters tall, resembling tigers or leopards, with sharp claws and fangs, entirely black, like silhouettes. Formed, the beasts roared and charged Sunan, a gust of foul wind in their wake. Simultaneously, Black Hand melted into the shadows beneath his feet, vanishing. Reappearing from Sunan's shadow, he lunged, arms transformed into sharp black spikes, stabbing viciously at Sunan's back. Thunk! A muffled sound like a blade hitting leather rang out. The black spikes halted mere centimeters from Sunan's skin, stopped by an invisible force field. Black Hand wasn't surprised, any third-level wizard apprentice would have a couple of protective magical items. But all defenses have limits. They just need to be broken. Black Hand vanished into the shadows again, seizing moments while Sunan dealt with the beasts to launch surprise attacks from unexpected angles. Gradually, he sensed something was wrong. What's going on? He's taken so many of my attacks, why hasn't his protective magic item been breached? Even a low-tier magical item should have exhausted its energy by now. Black Hand was bewildered. Distracted, Sunan seized the opening. Instantly, silver light flashed around him, countless metal spikes materializing and sweeping over Black Hand. In a heartbeat, the multi-layered defenses of spells, magical items, and shadow energy were breached. The black robe shattered, revealing a short, shadow-formed body. In the next instant, the metal storm engulfed him. Black Hand's semi-shadow form could withstand most physical attacks, but not the onslaught of the magic core. He let out a piercing wail. His shadowy form rippled and writhed like a storm-tossed lake, dimming visibly. Reeling from the blow, Black Hand's will to fight crumbled, leaving only fear. He vanished into the shadows, reappearing 100 meters away under a tree, fleeing without hesitation. Sunan's terrifying defense and attack had broken his resolve. His sole thought now was to escape. At that moment, two figures appeared in the sky, flying swiftly from the east and south. It was the Traveler and Bloodmouth. Both had secured their key fragments and, using the sense between them, rushed over. Seeing Bloodmouth, Black Hand rejoiced, shouting urgently. "Bloodmouth, help me!" The Traveler paused, glancing at the fleeing Black Hand, then at Sunan, who pursued calmly, surprise flickering in his eyes. What was going on? Chapter 152. The Traveler had fought Black Hand before and knew how formidable he was. In a one-on-one, the Traveler felt his chances of losing were much greater than winning. After all, Black Hand's elusive and bizarre fighting style was incredibly tricky. But what was happening now? Black Hand had been beaten into this pitiful state by Sunan. From the time the key fragments appeared until now, it hadn't even been an hour. Considering the time spent chasing the key fragments and searching for other holders, their actual combat time was probably less than 10 minutes. In such a short period, Sunan had forced Black Hand to flee in panic, a development far beyond the Traveler's expectations. Bloodmouth, familiar with Black Hand's strength and character, was equally shocked. Black Hand was always arrogant. What level of crushing defeat would it take to make him look this desperate? Be careful, this guy is Sunan, the wizard apprentice who killed Hugo. Flying beside Bloodmouth, Black Hand quickly spoke. Hearing this, Bloodmouth was surprised, then overcome with excitement. He hadn't forgotten that the key to the Starlight Tower was with Sunan. Killing him would make it his. The key to the Starlight Tower is mine. Bloodmouth rumbled. Black Hand's expression fluctuated, but he finally gritted his teeth and whispered, "All right, I agree. Kill Sunan, and the key to the Starlight Tower is yours. We'll negotiate the park's key fragment afterward." Deal. Bloodmouth's giant maw split into a vicious grin. Nearby, the Traveler listened, secretly awed. Sunan? That's the player's real name? And he killed Hugo? The Traveler had heard of Hugo's reputation, known for having a powerful insect with ancient bloodline, a formidable opponent. And yet, he died at the hands of the player. Adding Black Hand's current dire state, it seemed the player's strength was even greater than expected. Roar! A sound like an ancient beast's roar thundered, snapping the Traveler out of his daze. Bloodmouth's body suddenly swelled as if inflated, skin tearing as blood-red muscles pushed through the wounds. In an instant, Bloodmouth transformed into a towering 10-meter-tall giant of flesh, foul black blood oozing from the flesh, flowing slowly over the skin. The giant's bald head bore only one cold eye. Roar! The flesh giant roared, charging at Sunan. Simultaneously, Black Hand summoned two quadrupedal beasts to intercept the Traveler, while he wielded countless dark tentacles, attacking Sunan from all sides. "This time, you will die." Black Hand sneered inwardly. Bloodmouth's bloodline ability was unique, allowing him to unleash stored blood and flesh essence in a short burst, dramatically enhancing his strength. Though it only lasted 4 to 5 minutes, during that time, his power rivaled a fourth circle legend. Even Sunan couldn't withstand it. The cost was years needed to accumulate the essence again. Regardless, he couldn't defeat Sunan alone, but with Bloodmouth at full power, they should prevail. As for the traveler, Black Hand never considered him a threat. That guy relied on the Azure Spirit Branch's strong defense, his actual strength was negligible. The two beasts were enough to hold the traveler off while they dealt with Sunan. Damn! The traveler had heard of Bloodmouth's signature move. Seeing it, his expression shifted, intending to aid Sunan, but the beasts blocked him, leaving him helpless as the flesh giant's fist crashed down on Sunan. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded, radiating from Sunan's position. But to everyone's surprise, Sunan remained unshaken after taking the massive blow, completely unharmed. Over 300 points of defense is quite impressive. Sunan's eyes flickered with surprise. A typical second circle spell from a third-level wizard apprentice equated to less than 100 defense points. The flesh giant's punch wiped out over 300 defense points from the extreme protection ring, equivalent to the combined force of 4 second circle spells. This was undoubtedly at the 4th circle legendary level. A temporary strength enhancement ability. After a moment's thought, Sunan understood, a faint smile playing on his lips. Such abilities usually came with significant costs and high consumption, similar to his magic core, making them simple to counter. Just use strength against strength. With a thought, silvery metal liquid oozed from his pores, rapidly forming into metallic spikes that stormed towards the flesh giant. The giant, still stunned at failing to breach Sunan's defense, was engulfed by the metal storm. Its massive body was shredded like being caught in a high-speed turbine, blood and flesh torn apart, erupting into a thick black-red mist. Though the shredded flesh quickly regenerated, the searing pain elicited a piercing wail from the giant. The agony fully unleashed its ferocity, enduring the metal storm to deliver punch after punch at Sunan, the dull thuds echoing like thunder. Both sides clashed strength against strength, abandoning defense to focus solely on attack, testing who would falter first. The brutal scene left Black Hand and the traveler wide-eyed. But Black Hand soon regained his senses, seizing the opportunity to ambush Sunan with his tentacles. The dark tendrils lashed the air, whipping towards Sunan's back. Sunan countered with a sonic boom, his figure blurring and splitting into two. Spell quickening? Compound casting. Seeing this, the traveler nearly popped his eyes out in shock, just like Black Hand earlier. 2 metamagic techniques, and the most challenging ones at that. No, if he mastered spell quickening, then silent casting was certainly mastered too. The player had mastered 3 metamagic techniques. The traveler was momentarily awestruck. He only snapped out of it when nearly struck by a beast's claws. Who exactly is the player? Watching the player effortlessly face Bloodmouth and Black Hand, the traveler was filled with wonder. Such power it seemed no one in the forest cabin could compare. The traveler was amazed, while Black Hand was nearly driven mad. He and Bloodmouth had hit Sunan countless times. Any other third-level apprentice would have been pulverized. Yet Sunan remained unscathed, his invisible protective field seemingly limitless and unbreakable. Even Solo couldn't withstand their attacks for this long without a scratch. It was ridiculous. What the hell is with this guy? Frustrated by his inability to breach Sunan's defenses, Black Hand was nearly at his wit's end. And then, things went from bad to worse. The flesh giant suddenly stiffened, deflating like a balloon. Black Hand's face fell, he realized Bloodmouth had expended too much essence healing injuries, causing him to revert in less than 2 minutes. Understanding this, Black Hand ceased his attack and fled. With Bloodmouth's giant form and his combined efforts unable to defeat Sunan, they stood no chance now. Continuing the fight meant certain death. Escape. Survival first, revenge later. Seeing Black Hand flee, Sunan calmly directed the metal storm to pulverize the exhausted Bloodmouth into a bloody mist, casually summoning the fallen magical items and key fragment into his hand. After securing the items, he activated a high-grade rune stone, transforming into a meteor in pursuit of Black Hand. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Black Hand glanced back, his soul nearly leaving his body. Panicking, he summoned beasts to block Sunan. The dense metal spikes surrounding Sunan shot forward like arrows, piercing and shredding the beasts, continuing unabated towards Black Hand. Sizzle! The obstructing dark tentacles were shredded instantly, and Black Hand once again felt the fury of the metal storm. This time, he had no strength left to flee. His semi-shadow form lasted only a few breaths before being torn apart, obliterated. The magical items and key fragment fell to the ground, quickly collected by Sunan. Now holding 4 key fragments, they interlocked to form a nearly complete key. Returning to the original spot, with Black Hand's death, the 2 beasts vanished into thin air. The traveler watched Sunan approach, his gaze complex and filled with awe. Black Hand and Bloodmouth were renowned in the southeast continent, yet a single apprentice had not only held them off but killed them both. Few could claim such a feat. And from Sunan's demeanor, it was clear he hadn't gone all out. The true extent of his power remained unknown. Utterly unfathomable. His gaze fell on the incomplete key in Sunan's hand. With a wry smile, the traveler tossed his key fragment over without waiting for Sunan to speak. He knew he couldn't take the other 4 fragments from Sunan, so better to make a gesture of goodwill. Surprised, Sunan glanced at the traveler. He had expected a negotiation, but the traveler's readiness to relinquish the fragment was unexpected. After some thought, Sunan tossed a spatial ring to the traveler. Payment for the key fragment. The spatial ring belonged to Black Hand, with materials, gems, and gold already removed, leaving only a few alchemical-grade magical items. He also included the low-tier protective magical item taken from Black Hand. Since the traveler was so straightforward, Sunan saw no reason to take it for free, offering the items as compensation. After all, they were of little use to him. The traveler accepted the ring curiously. Opening it, his eyes widened. "You're sure you're giving me all this?" The traveler couldn't help asking. It wasn't surprising low-tier magical items were extremely valuable. Even for someone like him, fairly successful among third-level apprentices, he only had one. Sunan casually gifting a low-tier item seemed extravagant to him. "To me, the key fragment is worth far more than these things," Sunan replied offhandedly, fitting the final key fragment. With a flash of light, the seams disappeared, forming a complete key. Holding the square metal-like key, Sunan's eyes gleamed with delight. He wasted no time, turning to fly towards the Dragon Bone Tower. He couldn't wait to see what lay inside. The traveler hesitated, then followed. He was also curious about what would happen once the tower activated. The 2 arrived near the Dragon Bone Tower. Sunan landed before the bone gate, inserting the key into the square slot at its center. With a soft click, countless thin light strands emerged from the key, spreading across the gate's bone patterns. The next moment, with a rumbling, the bone gate slowly opened. Sunan took a deep breath and stepped inside. His vision darkened momentarily before brightening suddenly, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Sunan looked around, finding himself in a spacious hall. The hall was paved with white marble, neatly arranged with stone chairs and tables, and the ceiling embedded with hundreds of ever-bright pearls. These pearls had just illuminated the hall. "It looks like a common area." Sunan moved to the hall's center, where a teleportation array was inscribed on the floor. Stepping into the array, countless lines of light appeared, weaving into a semi-transparent screen listing 2nd floor, 3rd floor, up to 15th floor. Only 15 floors. Sunan frowned with confusion. The Dragon Bone Tower was over 1,000 meters tall, its volume immense. Even without spatial folding, it should have far more than 15 floors. Maintaining his curiosity, Sunan selected the 2nd floor. His vision blurred, and a strong sense of weightlessness enveloped him, leaving him slightly breathless. After several seconds, the sensation faded, and solid ground returned underfoot. "Been a while since I felt that," Sunan mused. This was his first time using a teleportation array in this life. Steadying himself, Sunan looked up to find a brightly lit hall, much smaller than the previous one. Doors lined the perimeter in a ring, with wide, clean corridors visible through the open doorways. Sunan entered the first corridor on the right. The corridor was lined with closed doors. Opening one, he found a spacious room, simply yet comfortably furnished, though a layer of dust covered everything, indicating it hadn't been cleaned in ages. Examining other rooms revealed similar decor and layout. Sunan quickly realized this floor was the residential area. Chapter 153. After a thorough search without finding anything of value, Sunan proceeded to the next floor. The 3rd floor was divided into multiple halls, primarily recreational and entertainment areas. A leisure area, hey. Such areas typically held little of value, so Sunan conducted a quick search before moving on to the next floor. Starting from the third floor, he explored in sequence, the training area, including meditation and spell practice rooms, the workshop area, including magical item workshops and golem factories, the laboratory area, and the storage area. In the workshop area, he found hundreds of clay and stone golems, though they appeared long dormant, likely due to the energy shortage. The laboratory area was similarly empty, devoid of valuable items like experiment notes. The storage area was no different. This place's layout is similar to my base. With some modifications, it could serve as base 3. Sunan nodded to himself, continuing his exploration upward. It wasn't until he reached the 12th floor that things changed. The 12th floor resembled an expansive laboratory, filled with numerous workbenches. A designated area housed dozens of large transparent glass tanks. Each tank was filled with green or blue liquid, containing various bizarre creatures, sub-dragons and others alike. Sunan even spotted what appeared to be limbs and heads of pure-blooded dragons. Delighted, he opened one of the tanks and retrieved a dragon head, only to be disappointed upon closer inspection. Likely due to improper long-term preservation, the essence within the dragon head had dissipated, rendering it worthless. Unwilling to give up, Sunan opened each tank to inspect them, but the results were the same. Well, it has been over 1,000 years. No matter how advanced the preservation technology, it couldn't possibly maintain these biological organs for so long. Sighing, Sunan collected his thoughts and proceeded to the next floor. The 13th and 14th floors were similar, filled with workbenches and glass tanks. Like the 12th floor, these were modification zones. The biological specimens and organs in the tanks had long since lost their efficacy. It seems the park's creator placed great emphasis on biological modification. Sunan mused thoughtfully. Previously, in Zone 1 of the park he had seen many unfamiliar sub-dragons. Initially, he thought it was his lack of knowledge after all, sub-dragon species were numerous, and recognizing them all was impossible. Encountering unfamiliar ones was normal. But now it seemed otherwise. Those unfamiliar sub-dragons likely weren't naturally occurring species but rather new types developed through modification within the park. Having explored the first 14 floors, only one remained. With the hypothesis forming, Sunan took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation array. After a brief disorientation, he found himself on a vast platform. The platform was constructed entirely of white stone, intricately carved with dense patterns, exuding an aura of mystery. Marble. Sunan's eyes narrowed. Marble, known for its pure white color and fine grain, is a hard rock ideal for construction and sculpture. Many wizards choose marble as the main material when building wizard towers. Surveying the platform's surroundings revealed a vast starry sky, dotted with countless stars, and a brilliant galaxy stretching across, instilling a sense of insignificance. After a moment of appreciation, Sunan returned his gaze to the platform's far end. There lay a square pool, 10 meters by 10 meters, constructed of white marble and coated with a layer of silver plating, densely inscribed with patterns forming a massive energy-gathering array. Elemental pool. Sunan's eyes lit up, surprised to find an elemental pool in the park. Though its size didn't qualify it as even a small elemental pool, barely a micro pool, it was still quite impressive. After all, an elemental pool is a standard component of a wizard tower's energy system. It seems that aside from the park's energy cycle, the small amount of energy needed for operation comes from this elemental pool. An elemental pool operates by opening a channel to an elemental plane, drawing elemental energy from it to provide an infinite, stable energy supply. This high-level energy supply device is far more efficient than setting up magical energy transmission pipelines at leyline nodes. Many large facilities use elemental pools as energy supplies, most commonly wizard towers. A small elemental pool can sustain the basic needs of a wizard tower. However, constructing an elemental pool requires vast amounts of gems, special metals, and various rare materials, at a high cost, and demands a certain level of skill in magical item creation. Even among formal wizards, not everyone can afford to build an elemental pool. 1,000 years ago, when the energy particle density of the Starlight continent declined, some wizards considered using elemental pool construction methods to open channels to elemental planes, introducing elemental energy to increase particle density. But they ultimately failed. Too few channels meant the introduced elemental energy couldn't match the rate of energy loss. Too many channels punched countless holes in the plane's barrier, severely reducing its isolation and defense, allowing many otherworldly creatures to invade, causing disasters. Even elemental deities extended their influence into the Starlight continent. Ultimately, wizards abandoned this approach, deeming it more harmful than beneficial. Unfortunately, the elemental pool is abandoned. After an inspection, Sunan concluded. It made sense if the pool were operational, the park wouldn't be in an energy crisis. If I can repair and activate the elemental pool, the park's energy supply issue will be resolved. Sunan's face broke into a smile. Although repairing the pool wouldn't be easy, it was simpler than building a new one from scratch, and he was somewhat confident. Regaining focus, Sunan turned to the crystal ball beside the pool. The crystal ball was perfectly spherical, purple-blue, with a radius of about half a meter, hovering 60 to 70 centimeters off the ground, emitting a faint glow. Based on his experience, this crystal ball was likely the park's control hub. Approaching the crystal ball, Sunan placed the key on its surface. Activation source detected, management system initiating. Scanning user status, standards met, proceed with login. Login, Sunan replied without hesitation. Logged in. Administrator status currently vacant, elevating user privileges to maximum level. Welcome to Dragon Forest Ecological Park, Master. Steward number 1 at your service. A steward, hey. Sunan's eyes flickered. When he first heard the Dragon Bone Tower's voice, he suspected the park might have an intelligent auxiliary life form akin to a tower spirit. It seemed he was right. However, its performance likely fell short of a true tower spirit, ranking slightly above golem life forms like adamantine golems. A true tower spirit, even without a controller's command for a millennium, would have found optimal ways to operate the park, preventing its current state. Steward number 1, assess the park's status. Sunan issued his first command. Commencing self-diagnostic. Scanning. Constructing three-dimensional model. Scan complete. Faint light emerged, countless rays from the crystal ball forming a 3D model above, a miniature of the entire park. Accompanying it were extensive annotations. Ecological Park, Dragon Forest. Grade, Large, Damage, 69.34%. Current remaining energy, 38.79%. Intelligent Auxiliary Life, Steward number 1. Zones, Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3. Facility, Dragon Bone Tower Residential Area, Warehouse Area, Laboratory Area, Training Area, Workshop Area, Modification Area Control Center, Elemental Pool, Micro. Servants, Clay Golems times 182. Defense Device, Large Space Barrier, Damage, 3.48%. Combat Device, Golem Legion, Stone Golems times 145. Less than 39% energy remaining. Sunan accessed each zone in turn. Zone 1, Operational, minimum energy required, 24.28%, optimal energy, 35.12%. Zone 2, Suspended, minimum energy required, 53.66%, optimal energy, 73.41%. Zone 3, Operational, minimum energy required, 3.06%. Zone 2 alone requires over 50% energy. Sunan was taken aback, no wonder Zone 2 was abandoned. Being a dragon breeding area, the energy consumption was indeed astronomical. First step is to restore energy to over 81%. The combined minimum energy required for the three zones exceeded 81%. Once the park's energy surpassed this threshold, Zone 2's ecosystem could gradually recover while maintaining Zone 1 and the Dragon Bone Tower. Once Zone 2's ecosystem was restored, he could then consider rebuilding the dragon population. Open the energy slot, Sunan commanded. With a click, the ground beside the crystal ball opened, revealing a hollow stone pillar. Sunan emptied all the magic stones from his spatial ring into the pillar. Moments later, the data beside the 3D model shifted, remaining energy increasing from 38.79% to 38.81%, a 0.02% rise. 235 low-grade magic stones for a 0.02% increase. Sunan couldn't help but gasp. At this rate, raising energy to 81% would require around 50,000 low-grade magic stones. The cost would be roughly 900,000 gold coins. Even if he saved every coin from now on, it would take 4 to 5 years to accumulate that amount. And that's considering his ability to produce magic stones at minimal cost. For other wizard apprentices, restoring Zone 2's ecosystem with magic stones would be a lifelong impossibility. The park's energy consumption was indeed staggering. 81% energy requires this many magic stones, restoring to 100% would take even more. This method won't work, I need to repair the elemental pool. After contemplating, Sunan devised a plan and issued a new command. Steward number 1, how much energy is needed to repair the space barrier? First, he needed to seal the park's breach, preventing Zone 1 sub-dragons from escaping and attracting more wizards or other intelligent races. 6.23% energy required. Sunan quickly calculated that after repairing the barrier, enough energy would remain to meet the minimum requirements for Zones 1 and 3. At worst, he could add more magic stones later to boost energy. With this in mind, Sunan immediately ordered the repairs. Repairs initiated, estimated completion in 18 hours, 35 minutes, and 32 seconds. Watching the 3D model fade, Sunan exhaled deeply, his heart filled with joy. Though he hadn't found any treasures in the Dragon Bone Tower, the Dragon Forest itself was a tremendous gain. With Dragon Forest as a foundation, he could establish a base with more comprehensive and secure facilities. Moreover, the countless sub-dragons and rare magical plants within Dragon Forest were immense assets. Once the elemental pool was repaired, it would become an inexhaustible materials repository. Before advancing as a wizard to construct a tower, Dragon Forest could serve as his base, from which to expand his power. Once the elemental pool is repaired, I can relocate base 1 here. Dragon Forest, being a semi-dimensional space, lacked a fixed position in the material world. As its master, Sunan could open a portal to enter it from the material world. Meanwhile, outside the Dragon Bone Tower, the traveler couldn't stop gazing at the tower, his eyes filled with undisguised envy. As a wizard apprentice, he knew the immense benefits of acquiring a large ecological park. It significantly boosted personal strength and power development. But he also understood the park was beyond his reach. Not only was he unable to defeat the player, but even if he owned the park, he lacked the resources to supply it with sufficient energy. The player, however, was different. According to Night Owl, the player possessed resources far exceeding those of typical third-level apprentices. Perhaps he could solve the park's energy shortage. On the bright side, if Sunan solves the park's issues, I could buy dragon's blood from him in the future. The traveler mused. Just then, the Dragon Bone Tower's gate opened with a rumble, and Sunan emerged. The traveler hesitated, but curiosity got the better of him. He approached and asked, "How is it?" "There are many issues," Sunan shrugged, "but the park's breach is being repaired. It won't be long before it's fully restored." "What are your plans now?" The traveler paused, uncertain. What else could he do? The park was now Sunan's territory, he couldn't just loiter around shamelessly. But to his surprise, Sunan extended an invitation. "Interested in visiting my place?" Chapter 154. Above Lake U City, two figures flew slowly across the sky. Looking down on the bustling city below, where golems, humans, vampires, and sphinxes coexisted harmoniously, the traveler couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. For any third-level wizard apprentice, establishing control over a city-state in the underground world after decades of planning wasn't difficult. But developing a powerful force that spanned 3 city-states, like Sunan had, was quite rare. Not to mention, Sunan had the backing of the Starlight Duchy. The more the traveler interacted with Sunan, the more he sensed Sunan's unfathomable depth. This was why he accepted Sunan's invitation to visit Lake U City. "I didn't expect even sphinxes and vampires to become your vassals," the traveler remarked in admiration. Sunan caught the underlying implication and asked in surprise, "You've been here before?" The traveler nodded, "I visited 8 years ago. I wanted to sneak into Lake U City for a look, but the Sphinx's guard was too tight, and with soul-hunting sentries, I had to give up. I didn't expect you'd conquer Matu and Orson as well." As he spoke, the traveler's gaze swept over the stone golems patrolling the streets below. Flying from the city gate, he noticed that most of Lake U City's garrison and patrol forces consisted of various golem constructs. Among them were legendary-level golems. Sphinxes, vampires, and other slave races comprised only a small portion. It was clear that Sunan had conquered Lake U, Matu, and Orson with the powerful golem army. Night Owl wasn't wrong, Sunan's resources were indeed astonishingly vast. Ordinary third-level wizard apprentices couldn't muster such a large-scale golem army. What puzzled him more was that the materials for legendary-level constructs were extremely rare. The availability alone of medium and small-sized soul crystals could stump many apprentices. Where did Sunan obtain so many to craft legendary level constructs? The traveler was baffled. Just then, Sunan spoke. We've arrived. The two descended gently to the ground, where Carolina and the Red Widow awaited at the palace entrance. Master, welcome back, the two women greeted in unison. The traveler watched this, inwardly impressed. Sunan indeed had quite the fortune and flair. Whether sphinxes or vampires, both were notoriously cunning. Without some ability, a wizard apprentice couldn't subdue these races, let alone bring them under his command. It's late today. Rest for a few days, and we'll talk more later, Sunan said. The traveler nodded, thank you. No problem, Sunan smiled, then instructed Carolina, arrange the best room for the traveler. Yes, master, Carolina replied respectfully, then bowed slightly to the traveler, please follow me, traveler. Once the traveler left, Sunan entered the palace, asking without looking back, what's the progress on the exploration activities while I was away? The Red Widow followed closely, smiling, thanks to your foresight, involving Lord Zeman, Lord Cole and the Night Guard in the exploration has accelerated progress significantly. The swamp east of the Star Alliance is now cleared of subterranean toads and slimes, and the exploration team is venturing deeper. The northern area has been fully surveyed, with 4 beholder tribes identified within a 50-kilometer radius. We've eliminated 2, and the remaining 2 will soon follow. The iron vein discovered to the west is under development, and we've found 2 new veins, a medium-sized copper mine and a small tungsten mine. We're clearing surrounding monsters and expect to start mining in a month. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. Judging by the Red Widow's tone, the newly formed Night Guard was performing well. It's reasonable, considering the Night Guard's equipment far surpassed that of the underground natives. The magic constructs aside, they were equipped with enchanted weapons and armor. Additionally, they carried various potions. Any knight from the guard could face a Grand Knight on even footing. With such a unit led by Zeman and Cole, they feared nothing short of legendary creatures. Even against legendary beasts, with rune stones in hand, escape wouldn't be hard. Seeing Sunan's approval, the Red Widow smiled brightly, also, Master, 5 days ago, I led a team to eliminate the Minotaur tribe to the south. Their gold mine is now ours. It's a medium-sized gold mine, expected to yield over 300,000 gold coins in profit. Excellent, Sunan's smile deepened. With a medium-sized gold mine and the clay golem's efficient extraction, he wouldn't worry about funds for the next half year. He could stockpile some magical mithril and craft more adamantine golems. Having killed Blackhand and Bloodmouth, along with Yugo, 3 immortal members had died by his hand. Although they might not know he killed Blackhand and Bloodmouth, if they found out, even with their loose organization, they would inevitably become enemies. He needed to prepare, amassing more strength. With dozens of adamantine golems, he could walk unchallenged across the Starlight continent, rendering the immortals insignificant. Continue the exploration, find more veins, and gather intelligence on surrounding forces, Sunan instructed. So far, the Star Alliance's external exploration and expansion had encountered only small tribes, insignificant in strength. But with the exploration range nearing 200 kilometers, encountering other city-states was imminent. By then, expanding territory would likely lead to war, and the Star Alliance must prepare. Part of why Sunan invited the traveler to Lake U City was to gather intelligence on underground forces. The traveler had long adventured and explored the southeastern continent's underground world and might know more than him. How is Shimmering City? Sunan asked next. The detailed report is on the desk. They arrived at the study, and Sunan entered, sitting behind the desk where a report awaited. After reaching an agreement with Yi on system segregation, Sunan began implementation. By the time he left for Ryan City, the segregation had been underway for some time, settling into a routine. The report on the desk was the financial report for the past 6 months. The report showed that after implementing system segregation, the base's profits increased by nearly half. The bulk came from the procurement of constructs like Blackrock Panthers, clay and stone golems, and materials like potions, enchanted weapons and dragon blood fruit, accounting for over 80% of profits. The remaining less than 20% came from the procurement of various metal ores mined from the underground world. Sunan wasn't surprised by the results. Previously, the base's benefit to the army far exceeded the army's benefit to the base. One could even say that part of the profits from mining underground veins subsidized the Starlight Duchy. This support allowed the duchy to recover quickly in the years following the war. Because the initial capital accumulation heavily relied on the territory, Sunan tacitly allowed this arrangement. Now that they were separated, the base no longer subsidized the duchy, and profits naturally soared. As long as the Starlight Duchy remains strong, the base's procurement profits will continue to grow. After reviewing the report, Sunan left the study, heading to the laboratory. He took out gems and silver, spending half an hour setting up an array, then infused it with mental power to activate it. As light filled the room, countless rays emerged, intertwining to form a 4 to 5 meter tall portal. Done. Sunan clapped his hands, satisfied with the portal. With it, he could access Dragon Forest from Base 2 at any time. He planned to set up a similar portal at Base 1 for easy access. He could even enter Dragon Forest from the Base 2 portal and exit through the Base 1 portal, achieving long-distance teleportation between the bases. This would save considerable travel time. With the portal in place, Sunan summoned the hidden dragon via their contract. Unexpectedly, Amy came along as well. Meow, what's this? Amy's eyes widened as she curiously examined the portal. Go in and see. Sunan smiled, leading the way through the portal. Amy urged the hidden dragon to follow. The portal led to the common area on the first floor of the Dragon Bone Tower. Sunan then took Amy and the hidden dragon to Zone 1. Upon seeing the spectacular forest of towering trees, Amy was utterly stunned. Meow. This is an ecological park. Now it was Sunan's turn to be surprised. You've seen an ecological park before. Of course, meow. Amy raised her head proudly. My master had an ecological park, filled with all sorts of strange creatures, but I haven't seen it since I woke up. Sunan pondered. It seemed Amy's master's ecological park had been relocated. Unlike Dragon Forest, which remained on the Starlight continent. Meow, Sunan, did you gain control of this ecological park? Amy suddenly remembered Sunan's casual teleportation and realized. Yes, I'm the master here now. That's amazing. How did you do it, meow? Amy asked curiously. It's a long story, I'll tell you on the way. Sunan led the way, flying forward, with the hidden dragon following. As they traveled, he recounted the events, leaving Amy wide-eyed in surprise. Meow, you have the best luck. Amy marveled. Having experienced the wizarding golden age 1,000 years ago with a powerful master, Amy knew much more than many wizard apprentices, understanding the immense value of a large ecological park. Even a half-abandoned park was worth more than the entire Starlight Duchy. Then, as if a thought struck, Amy excitedly tapped the hidden dragon's back with her paw, exclaiming. Meow, big guy, you're in luck. Roar. The hidden dragon responded with a puzzled growl. Sunan chuckled. That was why he brought the hidden dragon here. Though Zone 2 of Dragon Forest was abandoned, Zone 1 still housed numerous sub-dragons, including high-tier ones. They could provide ample dragon's blood to rapidly enhance the hidden dragon's bloodline concentration. Sunan's target was high-tier sub-dragons like the multi-necked dragon and the tyrant dragon. Reaching the lake where the traveler had fought Black Hand and Bloodmouth, Sunan expanded his mental perception and quickly located his target. A flash of silver light, and countless metallic spikes formed, splitting the air as they plunged into the water. The lake surface erupted violently, exploding with a thunderous roar. Amidst the flying spray, over a dozen serpent heads emerged, roaring thunderously in anger, echoing over the lake. Blood poured from a wound on one serpent neck, staining the water red. Sunan immediately cast Mage Hand to draw the blood into a prepared vial. Roar! Realizing Sunan was the one who injured it, the multi-necked dragon roared in fury, its many heads converging to bite down fiercely. Unflinching, Sunan summoned the metal storm. The man and beast clashed fiercely over the lake. After 7 or 8 minutes, having collected enough blood, Sunan withdrew without hesitation. The multi-necked dragon, unable to pursue, could only roar in frustrated rage. Rejoining Amy and the hidden dragon, who had watched from afar, they returned to Base 2. Sunan immediately took the hidden dragon to the laboratory for a bloodline purification procedure. In terms of strength, the multi-necked dragon neared a 4th circle legend, while the hidden dragon wasn't yet at the 3rd circle. The former's bloodline concentration vastly exceeded the latter's. Thus, after fusing the purified dragon's blood from the multi-necked dragon, the hidden dragon's bloodline concentration soared by 0.36%. Previously, it would have taken 2 to 3 months to achieve such growth through its own blood extraction. High-tier dragon's blood is indeed more effective. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. Until the hidden dragon's bloodline exceeded that of high-tier sub-dragons like the multi-necked and tyrant dragons, its bloodline concentration would increase rapidly. By the time the growth slowed, the hidden dragon would likely have reached the fourth circle legend. By then, he'd have another powerful asset. Afterward, even if the growth slowed, with ample high-tier dragon's blood, he wouldn't need to worry about the hidden dragon's endurance during blood extraction. The growth rate wouldn't be slower than before. The hidden dragon's evolution into a pure-blooded dragon was only a matter of time. Chapter 155. In the brightly lit meeting room, Sunan and the traveler sat facing each other, sharing laughs and conversation. "How was your stay these past 3 days?" "Very good," the traveler replied with a smile. "It's been a long time since I've stayed in such a comfortable room in the underground world. I usually stay in caves for convenience, and when I do enter a city-state, it's just a basic inn." Sunan's interest was piqued, and he curiously asked, "Which city-state?" "A drow city-state, over 1,000 kilometers from here." "Could you tell me more?" "Of course," the traveler agreed readily. During his 3-day stay in Lake U City, the traveler had toured the entire city-state. Although he hadn't visited the much-anticipated Base 2, he gained a rough understanding of Lake U City's power. Currently, Lake U City's military strength far surpassed what it was 8 years ago. Just Lake U City's military could easily conquer some small surface nations. Moreover, Sunan's forces weren't limited to Lake U City, they included Matu and Orson. Although he hadn't visited them, information gathered through subtle inquiries suggested these two city-states' military strengths were not much inferior to Lake U City. The 3 city-states combined formed the Star Alliance. The name alone indicated that Sunan's ambitions extended beyond just 3 city-states. The more the traveler learned, the more he found Sunan to be an enigma. He even sensed that what he currently knew was just the tip of the iceberg of Sunan's resources and power. If anyone on the continent had a chance to advance to a formal wizard, the traveler believed Sunan was definitely one of the most promising candidates. Facing such a potential powerhouse, even a free spirit like the traveler couldn't help but consider building a good relationship. If sharing some intelligence could gain Sunan's favor, it was undoubtedly worth it. That drow city-state is called Spiderweb City, home to 12 drow families. The matriarchs of all families form the High Council, governing the entire city-state. In Spiderweb City alone, there are over 6,000 drow, not to mention at least 50,000 vassal races and even more slaves. In terms of strength and heritage, it ranks firmly in the top 3 in the entire southeastern region. Spiderweb City, hey? Sunan's mind immediately connected with related memories. The underground world was teeming with countless races. In terms of population, the drow didn't even make the top 1,000. But in combat power, drow definitely ranked in the top 3. If it weren't for their penchant for internal conflict, wasting much of their energy on infighting, they might have unified the entire southeastern region long ago. Sunan vaguely remembered that during the elemental resurgence in his previous life, the drow seemed to have unified the entire southeastern underground world. He wondered how they achieved internal unity. Speaking of which, the Star Alliance and Spiderweb City were less than 2,000 kilometers apart. Whether it was the Star Alliance expanding outward or Spiderweb City extending its influence, they were bound to collide eventually. It seemed prudent to prepare in advance. While his thoughts raced, Sunan maintained a calm exterior, patiently listening to the traveler's account, occasionally interjecting with questions. He couldn't deny that the traveler's knowledge of the underground world's power distribution far surpassed the scattered bits of memory in his own mind. Listening to the traveler, Sunan quickly mapped out a detailed power distribution diagram covering 1,000 kilometers around the Star Alliance. With this map, the Star Alliance's future expansion would undoubtedly go much smoother. "Do you know where there might be silver mines?" After the traveler finished, Sunan asked abruptly. The traveler thought carefully, hesitating before replying, "There are some, but they all belong to someone." "No problem," Sunan dismissed the concern, "where are they?" "Near Giant Eye City, there's a medium-sized silver mine, an asset of Giant Eye City." Sunan's spirits lifted. Even mining just half of a medium-sized silver mine would be enough to fill the gap in crafting the secret puppet. He had to obtain this silver mine. The traveler's mention of Giant Eye City placed it 300 kilometers north of the Star Alliance, just beyond the area where the Beholder tribes were discovered. Sunan speculated those Beholder tribes were likely exiles from Giant Eye City's internal power struggles. Giant Eye City was ruled by a Hive Mother Beholder. Though the name suggested otherwise, like regular Beholders, it had no gender concept. The title came from its ability to control other beholders. Through this ability, hive mother beholders could gather large numbers of beholders to serve them, forming the basis of beholder city-states. The hive mother beholder itself wasn't particularly strong, only slightly stronger than a regular beholder, at most a first circle legend. The real threat lay in its beholder swarm, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, including legendary beholder variants. From the traveler's description, Giant Eye City was even stronger than Lake U City had been. However, Sunan wasn't overly concerned. Sending an adamantine golem leading the golem army would be enough to flatten Giant Eye City. Deciding to entrust the task to the Red Widow, Sunan shifted the conversation. Why haven't you established your own power? With your strength, taking over a city-state shouldn't be difficult. The traveler smiled and shook his head. I'd rather not. I'm not cut out for it, nor do I enjoy investing too much effort into power development. I prefer exploring and adventuring, seeing more of the world's beautiful landscapes. But without your own power, collecting resources is hard. I'm not alone, the traveler shrugged. I cooperate with a few high nobles, which is enough. He paused, showing a wistful expression and sighed. Besides, collecting resources, what's the point if you can't use them? The Starlight Continent's current situation isn't something more resources can solve. To break this deadlock, we need to find the legendary 3 great wizard legacies. I've been searching for them for years. At this point, the traveler's eyes gleamed slightly. Sunan noticed, his heart skipping, as he fixed a keen gaze on the traveler. Did you find a clue? The traveler hesitated but finally nodded. Yes. Which wizard legacy? The Black Forest. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he smiled slightly. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. You tell me about the Black Forest's clue, and I'll tell you about the Starlight Tower's clue. How does that sound? Deal. The traveler agreed without hesitation. Sunan paused, then quickly understood. During Black Hand and Bloodmouth's conversation, they mentioned the Starlight Tower key. The traveler must have caught wind of it then, setting this up in anticipation. This guy was cunning too. Meeting Sunan's meaningful gaze, the traveler gave an awkward laugh, trying to brush it off. I can swear an oath to guarantee the information is 100% genuine. Sunan, of course, accepted. After swearing an oath, they exchanged information. I found the Black Forest clue in Spiderweb City. One of the 12 families, the Filial family, had a third-generation matriarch who reportedly entered a strange forest and gained great power, enabling her to defeat all rivals and inherit the matriarch's position. I infiltrated the Filial family and found records of this event in their texts, but no further details. My guess is, if it's true, such vital information would be passed down orally, known only to successive matriarchs. The Filial family, hey? Sunan's eyes sparkled with thought. Regardless, with the clue, he had to investigate. It seemed contact with Spiderweb City was inevitable. Even if they didn't seek him out, he would have to seek them. Returning to the present, Sunan shared the Starlight Tower clue. A new member recently joined the forest cabin, called the Hunter. Have you heard of him? The traveler shook his head. He hadn't seen Night Owl in almost 2 years and wasn't updated on the forest cabin's recent activities. At a recent gathering, the Hunter sold a Starlight Tower key. With it, you can pinpoint the tower's location when it appears and enter. I suspect the Hunter might have more keys, you could start there. The traveler silently lamented his missed opportunity. Had he known such a rare item would appear, he would have attended the gathering. Unfortunately, he'd been too preoccupied with Black Hand's pursuit to even consider it. The Hunter, hey? I'll find a way to contact him privately, the traveler thought. Just then, Sunan tossed something to the traveler, who instinctively caught it, finding it was a spatial ring. What's this? The traveler looked at Sunan in confusion. A reciprocation. You've given me valuable information, I should give you something in return. Sunan smiled. The traveler opened the ring to find 100 magic stones inside, startling him. The reward was exceedingly generous. But magic stones were too tempting to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, the traveler accepted them. Thanks, he said seriously. Sunan waved it off, indicating no need for thanks. Honestly, besides the Black Forest clue, the distribution information the traveler provided was worth at least 100 magic stones. Moreover, this gesture would leave the traveler with an impression of Sunan's generosity. In the future, if he had more information, the traveler would likely be eager to trade with him. The day after exchanging information, the traveler took his leave. Sunan didn't persuade him to stay. Once the traveler departed, Sunan immersed himself in work. Besides daily training, he focused his energy on two tasks. One was increasing the hidden dragon's bloodline concentration. The other was repairing the elemental pool. Repairing the pool wasn't costly, with material expenses totaling around 10,000 gold coins. The challenge lay in the technical aspect. Without the mental power of a formal wizard, repair difficulties skyrocketed. Many precise runes required redrawing upon failure, with Sunan needing dozens or even hundreds of attempts to succeed, reminiscent of his first attempts at potion making. After over 3 months, Sunan finally completed the elemental pool repairs. In Dragon Forest, atop the Dragon Bone Tower, Sunan breathed a long sigh of relief, a genuine smile of joy on his face as he looked at the now repaired square pool. The completion of the elemental pool had significant implications. It marked a new phase in the development of his forces. The next step is activation. Sunan retrieved pre-prepared gems from his spatial ring, shaping them into octahedrons before embedding them into the array, creating a seamless whole. Buzz! The entire pool vibrated intensely, and the surrounding space cracked open. Behind these cracks lay diverse landscapes, abyssal seas, endless skies, blazing infernos, and solid crusts, each representing an elemental plane. After a unique energy fusion, deep blue streams flowed into the pool. This wasn't real water but a liquid form of elemental energy, appearing as water in the pool. The gentlest form of energy manifestation. With the successful establishment of the pool, a surge of vibrant energy enveloped the Dragon Bone Tower. It's a success. Sunan inhaled deeply, savoring the element-rich air, his expression filled with satisfaction. The pool would continuously emit energy. Within its range, wizards and apprentices would experience faster mental recovery, improved meditation efficiency, and even delayed aging, extending lifespan. In other words, long-term residents of the Dragon Bone Tower would receive bonuses of longevity, rapid recovery, and enhanced meditation efficiency. Moreover, the larger the pool, the better the effects. Sunan estimated the micro-pool could boost mental recovery by about 20% and meditation efficiency by 5%. Long-term residents could extend lifespan by 5 to 10 years. Watching the pool's water level slowly rise, Sunan's mood brightened. The pool operated on the most primitive elemental channel mechanism, generating magic by elemental flow into the pool. While not highly efficient, it wouldn't run dry. As long as the pool remained intact and was regularly maintained, it could last millennia. With the pool supplying energy, the park's ecosystem could gradually be restored without energy shortages. The only regret was the pool's energy was steady but sparse, insufficient for many tasks. Clearing his mind, Sunan opened the 3D model of Dragon Forest. The park's spatial barrier was fully repaired, leaving only the Dragon Bone Tower and Zone 2 needing restoration. The Dragon Bone Tower required repairs in the modification area's incubation tanks and labs, the workshop area's magic crystal furnace, the training area's targets, and the overall magic transmission pipelines. Years of neglect had left these facilities with various issues, needing individual repairs. Fortunately, the tower had a comprehensive self-repair function, aided by Steward Number 1. Given sufficient energy, repairs wouldn't take long. Steward Number 1, begin repairing the Dragon Bone Tower, Sunan commanded. Commencing Dragon Bone Tower repairs, estimated completion in 18 days, 15 hours, 25 minutes, and 16 seconds. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Once the tower's repairs were complete, he could proceed with relocating the base. As for Zone 2, it could wait for full energy restoration before being addressed. After all, finding dragons to cultivate wouldn't be quick. Without dragons, a restored Zone 2 would serve as a massive magical plantation. Chapter 156. In the year 1258 of the Starlight Calendar, during the month of Dawn, March, the Dragon Bone Tower was finally fully restored. Sunan immediately began the process of relocating the base. Primarily, this involved Base 1. The facilities found in Base 1 were mostly present in the Dragon Bone Tower, but in a more comprehensive and complete form. For facilities like the insect nest, which weren't available, a room could be selected and modified to accommodate these needs. The overall relocation process went very smoothly. Henceforth, the apprentices would live, train, and study within Dragon Forest. At the top of the Dragon Bone Tower, Sunan stood in front of the control center, his eyes fixed on the three-dimensional model. Ecological Park, Dragon Forest. Grade, Large, Damage, 48.23%. Current remaining energy, 95.23%. Intelligent Auxiliary Life, Steward Number 1. Zones, Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3. Facilities, Dragon Bone Tower Residential Area, Warehouse Area, Laboratory Area, Training Area, Workshop Area, Modification Area Control Center, Elemental Pool, Micro, Insect Nest. Servants, Clay Golems times 423, Flower Spirits times 52, Children of the Forest times 3, Red-Eyed Ravens times 67, Gremlin times 1. Defense Device, Large Space Barrier. Combat Device, Golem Army, Stone Golems times 426, Double Blade Spiders times 85, Elite Stone Golems times 20, Iron Golems times 5. Sunan nodded in satisfaction at the data annotated beside the 3D model. After more than half a month of charging, the elemental pool was nearly full. The restoration of Zone 2 had already begun. Although only just starting, with the assistance of clay golems and flower spirits brought from Base 1, the restoration speed should significantly improve. Zone 1, when maintained at optimal operation, uses 35.12% of the energy cycle. After Zone 2 is restored, before introducing new dragons, it will only need to maintain the minimum operation, requiring 53.66% of the energy cycle. In total, that's 88.78%. Nearly 90% of the energy ratio. Including the minimum 3.06% energy needed to maintain Zone 3 operations, which covers the Dragon Bone Tower's daily facility operations like lighting, experiments, transformations, etc., the ratio exceeds 90%. Beyond this, energy usage depends on the experiments and production of potions, magical items, and golems by wizards and apprentices. This aspect theoretically has no upper limit. Sunan checked past energy consumption records through Steward Number 1. During Dragon Forest's peak energy consumption 1,000 years ago, the Dragon Bone Tower used up to 47.23% of the energy cycle. This nearly led to an energy cycle collapse in Zones 1 and 2. Fortunately, there's no need to worry about that now. Sunan murmured to himself. Currently, the base only had him as a third-level wizard apprentice, with barely any second-level ones. The energy used for experiments and production couldn't possibly exceed 10% of the energy cycle. With Zone 2 not yet fully operational, energy sufficiency wasn't a concern. Military strength has also increased significantly. Previously, Dragon Forest had only 100 plus stone golems, but with the base's garrison joining, the total number of golems had surpassed 500. However, an increased military presence wasn't particularly useful. Dragon Forest was a semi-dimensional space, partially isolated from the material world, and inaccessible except through the teleportation channels controlled by Sunan. Only a wizard powerful enough to tear through the spatial barriers and possessing Dragon Forest's spatial coordinates could enter. Such a figure couldn't exist on the current Starlight continent. Thus, there was no worry of external enemies attacking Dragon Forest. Perhaps for this reason, the original creator hadn't built combat devices for external defense, only stationing a small number of golems. These golems were likely used to capture sub-dragons within Dragon Forest. As a result, the advanced stone golems and elite double-blade spiders from Base 1 were transferred to the Star Alliance. Now, Base 1 was essentially an empty shell, apart from the magical plantation. However, Sunan didn't plan to abandon Base 1. It would serve as a transit station for material transfer between Dragon Forest and the surface world. Base 2 would serve a similar purpose. With Dragon Forest's teleportation array, Sunan could now travel rapidly between the surface and the underground world, eliminating the need for an additional Base 2. The facilities from Base 2 had been moved into Dragon Forest, leaving only the magical plantation and a spatial portal to Dragon Forest, serving as a transit station for material transfer between Dragon Forest and the underground world. Having a single base means no more constant shuttling back and forth, making many things much more convenient. Sunan smiled lightly. There's no need for additional magical plantations either. Allocating a section of Zone 2 will suffice for planting magical plants. Dragon Forest, unlike the outside world, could maintain a high energy particle density with continuous energy supply, meeting magical plant growth needs. A patch of land in Zone 2 could match the size of over a dozen magical plantations outside. The domestication of sub-dragons should also be prioritized. Sunan waved a hand through the air, revealing an image. The image depicted a steep mountainside filled with caves, where creatures covered in shiny golden scales, resembling a cross between dragons and antelopes, flew in and out. Dragon antelopes, a powerful and elegant sub-dragon species. They were tamed by many legendary knights 1,000 years ago. Dragon antelopes were straightforward sub-dragons, loyal to their masters and very powerful in combat. An adult dragon antelope had first circle legendary strength, growing stronger with age, reaching up to third circle legendary. When Sunan discovered the numerous sub-dragons in Dragon Forest, he conceived the idea of forming a dragon cavalry. After careful selection, he settled on dragon antelopes. Besides their loyalty and formidable combat abilities, dragon antelopes preferred living in secluded caves away from civilization and had a natural affinity for dark environments. This meant they wouldn't weaken even in the dark, damp conditions of the underground world. A dragon antelope cavalry, just the thought was exciting. However, taming sub-dragons was a time-consuming and laborious process. Adult dragon antelopes were nearly impossible to tame. Taming had to start from the juvenile stage. Sub-dragons inherited some dragon traits, including very slow growth. Even using growth catalysts, raising a juvenile dragon antelope to adulthood would take at least 10 years. The Night Guard's strength is still too weak, there's not even a Grand Knight yet. They need time to grow. Starting to tame dragon antelopes now means that in over a decade, when the Night Guard's strength has caught up, they can pair well with the dragon antelopes. After some thought, Sunan settled on a plan, designating an area on the 3D model as the future site for taming dragon antelopes. Let's call it the Dragon Antelope Ranch. With the site designated, Steward No. 1 would naturally arrange for clay golems to handle the specifics. Sunan then proceeded to the main laboratory in the modification area, his personal large laboratory. The hidden dragon was already waiting inside. Seeing Sunan arrive, it crawled up close and affectionately nuzzled his chest. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Sunan chuckled, patting the hidden dragon's head. With ample high-tier dragon blood, the hidden dragon's bloodline had advanced rapidly. Its bloodline concentration now exceeded 50%, with combat strength reaching third circle legendary. The bloodline and strength boost had also enlarged the hidden dragon's physique. Its length exceeded 30 meters, and even crouching, its height was nearly 4 meters. Without its phasing ability, moving inside the dragon bone tower would be very restrictive for the hidden dragon. The highest dragon bloodline concentration in Dragon Forest is the Tyrant Dragon at 85.37%. Once surpassing this threshold, the hidden dragon's bloodline growth will slow significantly. Raising it to 90% should allow it to break through to 4th circle legendary. As Sunan pondered, his actions were swift, skillfully performing the bloodline fusion procedure for the hidden dragon. The hidden dragon now underwent the procedure about 3 times a month, using the intervals to assimilate the bloodline power. This high frequency of bloodline fusion also greatly increased Sunan's proficiency in the biological modification skill. Sunan estimated that in 2 to 3 months, the biological modification skill would likely reach level 4. Time flew by, and soon it was the month of fiery flow, July. Just after the first 10 days, Sunan successfully constructed the 16th star ring. Sunan Ezeite, human male. Mental 50.93/physical 45.88. Skills. Star ring meditation LV17, 130/5 million. Potion making LV4, 8635/10,000. Biological modification LV4, 529/10,000. Golem crafting LV5, 1023/20,000. Magical item creation LV4, 5477/10,000. 2 more star rings to go. Sunan exhaled in delight. His daily proficiency gain in the star ring meditation had increased to about 4,800 points with his growing mental power. At this rate, constructing the 17th star ring would take about 2 more years. Within 8 years, I should construct the remaining 2 star rings. By then, even if my mental power hasn't reached 60, it should be close. With the pure divine energy from the Death Knell beetle, Sunan's mental power growth was much faster than before. I need to find ways to further enhance my physical strength. Last month, Sunan gathered the materials to craft another magic core, successfully creating the 4th magic core. But now, the issue was that his mental and physical attributes couldn't support a level 4 magic core, so he hadn't fused it yet. A level 4 magic core required 51.22 mental and 54.39 physical attributes for fusion. Mentally, Sunan estimated that after at most 2 more rounds of divine energy absorption, he'd meet the requirement. Physically, though he was further off, with dragon blood fruit, it was easy to enhance. Currently, at 45.88 physical, he was only at a mid-level Grand Knight's level, far from a legendary knight. Without a fused bloodline, physical enhancement is still slow. Nonetheless, given the choice, Sunan would rather slowly strengthen his body with dragon blood fruit than hastily fuse a bloodline. While bloodline fusion could quickly boost power, the cost was a significantly narrowed future growth potential. Take the Death Knell Striker as an example. Once fused with its bloodline, further power increases would hardly surpass the source of the Death Knell Striker's bloodline, the ancient beast Screeching Horror. Due to this limitation, the wizard's advancement path split into 2 routes, bloodline and true spirit. Sunan's goal had always been the true spirit path. Only a true spirit wizard could reach the highest realm. The research on alternative metals for the magic core is nearly complete. Of the 89 alternative metals needed for the magic core, besides the 20 purchasable with gold, Sunan had researched 67 of the remaining 69, leaving just 2. At most, it would take another month or 2 to complete. Afterward, as long as his mental and physical attributes kept pace, he could indefinitely enhance the magic core. Late at night, in the forest cabin. Moonlight streaming through the windows illuminated the room. Around the large table sat 8 people. Except for the hunter, all other members of the forest cabin were present, a rare occurrence. Surprisingly, the traveler was also there. How unusual, didn't expect you to show up, the staff remarked, eyeing the traveler with surprise. I thought you'd died in some corner, the remains added with a hint of malice. Ignoring the remains, the traveler shrugged at the staff. I encountered some trouble, but thanks to the player, it's resolved. I'll attend gatherings regularly now. The group glanced at Sunan in surprise, not expecting the 2 to meet outside the forest cabin. What about the other new member? The traveler asked, looking around and frowning in disappointment. Not here. Isn't it obvious? Black Forest replied indifferently, probably caught up in something. In the forest cabin, this was normal, and the group didn't mind as they proceeded with the transaction process. When it was the traveler's turn, he looked at the staff, sincerely saying, Staff, I want a Starlight Tower key. It's crucial for me. If you could, please name your price. I'd like to trade for it. The staff hesitated, then shook his head. Sorry, the Starlight Tower key is important to me too. I don't plan on trading it. Don't bother, traveler, Black Forest said openly. If the staff was willing to trade, I would have acted long ago. You wouldn't have a chance. After learning the hunter offered a Starlight Tower key during their first gathering, Black Forest, like the traveler, regretted missing it. He later attempted to trade with the staff, but was flatly refused. Hearing this, the traveler sighed in disappointment but didn't press, placing several bottles of dragon's blood on the table. If anyone wants it, make an offer. Everyone turned to Sunan. In past gatherings, Sunan invariably acquired any dragon's blood available. Over time, they knew Sunan was determined to get dragon's blood and stopped competing. But to their surprise, this time, Sunan shook his head. I don't need it. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Only the traveler knew that with an entire ecological park at his disposal, Sunan no longer lacked dragon's blood. Chapter 157. In the year 1258 of the Starlight Calendar, during the month of fiery flow, August, after a brief but disorienting sensation of weightlessness, Zeman's vision cleared. She found herself in a spacious, well-lit hall. The hall was orderly, with numerous stone chairs and tables. Several apprentices were seated, chatting and laughing. Is this the Dragon Bone Tower? Lug, standing behind her, marveled at the hundreds of ever-bright pearls embedded in the ceiling. Nearby, Sean, Solano, and a group of magical pattern knights wore expressions of wonder. Only Kor remained indifferent, turning to Zeman and saying, Let's report to the teacher first. Zeman was about to agree when a familiar voice interrupted. The teacher is still in the laboratory and hasn't come out yet, you'll have to wait a while. Turning, Zeman saw Ardal standing a few meters away, smiling at them. Ardal. Zeman beamed with joy, long time no see. Ardal hadn't advanced to a second-level wizard apprentice before, so he hadn't participated in establishing the new magical plantation or exploring the underground world. It had been nearly 2 years since Zeman last saw Ardal, so she was filled with joy at the sight of him. Kor's expression also softened as he nodded slightly to Ardal. Long time no see. After a pause, he scrutinized Ardal, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Ardal, have you broken through? Zeman paused, then examined Ardal carefully, her face showing surprise. You've advanced to a second-level wizard apprentice. Yes, Ardal nodded with a smile, I broke through 2 months ago. That's wonderful! Zeman exclaimed happily. With Ardal advancing to a second-level wizard apprentice, he could now participate in many base activities. They could return to their old routine of acting together as a trio. Kor also managed a small smile, saying, Congratulations! Thank you, Ardal replied with a modest smile. As the first batch of apprentices to enter the base, the three shared a deep bond, stronger than with the other apprentices. Now, reunited at the same level, they all felt a shared joy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ardal turned his attention to Shan and the others. Are these the Night Guard? Yes, Zeman nodded with a smile, pointing at Shan. This is Shan, the current captain of the Night Guard, top graduate of the first class of Dragonheart Knight Academy. Though he's young, he's already a senior knight. Lord Ardal. Shan quickly saluted Ardal, then said hesitantly, Lady Zeman overpraises me. Compared to you three, my strength is insignificant. His humility wasn't misplaced, even the weakest second-level wizard apprentice wielded Grand Knight-level combat power, making a senior knight seem relatively minor. Enough with the formalities. Kor cut through the pleasantries, turning to Ardal. Since the teacher is busy, we'll report later. Ardal, show us around Dragon Forest. I haven't seen the new base yet. During the base relocation, Kor and Zeman were busy in the underground world and couldn't participate. Now that they finally had time to return, they wanted to explore the new base. Zeman nodded eagerly in agreement. Ardal had no objections and agreed with a smile. He turned to Shan and the others, saying, according to base regulations, only second-level wizard apprentices can freely move outside the Dragon Bone Tower. Without a task, you're restricted to the tower. Rest for today. He summoned a clay golem to guide the magical pattern knights to the residential area. After advancing to a second-level wizard apprentice, Ardal was granted partial permissions, allowing him to give limited orders to clay golems within the Dragon Bone Tower. Once the clay golem led the knights away, Ardal took Zeman and Kor out of the tower. While inside, it seemed unremarkable, but upon seeing the Dragon Bone Tower's exterior, winding like a giant dragon, Zeman and Kor were both stunned. Is this really a dragon skeleton? Zeman gasped. Yes, Ardal replied, a hint of awe in his gaze at the tower. The teacher mentioned that the bones used to build the Dragon Bone Tower likely belonged to an ancient dragon over 800 years old. Now Kor was also filled with amazement. The builder of the Dragon Bone Tower must have been an incredibly powerful wizard. Kor's eyes held a glimmer of longing, but he soon sighed. He aspired to become such a powerful wizard, but he was well aware that his talent might not even allow him to become a formal wizard, let alone a wizard as powerful as the tower's creator. After a brief appreciation, Ardal summoned 3 Black Rock Panthers, and the trio rode them away. Zone 3 wasn't extensive, and they soon passed through an almost imperceptible barrier into Zone 2. Seeing the desolate plains and sparse greenery, Zeman was puzzled. Why is it so barren here? Ardal explained, Zone 2 of Dragon Forest was originally abandoned. It's much better now. When the base first moved, you couldn't find a single blade of grass. The teacher mentioned that Zone 2 was initially for breeding dragons, but since dragons are likely extinct on the continent, it can only be used for magical plant cultivation. Breeding dragons? Zeman and Kor were astounded by the scale. The thought of this area once being a breeding ground for dragons akin to formal wizards left them speechless. Though impressive, the current Zone 2 had little to offer. The dragon skeletons that once filled the area had been cleared. Passing through the empty Zone 2, the trio soon entered Zone 1. The moment they crossed the barrier, vibrant greenery explosively filled Zeman and Kor's view, dominating their senses. Towering trees, some tens or hundreds of meters tall, blotted out the sky, and the ground vegetation was lush, with shrubs reaching 2 to 3 meters high. Distant roars of beasts echoed, interspersed with the sound of heavy footsteps. The scene before them seemed to belong to an ancient era. Awed by the magnificent view, Zeman and Kor instinctively held their breath. Impressive, isn't it? I felt the same when I first saw this scene. Ardal patiently waited for them to recover before smiling and saying, "Over 90% of Zone 1 is forest. This area is home to many rare magical plants and tens of thousands of sub-dragons. There are quite a few legendary level sub-dragons here. Considering the danger, Zone 1 is currently off-limits, except for second-level wizard apprentices tasked with collecting dragon's blood or magical plants." As she explained, Ardal led them into the forest. She seemed familiar with the area, carefully avoiding certain zones. According to her, those zones housed legendary sub-dragons, and it was best to avoid them if possible. Otherwise, being discovered and chased would require using rune stones to escape. After walking just 1,000 meters, Zeman and Kor saw more than 30 types of sub-dragons, increasingly marveling at Dragon Forest's wonders. In the past, they never imagined such a place existed, devoted to breeding sub-dragons. Outside, sub-dragons were rare, yet here they were abundant. Only wizard apprentices understood how valuable this place was. It was a treasure trove of walking material collections. By the way, have you thought about contracting a magical pet? Midway through, Ardal suddenly asked. Both Zeman and Kor nodded. Second-level wizard apprentices could contract magical pets. They had long considered it but hadn't found suitable targets. With the teacher's exceptionally powerful magical pet as a benchmark, they were reluctant to contract an ordinary one. Have you considered sub-dragons? Ardal suggested, taking them by surprise. Sub-dragons? Zeman was puzzled, shaking her head with a wry smile. I'd like to, but the stronger the beast, the harder it is to contract as a pet. Contracting a sub-dragon seems impossible, right? Kor also shook his head. Sub-dragons, even the weakest, have Grand Knight level strength. With our current power, it's impossible to contract one. Rumor had it that when the teacher contracted the hidden dragon, it only had the strength of a peak knight. They couldn't be bolder than the teacher, could they? Ardal laughed. Of course, adult sub-dragons are out of the question, but Zone 1 has many juvenile sub-dragons. We can target them. Choosing a more docile species gives us a good chance of success. Zeman and Kor paused. This path had never occurred to them. Adult sub-dragons were rare enough, let alone juveniles. In previous considerations, they hadn't thought in this direction. But hearing Ardal's suggestion, it seemed quite feasible. Excitement lit up Zeman and Kor's faces. Contracting a sub-dragon as a magical pet would be incredible. Sub-dragons had far greater growth potential than ordinary beasts. With this thought, they eyed the sub-dragons along the way with barely concealed eagerness. Each sub-dragon they saw was mentally evaluated as a potential contract target. Ardal noticed and chuckled. The Dragon Bone Tower has detailed sub-dragon data. After returning, ask Steward number 1 for a copy. Steward No. 1. Zeman asked, puzzled. Ardal explained, it's the Dragon Bone Tower's intelligent auxiliary life form. The teacher said it's more advanced than an adamantine golem. Zeman understood. After touring most of Zone 1, the trio reluctantly headed back. On the way, Ardal recalled seeing Sean and the others earlier and curiously asked, I heard the Night Guard is equipped with magical pattern constructs. How effective are they? Very strong, Zeman answered without hesitation, stronger than ordinary alchemical-grade magical items. Especially the level 2 magical pattern constructs, they seem almost as powerful as low-tier magical items. Kor added, I heard there's an even more advanced level 3 magical pattern construct. I wonder how effective it is. The base's exchange list was recently updated, and level 3 magical pattern constructs are now available. If you're curious, you can exchange for a set, Ardal suggested with a smile. She was just joking, but upon seeing Zeman and Kor's intrigued expressions, she was momentarily speechless. You're seriously considering it? Zeman collected herself and said, we often get ambushed by monsters in the underground exploration, and many times we have to engage in close combat. A level 3 magical pattern construct would greatly enhance our safety. Exactly, Kor agreed. But level 3 magical pattern constructs require a Grand Knight to use. That's simple, just exchange for some advanced dragon blood fruit. Second-level wizard apprentices generally had Knight-level physical fitness. Both Zeman and Kor had senior Knight-level physiques, and consuming a level 4 dragon blood fruit would allow them to break through to Grand Knight status. For wizard apprentices, enhancing physical attributes was trivial. Ardal thought it over and realized their reasoning was sound, and she too felt tempted. After mastering spells, she would undoubtedly join the underground exploration. Having a magical pattern construct would enhance her safety. Back at the Dragon Bone Tower, Ardil checked with Steward Number 1 and learned the teacher had left the laboratory and was now in the study. She led Zeman and Kor to the tower floor where the study was located. "Go see the teacher yourselves." Ardil waved them off. Zeman and Kor adjusted their appearances, then knocked on the study door. "Come in," came the teacher's voice from inside. They entered to find the teacher sitting behind a desk, eyes on a parchment. It seemed to be a map. "You returned in such a hurry to see me. Did your exploration yield results?" Sunan looked up from the desk, addressing them. "Yes, teacher," Kor began, "we've eliminated the remaining beholder tribes to the north and continued exploring northward. Just as you predicted, we discovered a beholder city-state. We captured a beholder and, after interrogation, confirmed the city-state is called Giant Eye City, ruled by a hive mother beholder." Sunan nodded in understanding, his gaze returning to the map. This map was a military map created from the information provided by the traveler. It clearly depicted the detailed distribution of powers within 2,000 kilometers of the Star Alliance, including major city-states, tribes, and areas with powerful monsters or deadly anomalies. Of course, considering the traveler's limited capabilities, he couldn't have explored every inch of this region, so the map was undoubtedly incomplete. Nevertheless, it would significantly aid the Star Alliance's future expansion. Chapter 158. What are the military details of Giant Eye City? Sunan shifted his gaze from the map and continued his inquiry. Kor lowered his head respectfully and reported, "Based on the information we've gathered so far, it's estimated that Giant Eye City has no fewer than 1,000 beholders, including at least 5 legendary beholder variants. Additionally, there are no fewer than 20,000 slaves. Beholders are notorious for their mental control over other creatures, turning them into slaves. For beholders, slaves are expendable, easily replaced once lost. Thus, beholders are infamous for their cruelty towards slaves. With over 1,000 beholders controlling only 20,000 slaves, the number seems conservative." Sunan estimated that Giant Eye City likely had around 30,000 slaves. Of course, creatures controlled by beholders aren't particularly strong, typically consisting of kobolds, lizardmen, and ogres, common fodder in the underground world. After a moment of contemplation, Sunan made a decision and spoke solemnly. "The Red Widow will serve as the commander, with you two as deputies, leading a small golem army to attack Giant Eye City. I'll also provide an adamantine golem. Capture Giant Eye City within 3 months. Is there any issue with this?" After the base's relocation to Dragon Forest, the importance of bases 1 and 2 significantly diminished, and Sunan reduced their garrison forces by half, integrating the freed-up golems into the Star Alliance. Following that, Sunan reorganized and restructured the golem army, primarily by establishing army formations. The hierarchy, from lowest to highest, consists of squads, platoons, companies, battalions, and armies. The first 4 formations comprise 10 to 500 golems, primarily stone golems and double-blade golems. The difference lies in companies, which include an elite stone golem. Battalions also include 5 elite stone golems and 1 iron golem. At the highest level, an army consists of at least 5,000 golems, invariably including a second circle legendary golem. Based on golem numbers and strength, armies are classified as small, medium, or large. A small army comprises 10 battalions, totaling 5,000 golems. In addition to the corresponding elite stone and iron golems, a small army includes 2 advanced stone golems and an elite double-blade spider. 5 small armies can be combined into a medium army. Besides numerous first and second circle legendary golems, a medium army gains an adamantine golem. Similarly, 5 medium armies can form a large army. Above the large army, Sunan envisioned a core. However, for now, it remained a concept, as the current Star Alliance couldn't support a core. In fact, not even a large or medium army existed. Currently, the Star Alliance only had 2 small armies. It wasn't that Sunan didn't want to form more armies, but he lacked the resources. Forming a small golem army cost roughly 700,000 gold coins. The golems forming the 2 small armies were amassed through Sunan's gradual accumulation over time. In the short term, he couldn't form a third small golem army, let alone medium or large ones. Higher-level formations were intended for future army expansion. Zeman and Kor were already aware of the recent changes in the Star Alliance's army structure from Ardil and readily agreed. A small golem army, plus an adamantine golem and the Red Widow, a second circle legendary, was more than enough to capture Giant Eye City. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. Good, you've worked hard these past few days. Rest for a few days and get familiar with the new base before handling the attack on Giant Eye City. Yes, teacher. Seeing Sunan wave them off, Zeman and Kor respectfully withdrew. Once they left, Sunan's gaze returned to the map. Within a 300-kilometer radius of the Star Alliance, Giant Eye City was the only true city-state, with the rest being insignificant tribes. Capturing Giant Eye City would allow unrestricted development within this 300-kilometer area. With such a vast area, finding several veins should be feasible. As for attacking Giant Eye City, as Sunan decided earlier, he planned to delegate the task rather than intervene personally. The purpose of establishing the Star Alliance was precisely for situations like this. Giant Eye City would be a test. If successful, future small to medium city-states could be handled by subordinates. Sunan could focus on the bigger picture. Capturing Giant Eye City and acquiring its silver mine should almost provide enough mithril for crafting the secret puppet. The thought of soon crafting a fourth circle legendary golem ignited a spark of excitement in Sunan's heart. Calming his mind, Sunan turned to another stack of documents. These were reports from the 6 Knight Academies. In the coming month of summer-long, June, these 6 Knight Academies would welcome their first graduates. With Dragonheart Knight Academy as precedent, the 6 academies' graduation assessments would also occur in the underground world, with little variation in format. Sunan wasn't concerned about this. Carolina would handle the arrangements. What required his attention was equipping a total of 3,000 graduates with magical pattern constructs, including 2,970 sets of level 1 and 30 sets of level 2 constructs. Producing such a large quantity of magical pattern constructs meant he would be exceptionally busy for the next year. Zeman and the others can at most manufacture enchanted weapons, they can't handle alchemical-grade magical items, let alone magical pattern constructs. I'll have to do it myself. Sunan sighed, rising to head to the workshop. Fortunately, with the elemental pool repaired and Dragon Forest's operations gradually stabilizing, he had no major tasks besides training and enhancing the hidden dragon's bloodline, leaving him time to manufacture magical pattern constructs. The spell structuring is nearly mastered. By the second half of next year, training progress should reach 100%. On a desolate plain, 2 figures dashed swiftly, moving like streaks of light, faster than the finest war horses. Even so, they frequently glanced back, their pale faces filled with terror, as if pursued by a terrifying monster. After running for 200 to 300 kilometers without seeing any pursuers, they finally relaxed slightly and slowed down. Sprinting such a distance in a short time exhausted their battle energy and elemental power, even as legendary knights, necessitating a place to recover quickly. They soon found a hidden cave, sat cross-legged, and began to restore their battle energy and elemental power. But as they closed their eyes, something felt amiss. Opening their eyes in shock, they found themselves back on the plain. What's going on? The taller knight's face changed dramatically. The other knight, elderly with graying temples, looked around in disbelief. This is where we started. The tall knight scanned the surroundings and found familiar battle marks nearby, remnants of their earlier skirmish. His face went pale. Their frantic escape had been in circles, never leaving the area. As a member of the Holy Fist, he knew precisely why. Illusions. They had both fallen into the enemy's illusion. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by. The tall knight and the elder knight turned to the left, seeing a woman appear on the previously empty plain. She wore a grey robe, her figure slim and tall. Her skin was fair, her hair smooth and glossy, exuding an aristocratic elegance. Most men would find her attractive until they saw her face. Besides her bright blue eyes, her face lacked any other features. Drops of water danced around her, with faint traces of a light blue wind swirling intermittently. Ira. The tall knight gritted out a name, his expression a mix of hatred and fear. He thought they'd escaped this woman's grasp, only to realize they'd been ensnared in her illusion, their efforts futile. You've worked hard, Ira said, gracefully bowing slightly to them. Her elegant gesture now seemed laden with mockery. The 2 legendary knights' faces turned grim. Haha, how pathetic. Another voice rang out. 10 meters away, a flame flickered into existence, rapidly expanding into a humanoid form, its face vaguely male. Its mouth moved as it spoke, sending sparks flying, leaving burnt marks on the ground. 2 foolish individuals, realizing only now that they've been ensnared in an illusion. I nearly laughed myself to tears watching. Turning to Ira, he mocked, I think you're too cautious. Just kill them, why bother exhausting their strength? Ira wasn't angered, the breeze around her swirling gently, carrying a melodious female voice. They are, after all, second circle legendary knights. Killing them head-on would take considerable effort better this way. Seeing the two converse as if they were helpless prey, the tall knight and elder knight's faces turned livid. But they soon despaired, realizing they truly weren't a match for the two before them. A single third-level wizard apprentice was already a headache. Let alone two. Moreover, these two were among the stronger third-level wizard apprentices. You, immortals, go too far. Do you think you can toy with the Holy Fist as you please? The tall knight gritted out. Why not? The flame humanoid's mouth curled into a mocking smile. A mere organization of legendary knights daring to meddle in wizard affairs, it's hard to say if you're brave or foolish. Hand over Evans and the Starlight Tower key, and I'll grant you a swift end. The tall knight snorted, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Only a fool would trust the immortals. The flame humanoid wasn't angered, instead laughing heartily. Well said, you're finally showing some smarts. Then there's no need for more talk. Once I kill you, I'll extract your souls and slowly interrogate them. As the last word fell, the flame humanoid exploded, transforming into a torrent of fire, crashing toward the knights like a flood. The tall knight and elder knight exchanged a glance, sharing a bitter smile before their expressions turned resolute, charging fearlessly towards the flames. They knew there was no escape today and resolved to fight to the death. Boom! The plain echoed with thunderous booms. Blinding flames intertwined with radiant battle energy. The battle lasted only a dozen breaths. The exhausted knights were no match for the immortals' apprentices. Ira didn't even intervene, the flame apprentice easily dispatched them. Foolish wretches! The flames receded, reforming the humanoid. It mimicked a deep inhalation, drawing two blurry phantoms from the charred corpses into its mouth. They likely don't know much, Ira finally spoke. The Ember scoffed, it doesn't matter. Kill all the Holy Fist, and Evans will have nowhere to hide. We'll find him eventually. But the hunter, he's close to Evans. If he helps Evans escape, it'll cause us more trouble. Ira remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the Ember. Any apprentice who escaped from Solo deserved extra caution. At this moment, the two sensed something and looked aside. A figure slowly materialized in the void. It was Solo. Solo glanced at the charred corpses, speaking solemnly, any findings? We'll know after interrogation, the Ember shrugged, but don't expect much. These two likely don't know Evans' whereabouts. Ira asked, what about Stone Scorpion? The same, Solo replied flatly, the Holy Fist's secrecy is impressive. What now? Continue. Uproot the Holy Fist and force Evans to appear. The Ember chuckled, licking its lips, I like this straightforward approach. I hear the Holy Fist's leader is strong. Leave him to me, I can't wait to savor a powerful soul. As you wish. With that, Solo's figure faded into the distance. A breeze swept by, and Ira disappeared as well. Two dull individuals. The Ember scoffed, turning into flames and soaring into the sky. Now was the time for soul interrogation, relishing in the exquisite agony. Chapter 159. As the month of autumn veil began, the essence of autumn grew more pronounced. The plains surrounding Shimmering City were tinged with a pale yellow hue. Sunan made his way to the central palace without hindrance. While passing through the courtyard, he spotted 3 children with delicate features playing, surrounded by over a dozen maids. Noticing Sunan, the eldest boy ran over, calling out uncle and hugged Sunan's leg. The younger boy and girl followed, curiously eyeing Sunan. Sir! The maids, catching up, greeted respectfully. Sunan waved his hand, crouched slightly, and patted Abbott's head with a smile. Where's your father? Father is in the council hall, Abbott replied cheerfully. Sunan smiled and looked at the other 2 children. You must be Wes and Adela. Wes was Key's second son, and Adela was his first daughter. How do you know our names? Wes asked, tilting his head in confusion. Adela, too young to speak much, simply sucked her finger and stared wide-eyed at Sunan. Because I'm your uncle. What's an uncle? Sunan chuckled, not answering, and patted the little one's head before turning to the maids. Take good care of them. With that, Sunan left. As he walked away, Abbot watched longingly before turning to his brother, tapping his head. Silly, uncle is father's brother. Everyone says uncle is a very powerful person. Wes seemed to understand a little, but soon his attention was captured by a butterfly, and he ran off to chase it. In the council hall, Key was discussing matters with the ministers. From the days of Blackstone City to the present Starlight Duchy, Key's forces had grown significantly. There were many new faces unfamiliar to Sunan. The dozen or so people in the hall were all high-ranking nobles of the duchy. Sunan recognized only a few, such as Bread, Yotan, and Stalai. Compared to 10 years ago, Bread and the others appeared more weathered and aged, streaks of silver in their hair. Even the strength of a grand knight couldn't resist the ravages of time. Thankfully, years of living in comfort kept their complexion rosy and spirits high. Among the ministers in their 40s and 50s, Key appeared quite youthful. At 30, he was in the prime of his life. With legendary strength, he was far from aging. Lord Sunan. Seeing Sunan enter, everyone stood and saluted. Key smiled and gestured to dismiss them. That's all for today. We'll discuss other matters tomorrow. You're dismissed. Bread and the others acknowledged and tactfully left. The hall quickly emptied, leaving only Key and Sunan. Once the servants brought tea and left, Key smiled and said, "It's been months since you last visited. Have you been busy with the new base?" Sunan had mentioned the base relocation to Key. Though a bit disappointed, Key respected Sunan's decision. Moreover, Base 1 wouldn't be abandoned entirely, remaining as a transit point. As long as that place existed, Shimmering City's residents felt more secure. "It's almost done." Sunan took a sip of tea, then changed the subject. "I read the dispatches. The Azure Gold Empire has been restless lately." Though he spent most of his time underground, Sunan never ignored the surface world's situation. Every month, the Starlight Duchy compiled important information into dispatches for the high nobles and also sent copies to Sunan's study. According to the dispatches, the Azure Gold Empire had been conducting frequent military exercises near the duchy's bordering cities for the past 2 months. The royal advisors speculated that these actions might be a cover for military maneuvers. The duchy's existence threatens the Azure Gold Empire's control in the southeast region. "It's not surprising that the emperor would act against us," Key said calmly. For other rulers, learning that their nation was targeted by the Azure Gold Empire might cause panic or seem daunting. But Key was different. Because the Starlight Duchy had Sunan. Others might not know, but Key was aware of the Star Alliance's power, established by Sunan underground. Truth be told, the Star Alliance's military might even surpass the Starlight Duchy's. With such a reliable ally, Key had no worries. However, this was also the main reason the Azure Gold Empire targeted the duchy. With Sunan, the duchy was like a young lion with immense potential. The Azure Gold Empire wouldn't foolishly watch the duchy grow and potentially challenge them for dominance in the southeast region. Key understood that if not for concerns about Sunan, the Azure Gold Empire might have already attacked the duchy. "What do you plan to do?" Sunan asked. "Though we're not fully prepared, if the Azure Gold Empire declares war, we'll be ready to fight," Key said confidently, his tone full of assurance. "The only issue is the royal wizard, known as the Staff, who belongs to the same wizard organization as you, right?" "Yes," Sunan nodded calmly. "I'll find an opportunity to talk to him." If the Staff truly supported the Azure Gold Empire's war efforts, then there was nothing to discuss, only a battle on the field would settle things. Even if they belonged to the same forest cabin, Sunan wouldn't hold back. Time flew by, and soon it was the month of frostfall. The first snow finally came. White snowflakes blanketed the land as cold winds howled. Inside Dragon Forest, it remained warm and spring-like, with a pleasant climate. On the 13th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower, in Cultivation Room 3. Though called a cultivation room, it employed spatial folding technology, covering an actual area of about a square kilometer, one of the tower's 3 large cultivation rooms. The entire room was transformed into a dim cavern environment. Sunan hovered next to a stalactite, watching the young dragon antelopes joyfully frolic in the large cavern. After deciding to establish the Dragon Antelope Ranch, Sunan immediately began implementation. However, establishing the ranch wasn't as simple as capturing a group of dragon antelopes. Adult dragon antelopes had fixed temperaments, making them difficult to tame, so Sunan planned to raise them from a young age. He captured a batch of newborn dragon antelopes from the wild, placing them in the cultivation room for personal training and taming, intending to release them to the ranch once they matured. After several months, the results were satisfying. Though still somewhat wild, the young dragon antelopes, regularly fed by apprentices, were now less resistant to human contact and touch. Achieving this in just a few months with adult dragon antelopes would be impossible. After 2 or 3 years of training, their wildness should be tamed enough to release them to the ranch. Sunan left the cultivation room, teleporting to the workshop. Through recent training, his mental power now met the requirements for fusing a level 4 magic core. His physique had long been enhanced to 55 points through consuming dragon blood fruit, also meeting the requirements. Subsequently, Sunan synthesized a level 4 magic core and fused it into his body. As expected, the upgraded level 4 magic core significantly boosted its power. At full strength, the metal spike storm formed by the magic core took less than half a minute to blast the adamantine golem into a tattered state. This was a reinforced adamantine golem, a genuine third circle legendary construct, not the primitive version encountered at the entrance of the Ivana laboratory. A second circle legendary construct would likely be instantly destroyed. In terms of defense, the rating is about 6,500 to 7,000, roughly equivalent to stacking 6 or 7 rings of extreme protection. With such high defense, even a formal wizard would need effort to break through. Below a formal wizard, unless his mental power was exhausted, breaking through was nearly impossible. Sunan was most concerned about his mental power consumption, which had barely increased. With my current mental power, I can sustain it for about 4 minutes. In high-intensity combat, sustaining it for 3 minutes shouldn't be an issue. Notably, Sunan had also researched the last 2 alternative metals needed for crafting the magic core. In other words, he now essentially had magic core freedom. Whenever he wanted, he could mass-produce magic cores. Currently, the only limitations were cost and his mental and physical attributes. The level 5 magic core requires 58.65 mental and 71.24 physical attributes for fusion. As for the level 6 magic core, Sunan estimated it would remain out of reach until he became a wizard. Nonetheless, this was good news for Sunan. The magic core wasn't just a trump card, it was crucial for his future advancement to wizardry. This was why, despite knowing the magic core's synthesis level had limits, he insisted on researching alternative metals. After spending half a day in the workshop crafting a batch of magical constructs, Sunan returned to his study. Shortly after sitting down, Carolina arrived. "Master." Carolina greeted with a graceful bow. Since joining Sunan, this Sphinx noble had consumed plenty of dragon blood fruit and other enhancing potions, her power now exceeding second circle legendary, stronger than the former Lake U City Lord, Usula. "What is it?" Sunan asked without looking up, his gaze fixed on his book. Carolina respectfully replied, "Master, we've selected locations for the spatial channels." Sunan finally looked up, stood, and left the study. "Lead the way." "Yes, Master." Inspired by the Dragon Forest's teleportation array, Sunan planned to establish spatial channels between Lake U, Matu, and Orson city states, connecting them to avoid traveling hundreds of kilometers each time. He opted not to build teleportation arrays due to lacking the required technology. Moreover, teleportation technology was generally reserved for wizards. Even with the technology, as an apprentice, he couldn't construct a teleportation array. Thus, Sunan devised a clever workaround. Like the connection between Base 1 and Base 2, he set up spatial channels in the 3 city-states, connecting them to Dragon Forest as a transit point. Though not enabling real-time teleportation, it achieved a semi-teleportation effect, significantly reducing distances. After a few trips, Sunan quickly established spatial channels in the 3 city-states. The channels connected to a segregated area in Dragon Forest Zone 3, serving as a transit point without access to other areas. With these 3 spatial channels, there's no need for long journeys anymore. Testing with stone golems confirmed all channels functioned properly, satisfying Sunan. The underground world, vast and sparsely populated, had far fewer city-states than the surface, with great distances between them. The complex terrain limited transportation options, often requiring travel on foot or by riding creatures. This was why the underground world seldom hosted nation-level powers. Besides the diverse races, the lack of efficient transportation and communication systems hindered information transfer and material exchange between city-states, making unification difficult. Now, with spatial channels, distance was no longer an issue for the Star Alliance. Besides solving long-distance travel, the channels offered timely support during wartime. In less than half an hour, a small golem army could traverse the channels from one city-state to another. Further, mobile golem armies could be stationed at the transit points. In the event of war, they could immediately deploy through the channels for support, minimizing response time. No matter how meticulously the enemies planned, they wouldn't anticipate reinforcements appearing from another army within the city-states. After all, in the current Starlight continent, no wizard apprentice built teleportation arrays. Apart from Sunan, with Dragon Forest at his disposal, no other power could provide such rapid support. Carolina understood these implications. From the moment Sunan proposed the spatial channels, she realized the immense benefits they would bring to the Star Alliance. With spatial channels, the greatest obstacle to expanding the Star Alliance's territory was resolved. Watching Sunan's departing figure, a hint of reverence flashed in Carolina's eyes. In the Star Alliance, her position was among the closest to Sunan. Yet even so, she had never truly grasped Sunan's depth. The more she interacted with him, the more unfathomable he seemed, accomplishing incredible feats, leaving others guessing. If she once harbored a trace of dissatisfaction with serving under someone, that sentiment had long vanished, replaced by gratitude. Following this man, she might witness the day the Star Alliance conquered the entire underground world. Chapter 160. Boom! A thunderous roar, like distant thunder, echoed throughout the massive cavern, causing the stalactites on the cavern ceiling to tremble incessantly. Amidst the noise were battle cries and screams. Armored gnolls, kobolds, and lizardmen stood on the city walls, their eyes bloodshot, desperately defending against the stone golem's assault. Even as their companions fell beneath the golem's massive fists, these usually cowardly creatures showed no fear, as if in a berserk fury. Behind them floated a group of beholders. They resembled giant eyeballs with a wide, toothy maw in the center, surrounded by long, tentacle-like appendages, each ending in a glowing, eerie purple eye. A closer look revealed the same eerie purple glow in the depths of the slave's eyes. Sizzle! Grayish beams shot across the battlefield. Beholder illusions were ineffective against golems, so they resorted to using rays to combat them. Golems were shattered one by one under the onslaught of rays. For both the defenders and attackers, the slaves and golems in the vanguard were mere expendables. Thus, neither side spared any effort in pouring in troops, heedless of casualties. From the onset of war, the conflict had reached a fever pitch. In the distance, Zeman and Kor watched with grave expressions. For them, this was the first time experiencing an underground siege battle firsthand. While it seemed inconsequential before, being present on the battlefield deeply shocked them with its brutality. In this type of war, where even knights were mere fodder, the power of a second-level wizard apprentice was insignificant, with the slightest mistake leading to death. The pride and arrogance they felt upon becoming second-level wizard apprentices dissipated amidst the overwhelming battle cries. Behind them, the night guards instinctively tightened their grips on their sword hilts, their faces betraying signs of nervousness. After all, this was their first real war. Compared to this, the skirmishes during previous explorations seemed trivial. However, touching the magical constructs on their chests eased much of their tension. Boom! A loud explosion sounded from afar, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust. The crumbling city walls finally succumbed to the golem's assault and collapsed. The path to the heart of Giant Eye City was now clear. Seeing this, the Red Widow, serving as commander, immediately ordered a full assault. Rumble! Led by advanced stone golems and elite double-blade spiders, the legendary golem squad surged forward, joining the fray with overwhelming momentum. The Night Guard, not to be outdone, activated their magical constructs with a shout from Captain Sean, infusing them with battle energy. In an instant, strange black patterns covered their exposed skin. An invisible wave enveloped their bodies, as if they were clad in an invisible armor. In a moment, the Night Guard's morale soared. Charge! Sean swung his sword forward, leading the charge on his Black Rock Panther. The magical pattern knights followed with loud shouts. 500 magical pattern knights, like a black tide, swept towards Giant Eye City with unstoppable force. Zeman and Kor exchanged a glance, activated their magical constructs, and then their protective rings, casting shield spells on themselves before charging into battle on their Black Rock Panthers. The wind scattered the dust, revealing the scene within. With the collapse of the city walls, the beholders retreated further back, sending waves of slaves forward to stem the attackers' advance. Yet, before the charging magical knights, these fodder offered little resistance. Kobolds and lizardmen fell one after another under the enchanted weapons. The night guard, like a sharp blade, shredded the defender's formation to pieces. Buzz! A ray shot towards Sean from afar, but the magical construct's invisible field blocked it just short of his body. Sean staggered slightly, then glared towards the source of beholder and charged towards it with a snort. Meanwhile, Zeman and Kor also spotted the beholders hiding at the rear and charged at them. To capture the bandits, first capture their leader. These slaves fought fearlessly under beholder control, slay the beholders, and the freed slaves would scatter. Closing the distance, the two hurled rune stones. In mid-air, the stones burst into brilliant red light, transforming into a tidal wave of flames, carving a wide path through the dense ranks of the enemy. Without pausing, Zeman and Kor charged through the path, swiftly reaching the beholders, chanting incantations and launching volleys of magic missiles. Thud! Thud! The magic missiles pierced the beholders' spherical bodies, killing them instantly. The remaining beholders panicked, their tentacle eyes glowing ominously. A series of invisible waves enveloped Zeman and Kor. But the two remained unfazed. Before the charge, they and the night guard had taken clarity potions, granting high resistance to illusions and enchantments. Unless the Hive Mother Beholder intervened, the beholder's control was ineffective against them. Sizzle! Using rune stones and spells, Zeman and Kor suppressed the beholders, preventing them from raising their heads. Meanwhile, the beholders' rays failed to breach the quadruple defenses of magical constructs, protective rings, shield spells, and energy particle barriers. In no time, dozens of beholder corpses littered the ground. At the same time, with the two wizard apprentices, the night guard, and numerous legendary golems joining the battle, the tide gradually turned in favor of the attackers. Giant Eye City's defenses crumbled, retreating to the city's center. Screech! A sharp, piercing scream erupted from the enemy's rear. Instantly, Zeman and Kor felt a momentary daze. But a sharp shout soon snapped them back to awareness. Zeman quickly regained focus, looking warily into the distance, where a beholder floated amidst the horde, a smaller one but with hundreds of tentacles, far more than ordinary beholders. Its tentacle eyes glowed a sinister shade of purple-black. Meeting its gaze, Zeman felt dizzy and quickly looked away. Illusion! It's the Hive Mother Beholder! Zeman and Kor quickly realized, their hearts tensing. Surrounding it were four larger, mutant beholders. Their tentacles, besides eyes, were lined with sharp claws, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. Moreover, these mutant beholders rode on fierce giant insects. Those are the dire beholders, Kor said gravely. Zeman nodded solemnly. He'd read descriptions of dire beholders in books, matching these mutant beholders precisely. Dire beholders typically appeared in beholder groups under Hive Mother or Warlord Beholder rule, commonly seen mutant beholders. Their ray strength wasn't much greater than ordinary beholders, but their melee prowess far exceeded regular beholders, excelling in riding giant insects to wreak havoc deep in enemy lines. A rare melee type among beholders. The four dire beholders frantically swung their clawed tentacles, trying to block a streak of blood-red light. That light was the Red Widow. The alluring female vampire was shrouded in a dense blood mist, exuding a sinister and eerie aura. With each gesture, the blood mist coalesced into a blood-red spear, slicing through the air towards the Hive Mother Beholder. The four dire beholders struggled to fend off her attacks. Screech! Sensing danger, the Hive Mother Beholder shrieked. Its cry spurred the surrounding beholders into a frenzy, unleashing waves of grey rays towards the Red Widow. The blood mist around her visibly dimmed. Annoying beasts! The Red Widow snorted coldly. She suddenly halted, raising her right hand, her eyes blazing with crimson light. In an instant, the beholders surrounding her screamed, blood beads seeping from their bodies, spiraling towards a blood sphere forming in her palm. The beholders, drained of blood, fell as shriveled husks. The blood sphere quickly morphed into a scarlet spear, hurled with a flick of her wrist, piercing through the air to impale a dire beholder, pinning it to the ground. The dire beholder convulsed, then fell silent. After this, the Red Widow's complexion paled, clearly drained by the move. The beholders seized the moment to attack her, only to be interrupted by a roaring explosion. A visible distortion landed among them, detonating with force, shredding dozens of beholders to pieces. Sonic boom! Boom! An adamantine golem charged into the beholder horde, unleashing a bloody storm, obliterating beholders into clouds of blood mist, closing in on the Hive Mother Beholder within 10 meters. The remaining three dire beholders tried to intervene, only to be torn apart by the adamantine golem in short order. Finally, the Hive Mother Beholder was pulverized with a single punch. Witnessing this, the Red Widow was inwardly astonished. Each dire beholder possessed first circle legendary strength, surrounded by hundreds of beholder guards. She had barely managed to kill one, yet the adamantine golem effortlessly broke through the defenses, slaughtering the Hive Mother Beholder and 3 dire beholders like slicing through vegetables. Its power was truly terrifying. This is the power of a third circle legendary golem. The Red Widow was in awe, and her respect for Sunan, who crafted such a formidable golem, deepened. With the demise of the Hive Mother and dire beholders, the beholders quickly descended into chaos, scattering in panic. But Giant Eye City was encircled by golems. With golems blocking their escape and wizard apprentices and magical knights hunting them down, the beholders' fate was sealed. Over an hour later, the sounds of battle within Giant Eye City gradually subsided. The beholders were nearly wiped out, and the survivors were captured by the magical knights, imprisoned and escorted to Lake U City, to be used as experimental materials for the base. The remaining slaves were also imprisoned, to be used as labor for repairing Giant Eye City and mining. After quickly organizing everything, leaving the night guard to guard the prisoners, the Red Widow, Zeman and Kor rushed to the Hive Mother's nest. Upon entering, they headed straight for the warehouse. Opening it, they were greeted by a mountain of silver ingots, bringing smiles to their faces. "These big eyeballs are quite wealthy," Zeman chuckled. "After all, they control a silver mine." Kor scanned the cluttered warehouse and found a box. Opening it, his eyes lit up. Mithril. Inside the box lay a piece of mithril. Kor weighed it, his smile widening. "At least 3 kilograms. Zeman and the Red Widow were equally delighted. Before attacking Giant Eye City, Sunan had ordered them to search for mithril first thing once it was captured. With this mithril, the teacher, master, would surely be pleased. Securing the warehouse contents, the 3 began searching the entire nest. Shortly after, at Zeman's call, they regrouped in a spacious cavern. In the center stood a statue. The statue was bizarre, appearing like a mass of wings, with a long tail extending from the center, trailing behind. "What creature is this?" Zeman and Kor both looked to the Red Widow. Regarding underground creatures, the Red Widow's knowledge far surpassed theirs. The female vampire pondered with a frown, then shook her head. "I've never seen or heard of such a creature." Kor frowned, puzzled as he examined the cavern. Why would the beholders place such a statue in the cavern, and why only this statue in such a large space? Zeman pondered briefly, then had a sudden realization, blurting out, "Worship." Seeing Kor and the Red Widow's curious looks, Zeman quickly explained. Could this be a place of worship for the beholders? And this statue, the object of their worship? Kor and the Red Widow paused, considering Zeman's suggestion. The empty cavern did resemble a worship hall. However, they'd never heard of beholders having religious practices. After pondering fruitlessly, Kor decided to stop dwelling on it, saying, "Let's take the statue back to the teacher." Zeman and the Red Widow agreed. They summoned golems to move the statue and then left the nest. Though spacious, the beholder's cavern was far from sanitary. After staying inside briefly, the 3 couldn't tolerate it any longer. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 35 plus chapters in there. Chapter 161. In the brightly lit laboratory, Sunan examined the winged statue with a peculiar expression. Having previously encountered divine remnants and artifacts from the Starfire cult, he immediately sensed the presence of faith power within the statue. Although it was extremely faint, not even 1% of the divine remnants he had seen before, it was indeed genuine faith power. This might be some kind of divine creature, Sunan mused. In the current environment of the Starlight continent, new deities couldn't emerge. Ancient deities, existing for at least tens of thousands of years, were all known to him. The entity represented by the statue didn't belong to any of them. Thus, it could only be some kind of divine creature. In the multiverse, new divine creatures are born every moment, most of which don't belong to any specific race, they are entirely new species. Hence, encountering an unfamiliar divine creature isn't unusual. I wonder if this divine creature is a native of the Starlight continent or if it crossed over from another plane. Sunan leaned towards the former. After all, in the current environment of the Starlight continent, no divine creature would be foolish enough to venture here. Divine creatures capable of planar travel are far beyond the level of wizard apprentices. Entering the current starlight continent would be like humans entering an area with thin air. Every moment spent would be more painful. Yet, why didn't the divine creature appear when its followers were wiped out? Or perhaps it doesn't care about those beholder followers. This wasn't impossible. If it were a naturally born divine creature, faith power would be more harmful than beneficial, and followers wouldn't be necessary. It's possible that the beholders of Giant Eye City worshipped the divine creature on their own accord. Regardless, discovering clues of a divine creature near the Star Alliance couldn't be taken lightly. Finding its whereabouts was imperative. The exploration team's tasks just increased. Returning to his senses, Sunan took out the divine finger bone, attempting to draw the faith power from the statue into it, but failed. The faith power wasn't compatible with the divine finger bone. Helplessly, Sunan had to let the faith power slowly dissipate. Faith power that couldn't be converted into divine energy was useless to him. Fortunately, the faith power was so faint that if converted to divine energy, it would only increase his mental power by 0.02 to 0.03, so he wasn't too disappointed. Stowing away the statue, Sunan headed to the study. Carolina and the Red Widow were already waiting for him there. "Master," the two women greeted with a bow. "You did well this time," Sunan praised the Red Widow as he sat at his desk. "It was my duty, Master," the Red Widow smiled charmingly, casting a sidelong glance at Carolina. Carolina frowned slightly, a silent huff escaping her. Turning to Carolina, Sunan asked, "In 2 months, the graduation assessments for the 6 night academies will begin. How are the preparations?" Carolina promptly replied, "They're complete, Master." Sunan nodded slightly. After the graduation assessments, all graduates will join the Night Guard and, along with the new second-level wizard apprentices, form a new exploration team. You handle the arrangements. The Star Alliance needs to accelerate its expansion. Following Zeman and Kor, Ardal, Ethan, and several others had advanced to second-level wizard apprentices. The total number of students at the base had now exceeded 300, reaching 303. Among them, there were 6 second-level wizard apprentices. This number would increase more rapidly in the future. Sunan originally planned to form a third small golem army, but he had been too preoccupied with crafting magical constructs to spare time for golem creation. Moreover, magical constructs were costly, and most of the Star Alliance's income was currently allocated to them, leaving no spare funds for a new golem army. The only consolation was that the addition of 3,000 knights, equipped with magical constructs and enchanted weapons, provided military strength comparable to a small golem army, achieving the goal of expanding military power. After the graduation assessments, the Night Guard will number 3,500. With annual additions, it won't be suitable to call it a Night Guard anymore. Rename it the Magic Pattern Night Corps, Sunan decisively stated. From now on, the Magic Pattern Night Corps would become one of the Star Alliance's most crucial armed forces. In the year 1259 of the Starlight Calendar, during the month of Summer Long, the 6 Night Academies Dragon Scale, Dragon Horn, Dragon Claw, Dragon Eye, Dragon Bone, and Dragon Blood welcomed their first graduates. On the 3rd day of the month, 3,000 Night trainees gathered on the island of Lake U City, ready to face their graduation assessments. This year's scale is much larger than last year's. Lug couldn't help but exclaim, looking at the sea of people on the island. Solano chuckled, after all, there are 6 Night Academies this year. Seeing the students' expressions, a mix of excitement and anxiety, Sean also wore a slight smile. After the assessments, our Night Guard now it's the Magic Pattern Night Corps will expand 6-fold. Should we call you Corps Commander now? Lug teased, the larger the Magic Pattern Night Corps, the higher Commander Sean's status in the Star Alliance, rivaling even wizard apprentices. Sean shook his head with a laugh. He didn't care much about power but felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Lord Sunan had appointed him as the commander of the Magic Pattern Night Corps, entrusting him with the management of thousands. He had to live up to this trust. Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, Sean said seriously, taking a deep breath. From this year onward, the Magic Pattern Night Corps will handle all graduation assessments. This is our first time hosting, so we can't afford any mistakes. Lug and Solano nodded solemnly. The entire month of Summer Long passed in bustling activity for the Star Alliance. Time quickly moved into the month of fiery flow. In the spell training room, Sunan stood motionless in the center of a spacious area. With a slight mental command, 10 magic missiles appeared, quickly transforming into arm-length spears, scattering and slicing through the air in strange trajectories before converging to pierce a humanoid target 100 meters away. Attack power has increased by about 30 to 40%. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. After nearly 2 years, the training progress for spell structuring finally reached 100%. This super magic skill, second only to composite casting and instant spell casting, didn't disappoint in its power. Though it seemed like only a 30–40% increase, in a battle, this cumulative damage boost was substantial, significantly enhancing combat capability. The key was that spell structuring greatly increased spell flexibility. For example, controlling the flight path of magic missiles, or altering the shape of shield spells from a limited area tower shield to a 360-degree protective dome. Wizards and apprentices who mastered spell structuring often surprised enemies with unexpected surprises during combat. Which super magic skill should I train next? The remaining super magic skills Sunan hadn't mastered included spell extension for increasing spell duration, spell range extension for increasing casting distance, and spell expansion for widening the area of effect. In fact, the practicality of these 3 skills was fairly similar, and choosing any would suffice. Moreover, they were less challenging than previous skills. With his current mental power, he estimated mastery within a year. Thus, Sunan didn't hesitate long, decisively choosing spell extension. Completed a spell extension practice, spell extension training progress plus 0.02%. After a brief practice, Sunan left the spell training area. He had important tasks today and couldn't expend mental power on practice. After capturing Giant Eye City, Sunan immediately organized the development of the silver mine controlled by the city. Recently, they'd harvested a significant amount of mithril, and with what he had accumulated and obtained from the beholder's warehouse, he finally had enough to craft the secret puppet. It was finally time to craft the secret puppet. Entering Dragon Forest, Sunan teleported straight to the workshop area, entering his exclusive large workshop. With the elemental pool continuously providing energy, he installed 3 magic crystal forges in the workshop, greatly boosting efficiency. Activating the magic crystal forges, Sunan approached the workbench, retrieving materials from his spatial ring. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently, beginning the crafting process. Years of extensive golem crafting had endowed him with an exceptional wealth of experience. His golem crafting skill had reached level 5. In terms of golem crafting expertise, Sunan confidently believed he was on par with some formal wizards, far surpassing wizard apprentices. No wizard apprentice, past or present, possessed such advanced golem crafting skills. While crafting the secret puppet was challenging, for Sunan, it was merely a bit troublesome, not difficult. Time flew by as he concentrated on crafting. By evening, Sunan released his mage hand, exhaling deeply, his expression excited as he gazed at the result on the workbench. It was a humanoid metal figure, life-sized, gleaming with a faint bluish-silver light under the lamp. It resembled a robust warrior, muscles taut and eyes closed. If not for the unusual body color, it looked almost lifelike. With a mental command, the secret puppet's eyes snapped open, swiftly leaping from the workbench like a cannonball, executing a mid-air roll before landing steadily. Simultaneously, a section protruded from its palm, rapidly forming a gleaming knight's longsword, thrusting it into the air with a piercing sonic boom. Not bad. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. One of the secret puppet's main materials was diamond, making its body much harder than an adamantine golem, with excellent strength and reaction speed, excelling in melee combat. Of course, its most outstanding feature was its spell-casting ability. Mithril, known for its excellent ductility and magic conductivity, combined with numerous advanced rune stones within, enabled it to manipulate energy particles. Additionally, Sunan had embedded numerous Zero Circle, First Circle and Second Circle spells within it, granting it pseudo-spell casting abilities. Remarkably, it cast spells like activating stored spell magic items, without incantations, with only imperceptible pauses, akin to mastering instant spell casting. Moreover, as long as its energy wasn't depleted, it could continuously cast spells. In this regard, the secret puppet's spell casting ability completely outclassed most third-level wizard apprentices. The final crafted secret puppet, though not at a formal wizard's level, was far stronger than typical third-level wizard apprentices. After testing it in the spell training area, Sunan was satisfied to confirm that the secret puppet possessed power comparable to a fourth circle legendary. Even he, without using the magic core and various magical items, wasn't a match for it. To defeat the secret puppet, he'd have to employ high-level runestones and the bloodline imprint, among other trump cards. The secret puppet's power was evident. Against third-level wizard apprentices like Blackhand and Bloodmouth, the secret puppet should easily win. Sunan gazed at the lifelike secret puppet before him, issuing another mental command. Instantly, the puppet melted like butter in heat, transforming into a slender, silver-haired, beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair. Its skin lost color, becoming milk-white and smooth. The secret puppet had no concept of gender, nor a fixed form, able to freely change its shape and appearance, easily impersonating a living person. Even third-level wizard apprentices would struggle to discern it without careful examination. After reveling in success momentarily, Sunan calmed down, thoughtful once more. Crafting the secret puppet cost significantly more than initially estimated. To enhance its combat power, he embedded more spells and added various enchantments, causing costs to soar to 100,000 gold coins. The cash flow accumulated in the months since completing the magical constructs was almost entirely consumed. Had it not been for the significant amount of mithril already stockpiled, he wouldn't have had enough gold to craft the secret puppet. It took so long to gather 16 kilograms of mithril, it won't be quick to accumulate materials for a second secret puppet. Nonetheless, Sunan wasn't concerned. Successfully crafting the secret puppet proved his concept viable. At worst, he'd gather materials over several more years. Next is to continue improving the secret puppet. Sunan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Compared to ordinary golems, the secret puppet's human-like structure offered far greater growth potential. Crafting the secret puppet was just the first step, many concepts awaited research and validation. For instance, merging the magic core or bloodline imprint into the secret puppet. If successful, the secret puppet's combat power would surge dramatically. After crafting 4 or 5 secret puppets, combining them might produce a golem rivaling a formal wizard. The thought left Sunan exhilarated. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 35 plus chapters in there. Chapter 162. The addition of a large number of magic-patterned knights significantly accelerated the Star Alliance's external expansion. Almost every month, the areas marked on the military map in Sunan's study would expand. Indigenous tribes discovered during exploration either succumbed to the Star Alliance's might or surrendered to become slaves. However, Sunan offered these tribes a glimmer of hope. Those who contributed significantly to the Star Alliance could rise from slavery to citizenship, gaining equal status and rights as the Sphinxes and vampires. While the Star Alliance's exploration strategy was in full swing, Sunan spent his days in the laboratory, focused on improving the secret puppet. With Dragon Forest managed by Steward No. 1 and the Star Alliance overseen by Carolina, the Red Widow, and Zeman among other apprentices, Sunan only needed to steer the overall direction, leaving the details to be executed by his subordinates. Apart from occasionally crafting magical items that only he could make, he was essentially a hands-off leader. This was how a mature power should develop. The day he could disappear for decades and the Star Alliance would still run smoothly would mark its true maturity. Late at night, the silver moon hung high in the sky. Moonlight streamed through a small window, illuminating everything inside. Sunan sat at one corner of the long table, quietly waiting for the other members to arrive. Since joining the forest cabin, he hadn't missed a single gathering. Even if he didn't buy anything, he attended every time. After all, no one knew what treasures might appear at the gatherings. Missing out on something valuable, like the Traveler and Black Forest had, could lead to deep regret. Perhaps due to the lessons learned by the Traveler and Black Forest, subsequent gatherings saw full attendance from everyone except the hunter. Even the previously elusive Traveler and Black Forest had become more frequent attendees. This gathering was no exception, all 8 members were present except the hunter. Just as Night Owl announced the start of trading, a figure suddenly appeared in a seat. It was the presumed absent hunter. "Everyone, I need your help." As soon as he appeared, the hunter spoke, his tone unusually grave. The others exchanged glances. Finally, Night Owl broke the silence with a light cough. "Hunter, what's going on?" "I've been targeted by the Immortals." The hunter's voice was heavy. "Those lunatics have set their sights on my Starlight Tower key, relentlessly hunting me down. I've tried numerous ways to shake them off, but to no avail. I need your help." "You want us to help you fend off the Immortals?" Redheart asked in a muffled voice. "No." The hunter shook his head. "Those guys are relentless. Even if we drive them back once, they'll just keep coming. I hope you all can help me eliminate them once and for all." The room fell silent. No one spoke. If it were just about repelling the immortals, they might consider it for the right price. But killing the immortals' wizard apprentices? Sorry, that's impossible. Anyone with common sense knew the risks involved in battling fellow wizard apprentices, especially those from the immortals. They weren't willing to risk their lives for mere profit. Unless the hunter could offer a reward too tempting to resist. The hunter understood this. Seeing everyone silent, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you help me, I'll give each participant a Starlight Tower key." At this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sunan raised an eyebrow, realizing his earlier suspicions were correct. The hunter was indeed connected with Evans. Only Evans would possess so many Starlight Tower keys. Deal. Remains immediately agreed. Ordinary benefits weren't worth risking his life, but the Starlight Tower key was different. It represented hope for advancing to a wizard. Even with the risk to life, it was worth the gamble. The others had similar thoughts. After a brief hesitation, Night Owl, Red Heart, Traveler, Black Forest, and Rose all agreed. Only the staff and Sunan remained. The hunter looked at them with a complex expression. The staff already had a Starlight Tower key, so the offer wasn't particularly enticing. The player was in a similar position. Based on gathered intel, the hunter suspected the player's true identity. Evans had mentioned that Sunan already possessed a Starlight Tower key, so the offer likely held little allure for him as well. In fact, neither had shown any intention of participating, likely waiting for him to offer something more appealing. After a moment's hesitation, the hunter placed his hand on the table, and 2 potions appeared out of thin air. Under the moonlight, the liquid inside the bottles transitioned from deep blue to light blue, emitting a beautiful, dreamy glow. "These are dawn potions." The hunter's gaze swept over Sunan, addressing the others. Among those present, only Sunan might have heard of dawn potions from Evans. Consuming one can extend a person's lifespan by about a third, but each person can only take one, any more would be ineffective. Additionally, it's less effective for wizard apprentices, only adding 5 to 10 years of life. The others were visibly moved. A potion that extended lifespan was rare indeed. Even if it only added 5 to 10 years, that was significant. Third-level wizard apprentices, after bloodline fusion or physical modification, lived just over 200 years. The staff was tempted, hesitating before saying, "One dawn potion isn't enough. Add 20,000 gold worth of gems." Deal. The hunter agreed without hesitation. After all, the gold wasn't coming from him, the wealthy Holy Fist would cover it. He then turned to Sunan, "Player, what do you say?" Sunan paused, then slowly said, 2 dawn potions, plus a Starlight Tower key." Everyone was momentarily stunned, the same thought crossing their minds. Quite the demand. To everyone's surprise, the hunter only hesitated briefly before nodding firmly. "All right, it's a deal." "Wait." Remains protested. Why should the player get so much more for the same effort? While the others didn't voice it, their eyes showed dissatisfaction or confusion. Only the traveler remained composed. The hunter explained calmly, "Because the player is stronger than any of you." The others didn't know, but through the Holy Fist's channels, the hunter was aware of some of Sunan's feats underground, understanding that Sunan possessed strength far surpassing anyone in the forest cabin. Even Night Owl couldn't compare to Sunan. Seeing that Remain still wasn't satisfied, the hunter glanced at Sunan. Sunan shrugged, his mental command summoning an adamantine golem to appear beside him. The sudden presence of the golem startled everyone, curious about where Sunan had conjured such a massive entity from. Their attention quickly shifted to the sheen of the golem's body. "Is that adamantine?" Having seen an adamantine golem before, Rose immediately recognized the type, her eyes widening in disbelief. "An adamantine golem?" The others paused, then quickly confirmed Rose's statement. "It really is an adamantine golem. How is this possible?" Expressions of disbelief spread among them. How did the player have an adamantine golem? Did he obtain it from a wizard's legacy? No, impossible. Even if a wizard's legacy contained a complete adamantine golem, outsiders couldn't gain control over it. It wasn't a magic item where removing the mental imprint allowed use. Each golem's soul core contained a mental sigil left by its creator, which couldn't be removed by outsiders unless done by the creator. Even destroying the soul core wouldn't work. The golem's body and soul core were integral, destroying the core meant destroying the entire golem. If it wasn't from a wizard's legacy, could the player have crafted it himself? That seemed unlikely too. Setting aside how the player obtained the design and enough adamantine for crafting, the skill required for golem crafting was enough to stump most people. The player was indeed skilled at crafting golems, but had his skills reached such a level? For a moment, everyone was uncertain. Even the traveler and hunter, who were aware of Sunan's strength, were astounded. Regardless, it was clear that with an adamantine golem, Sunan's contribution to dealing with the immortals would far exceed anyone else's. Even Remains, who was most dissatisfied, fell silent. Seeing no further objections, the hunter said gravely, "Then it's settled. For safety, let's sign a soul contract." Everyone agreed, as it protected both parties. The rewards were clear, but there was disagreement over dealing with the immortals. Night Owl and the others opposed the hunter's request to wipe out the immortals. That was unrealistic. Most third-level wizard apprentices had their own means of survival. Especially the immortals, who were notorious and widely hunted. For them to survive until now, they must have some trump cards. Repelling third-level wizard apprentices was easy, but killing them was difficult unless one had overwhelming strength. After some negotiation, they agreed to eliminate 3 members of the immortals. From what I know, the immortals Black Hand and Bloodmouth are dead. Besides Solo, only Ember, Ira, and Stone Scorpion remain. Among these 4, as long as you help me take down any 3, the deal is fulfilled, and I'll pay accordingly. As the hunter finished speaking, Night Owl immediately asked, "Do you have a specific plan?" The hunter seemed prepared, responding without hesitation, "The immortals are searching for me everywhere. If I reveal myself slightly, they'll all come running. We can set up an ambush and capture them all." The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Though simple, the plan was practical. "I'll choose the location and inform you in 3 days." The hunter turned to Night Owl. "I'll need you to open the forest cabin again then." "No problem," Night Owl agreed. At this point, Sunan suddenly spoke, "Surviving the immortals' pursuit alone is difficult. Do you have other allies?" Hearing this, the others realized and fixed their eyes on the hunter. The hunter sighed, "All right, I didn't intend to hide it. I do have allies." "Who?" Rose asked curiously. "The Holy Fist." "So it's them," the staff realized. "Don't speak in riddles," Black Forest pressed, "Who are the Holy Fist?" The staff chuckled and explained, "The Holy Fist isn't a single person but a secret organization of legendary knights, established over 300 years ago. Its members are primarily legendary knights from various southeastern countries of the Starlight continent, reportedly boasting double-digit second and third circle legendary knights, not to be underestimated." "That was in the past," the hunter said bitterly. "In recent battles with the immortals, the Holy Fist lost over 20 legendary knights, including their leader Clarence, the only third circle legendary knight." The staff shook his head slightly, saying nothing. An organization of legendary knights might seem formidable to ordinary people. But compared to the fully third-level wizard apprentice immortals, it was lacking. The Holy Fist's defeat was expected. The fact that they dared to fight the immortals was surprising. The Starlight Tower wasn't just an allure for wizard apprentices, it was a huge temptation for legendary knights as well. When the operation begins, the Holy Fist will assist. However, with their heavy losses, few legendary knights remain. "Don't expect too much." The hunter sighed. The staff shrugged, "No worries, any extra help against the immortals is welcome." Others nodded in agreement. After all, the enemy was the infamous immortals. Even as third-level wizard apprentices, they felt apprehensive. At this point, even a few additional first-circle legendary knights would be beneficial, serving as potential cannon fodder if nothing else. Among them, only Sunan remained calm and composed throughout. A few months ago, he might have had reservations about the operation. But now, the secret puppet in his possession gave him confidence and assurance. Even if facing the immortals alone, Sunan felt he could handle them. "That's it for now. I'll inform you as soon as the ambush location is selected." The hunter's gaze was serious as he surveyed the room, speaking sincerely. "I entrust this to all of you." Chapter 163. 3 days later. The forest cabin was opened once again as promised. The hunter informed everyone of the ambush location for the immortals. Unexpectedly, the site was chosen in the underground world, just over 200 kilometers north of the Star Alliance, inside a cavern. This was good news for Sunan, as it was close to his domain. He suspected the hunter considered this fact. If the ambush failed, they could retreat into Sunan's territory for sanctuary. With the ambush location decided, the operation wasn't set to start immediately. After all, the forest cabin members were spread across vast distances, and traveling from various places took time. After discussion, they decided to carry out the plan in 5 days. Being nearby, Sunan spared the travel time and chose to use these 5 days to prepare. Although confident with the secret puppet, facing the notorious immortals warranted thorough preparation. In the meditation room, Sunan checked his personal stats. His mental power was approaching 52 points, and in about 5 months, he could construct the 17th star ring. Along with 4 super magic skills, even without using his trump cards, his true combat strength ranked him in the upper middle among 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Without using my trump cards, I should be able to contend with the likes of Blackhand and Bloodmouth. That is, at the level of a 3rd circle legendary. Adding the magic core and various magical items, facing a 4th circle legendary shouldn't be a problem. Sunan glanced at the back of his hand, where 5 bright red marks were etched. The Death Knell marks. Bloodline marks made from the Death Knell striker's bloodline. Additionally, his spatial ring contained over 100 high-level rune stones. With the growth of his mental power, the energy intensity Sunan could handle had increased significantly. Thanks to this, the number of synthesized high-level rune stones had surged to 37, with a substantial boost in power. Sunan had tested, 1 high-level rune stone was enough to break through the defense of the Ring of Extreme Protection. Its power was roughly equivalent to over a dozen second circle attack spells combined. It could even instantly destroy an advanced stone golem. With all these trump cards in hand, Sunan was confident that even against the top 3rd-level wizard apprentices, he stood a good chance. However, just in case, Sunan packed an entire small golem army into the cube, filling more than half of its slots. He also ordered the magic pattern Night Corps to stand by in Giant Eye City, ready to mobilize at any moment. Having made all these preparations, Sunan felt reassured, waiting in Giant Eye City for the operation to commence. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sunan arrived at the ambush site as planned. He found himself in a massive cavern, very spacious, with a rare, smooth ceiling, devoid of the stalactites found elsewhere. This meant there were no other exits through the cavern's ceiling. Likewise, there were no other openings in the cavern's depths, only solid rock walls as far as the eye could see. The vast cavern was completely enclosed, except for the entrance they had used. Sunan understood the strategy. Once the immortals were lured into the cavern, blocking the exit would trap them like fish in a barrel. Not a bad place, Night Owl remarked. When Sunan arrived, the forest cabin members, except for the hunter, were already present. Notably, everyone was cloaked and masked, just like in the forest cabin, concealing their appearances thoroughly. Only Sunan stood without a mask, openly revealing his face. Seeing him like this initially surprised everyone. After collecting themselves, the staff chuckled, "You are quite open." The traveler also laughed, "He has the confidence to be." The player's true identity was no longer a secret in the forest cabin. Out of respect for Sunan, no one had revealed it, avoiding the topic. However, since Sunan chose to reveal himself, indicating indifference, they no longer hid it. Hearing the traveler, the others looked at Sunan, filled with admiration. Only someone like Sunan could afford such openness. With his current power and influence, he had no fear of being targeted. Not to mention, just the adamantine golem alone would deter many with ill intentions. "Where's the hunter?" Sunan asked, scanning the area. "Should be here soon." As Night Owl finished speaking, he suddenly tensed, turning towards the entrance. "They're here." Accompanied by faint footsteps, 7 or 8 figures entered the cavern. Leading them was the hunter. Behind him were 6 heavily armored, formidable men. A quick glance told Sunan that these 6 were legendary knights, equipped with enchanted armor and swords. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The hunter first apologized, then introduced the men behind him. "This is Pyungdu and Moss, senior members of the Holy Fist. Both are experienced second circle legendary knights. This is Kurt, Berger." The hunter introduced the remaining 4. However, Night Owl and the others only nodded slightly to Pyungdu and Moss, acknowledging their presence, while showing little reaction to the other 4. In their eyes, first circle legendary knights were mere cannon fodder, only second circle legendary knights warranted respect. The hunter understood this, so after introductions, he got straight to the point. "I left some traces along the way. The immortals should be here soon. Everyone, take your positions. Having previously discussed the details, the group wasted no time, moving swiftly. Aside from the hunter, night owl, the staff, and the Holy Fist members staying inside the cavern, the others left, pairing up to find concealed spots outside. They would reveal themselves to block the entrance once the immortals entered. Rose accompanied Sunan. Both cast invisibility spells and sprinkled scent masking potions, beginning their wait. The Holy Fist is finished, Rose suddenly whispered. Sunan glanced at her, nodding slightly. The once great organization of legendary knights had been reduced to just 6 by the immortals. After this battle, who knew how many would remain? Even if they successfully dealt with the immortals, a Holy Fist with just a handful of members was essentially defunct. But Sunan pondered other aspects. According to current intel, the southeastern continent only had 2 third-level wizard apprentice organizations, the Forest Cabin and the Immortals. Together, these two accounted for at least half of the third-level wizard apprentices in the southeast. After today's battle, only one would remain. The number of third-level wizard apprentices in the southeast would dramatically decrease. Come to think of it, I've killed 4 third-level wizard apprentices so far. Sunan suddenly realized he had significantly contributed to the reduction of third-level wizard apprentices in the southeast. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With limited resources on the continent, fewer third-level wizard apprentices were better. The Azure Gold Empire has been making frequent military maneuvers lately, seemingly targeting the Starlight Duchy. Are you aware of this? Rose brought up another topic. Sunan glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. What, did the Thornflower Duchy send you as a lobbyist? Not exactly, but it does concern my interests, Rose admitted candidly. The Azure Gold Empire has dominated the southeast for centuries, exploiting neighboring countries as resources for its growth. Many nations are discontent, but fear the empire's military might, so they dare not resist. If the Starlight Duchy leads a rebellion, many nations would likely follow. Sunan's expression turned curious. We're currently working together against the immortals, yet you're digging a pit for the staff behind his back. Rose shrugged nonchalantly. I can't speak for others, but the staff had some conflicts with the royal family in his youth, so he doesn't feel much loyalty to the empire. If you act, I believe he'd abandon the empire without hesitation and ally with another nation. With his strength, he'd still be a valued guest. Sunan's eyes flickered with thought. As Rose said, aside from exceptions like the staff, most wizard apprentices from royal families had their interests tied to their nations. The Starlight Duchy's growth would benefit him and the Star Alliance. If the duchy expanded, it would undoubtedly purchase large quantities of potions, golems, and weapons from the Star Alliance, bringing in huge profits. Moreover, seeing the Empire's current aggressive stance, war would inevitably reach the duchy, even if it didn't initiate conflict. Better to unite and strike first, seizing the initiative. With thoughts racing, Sunan quickly formed a plan. All right, I'll convey your intentions. Rose's face lit up with joy at Sunan's agreement. Just then, her attention snapped to the distance. Sunan had sensed it before her. Silently, 4 figures materialized at the cavern's entrance. Apart from the leading robed man who appeared normal, the other 3 had bizarre appearances. A woman with a graceful figure and elegant demeanor, yet with only a pair of eyes on her face. A being entirely composed of flames, resembling a humanoid silhouette of indeterminate gender. And a man covered in obsidian armor, showing only a bluish-gray face. A segmented tail extended from his backside, ending in a lamprey-like mouth. Clearly, these 4 were Solo, Ira, Ember, and Stone Scorpion from the Immortals. Sunan couldn't help but marvel. Including Yugo, Bloodmouth, and Black Hand, whom he had killed, the Immortals sure had a penchant for transforming into grotesque forms. To them, the human form was dispensable. In pursuit of power, they would abandon it at any time. Only Solo looked somewhat normal, but even that was uncertain. Who knew what lay beneath his robes? To control a group of monsters, Solo himself might be an even more formidable monster. Perhaps fearing the hunter would escape, or having enough confidence in their power, the 4 merely glanced around before entering the cavern without hesitation. However, upon entering, they discovered not only the hunter but 7 or 8 others as well. A group calmly awaited them. Solo and the others immediately sensed something amiss. Looking back, they saw more people entering, blocking their exit. Sunan. Solo recognized the unmasked Sunan immediately, quickly understanding the situation. So, this is the Forest Cabin declaring war on us. Night Owl coldly replied, "The Starlight Tower, the hope for advancing to a wizard, is a temptation no apprentice can resist." Indeed. Solo nodded calmly. Despite being surrounded by several times their number, Solo and the others remained unervingly composed. Enough talk. Ember's fiery mouth curved into a mocking smile. "Since we're all here for the Starlight Tower key, let's fight. The last one standing can claim the spoils, fair enough." As he finished speaking, Ember's entire flaming form suddenly expanded like fuel was poured on it, surging towards Night Owl and the hunter. Night Owl's eye twitched, silently cursing the guy as a madman. Before the ambush, the hunter had briefed them on the immortals. One point was that most immortals members suffered from bloodline rejection, leading to drastic personality changes, with tendencies towards madness and psychological distortion. Ember was one such example. He had fused with an ancient bloodline known as the Magma Ogre, capable of controlling fire elements and souls, with a bloodthirsty, manic nature, delighting in tormenting souls. A bona fide madman. His current actions confirmed this. Despite being encircled in an ambush, he launched an attack, charging alone at the enemy. Only a madman would do such a thing. Despite his internal grumbling, Night Owl and the hunter acted swiftly, unleashing prepared spells towards Ember. Thus began the battle. Simultaneously, the other Forest Cabin members and the Holy Fist members charged at Solo and the others. "Stone Scorpion!" Solo suddenly barked. At his command, the obsidian-armored Stone Scorpion opened his mouth, unleashing an ear-piercing screech that seemed ready to shatter eardrums. The screech transformed into tangible sound waves, spreading rapidly. In an instant, cracks appeared on the surrounding rock walls and cavern ceiling, with stones cascading down. Before anyone could react, a thunderous crash resounded as the cavern collapsed. Chapter 164. No one expected the enemy to pull such a move. Caught off guard, they were buried under the falling boulders before they could escape the cavern. The ground shook violently, and dust filled the air. Sunan felt darkness envelop him as the ground beneath his feet gave way, causing him to plummet. Reacting swiftly, Sunan activated the magic core to envelop his entire body. With the protection of the Ring of Extreme Protection and a shield spell, the falling rocks couldn't harm him in the slightest. He then activated the levitation spell from his invisibility robe, stabilizing his descent and hovering in mid-air. Gradually, the roaring noise subsided. No more rocks fell from above. Only then did Sunan have the chance to assess his surroundings. He found himself in another massive cavern, differing from the previous one by the large, irregular opening above, about 7 to 8 meters in diameter, leading upward into darkness. This was where he had fallen from. The underground world was complex, like an enormous, intricate beehive. One cavern led to another, which was no surprise to Sunan. What astonished him was Stone Scorpion's ability to launch such a massive area attack, collapsing the entire cavern and altering the surrounding terrain. This wasn't something achievable by a wizard apprentice's spell or magical item. Bloodline ability, perhaps. Sunan contemplated. This was likely a directional ability to manipulate earth and stone to change the environment. Otherwise, if Stone Scorpion's true power could easily cause such large-scale environmental changes, he would rival a formal wizard and could have defeated them all directly, rendering such tactics unnecessary. However, this meant their encirclement was broken. If the immortals took the opportunity to escape, their operation would be deemed a failure. But those maniacs probably won't just leave, Sunan thought. As if to confirm Sunan's suspicion, a section of the rock wall about 40 to 50 meters ahead began to bulge, quickly forming into Stone Scorpion's shape. As expected. Sunan chuckled, scrutinizing Stone Scorpion. Choosing a place like this to fight is a grave mistake you'll regret. Stone Scorpion detached from the rock wall, hovering mid-air, looking down at Sunan with eyes that gleamed as if seeing prey caught in a trap. "This is my domain. No one can defeat me in a place surrounded by earth and stone." Sunan's gaze shifted to the scorpion tail behind Stone Scorpion, and he snickered. "Stop pretending. It's just the shattering scream, isn't it? It's clearly the Stone Singer bloodline, yet you're putting on an earth elemental facade." Stone Scorpion's expression froze, pupils constricting. How did this guy know? Stone Singer was extremely rare. If not for his own fusion with the Stone Singer bloodline, he wouldn't have known of such an ancient bloodline. And he had never disclosed his bloodline to anyone, not even his companions in the Immortals. How did this person discern his secret so quickly? Seeing Stone Scorpion's bewildered look, Sunan laughed inwardly. In his past life, he had encountered a wizard who had fused with the Stone Singer bloodline, though the external characteristics slightly differed from Stone Scorpion's, which initially threw him off. However, when Stone Scorpion used the shattering scream, a signature ability of the Stone Singer bloodline, Sunan made the connection. Stone Singers were terrifying and peculiar creatures made of flexible, morphing stone, resembling scorpions at first glance. They used their songs to manipulate earth and stone, creating effects similar to earth elemental spells. Of course, the Stone Singer's song was an ear-piercing noise to humans. Their ability to manipulate earth and stone wasn't as strong as earth elementals, but they possessed petrifying capabilities. Creatures stung by a Stone Singer's tail would become petrified. Afterward, the Stone Singer would take the petrified prey back to its lair, forcing them to listen to its song, consuming them when hungry for nourishment. Sunan recalled that Stone Singers no longer existed on the Starlight continent. Even in the later era of elemental resurgence, wizards had to capture Stone Singers from other realms. Stone Scorpion was lucky to have fused with the Stone Singer bloodline. In today's Starlight continent, it's one of the few ancient bloodlines with significant power that doesn't adversely affect temperament and has negligible bloodline rejection reactions. Your knowledge surprises me. Stone Scorpion snapped back to reality, sneering. Too bad it won't change your fate. Now that you're alone, I'll kill you first, then deal with the others. His icy tone dripped with murderous intent. Sunan remained unfazed, smiling slightly. It's you who's alone. As he spoke, countless grey mists suddenly appeared around Stone Scorpion, quickly forming into giant grey spectral claws that lunged at him with a piercing whistle. Doom claws. Stone Scorpion's face changed instantly. Wasn't this the ability of the Twilight Ring, a dim-level magical item? But he remembered the Twilight Ring could only summon a single Doom Claw. Sunan was a bit surprised that Stone Scorpion recognized the Doom Claws, suggesting he had read about them in some wizard tome. Knowing the power of dim-level magical items, Stone Scorpion didn't plan to resist, dodging immediately, but the 4 Doom Claws relentlessly pursued him. With no choice, Stone Scorpion opened his mouth to howl. Immediately, cracking sounds echoed as the surrounding rock walls split, countless stones converging to form a thick barrier before him. Crack! The 4 Doom Claws shattered the barrier, but Stone Scorpion used the opportunity to prepare a spell, unleashing a piercing screech. Shattering Sonic Wave. Enhanced by the Stone Singer bloodline, the shattering sonic wave's power multiplied several times, the visible distortion smashing the Doom Claws into grey mist, dissipating in the air. Yet before Stone Scorpion could rejoice, more grey mist appeared in the void, reforming into 4 Doom Claws that lunged at him again. Stone Scorpion's face twisted in shock, his peripheral vision catching Sunan removing 4 rings from his left hand and replacing them with 4 new ones. The next moment, another 4 Doom Claws appeared. Seeing this, Stone Scorpion realized, his face contorting with fear and envy. This guy possessed over a dozen Twilight Rings. Was he dealing in dim-level magical items? How could he have so many dim-level magical items? This time, Stone Scorpion couldn't dodge. After exhausting himself to destroy 4 Doom Claws, the remaining 4 tore through his body. With a sinister sizzle, corrosive energy wrapped around Stone Scorpion, paralyzing him in mid-air and eliciting a harrowing scream. And then the most terrifying thing happened to Stone Scorpion. Another 4 Doom Claws emerged from the void. Wait, another 4? Again. Seeing the dozen or so grey spectral claws before him, Stone Scorpion was filled with sheer terror and disbelief. How many Twilight Rings did Sunan actually have? Whoosh! Over 10 Doom Claws simultaneously pierced Stone Scorpion's body, draining his life force and heavily damaging his soul. In Sunan's perception, Stone Scorpion's soul aura weakened to the point of a flickering candle. Critically injured, Stone Scorpion plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground. A streak of lightning shot from afar, piercing his forehead with a hiss. Before his consciousness faded into eternal darkness, a thought flashed in Stone Scorpion's mind. He was indeed the one who was alone. Though Sunan was by himself, the sheer number of dim-level magical items he possessed was absurd. Facing multiple third-level wizard apprentices might have been better. 100 meters away, Sunan slowly retracted his hand, glancing at the 4 rings on his left hand. The underground cavern environment indeed suited the Stone Singer bloodline's abilities. If Stone Scorpion had seized the initiative, subduing him would have been extremely challenging. Thus, Sunan decisively used over 20 Twilight Rings, swiftly dispatching Stone Scorpion. It's unfortunate for this third-level wizard apprentice, whose strength rivaled Black Hand and Blood Mouth, that he couldn't fully utilize his abilities and was overwhelmed by Sunan's superior equipment. Had Stone Scorpion known Sunan had another 20 twilight rings in his spatial ring, he might have despaired enough to kill himself. Replacing the twilight rings with new ones, Sunan extended his mental perception around him. Unfortunately, the underground world's natural magnetic fields and geological environment significantly limited perception techniques. Failing to sense anything after a moment, Sunan shook his head and chose a random direction to fly. A blazing wave slammed into the rock wall, leaving a charred, cracked surface in its wake. Ember's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the cavern. He had transformed into a 60-meter-tall flaming giant with a demonic appearance, twin horns on his head, and his head nearly touched the cavern's ceiling. He swung his massive fists repeatedly at the staff, the traveler, and Pyongdu. The intense flames raised the air temperature, causing the air to warp. The once vast cavern had become a scorching hell. In a corner lay several charred corpses. They belonged to the Holy Fist members. At the battle's onset, several First Circle legendary knights were swiftly killed by Ember, unable to contribute much. A bunch of sewer rats. All you do is hide and dodge. Ember taunted, trying to provoke the staff and others into a direct confrontation. However, they remained unfazed. A faint golden light enveloped the staff, rendering him immune to the surrounding heat and granting him great speed, allowing him to deftly evade Ember's fists. The golden light originated from his staff. Moments earlier, before everyone's eyes, the staff had drawn a golden staff from within himself, brilliantly shining, with its tip encrusted with countless precious gems. Meanwhile, the traveler relied on the protection of the green tree branch, making him immune to the heat and flames. Ember's attacks on the traveler were all deflected by the green glow around him. Compared to the traveler and the staff, Pyongdu and Moss were in a much more precarious situation. Relying solely on elemental power to withstand the heat, fatigue quickly set in, evident on their faces. The staff noticed, frowning. Raising the golden staff, he fired a beam of golden light like an arrow into the void, creating ripples. The next moment, a beast-like hoof stepped out of the ripple. Then another foot, a torso, arms, and a head. Soon, a creature with a canine head and human body appeared in the void. At first glance, it resembled a kobold. But a closer look revealed stark differences. Unlike the filthy, scrawny kobolds, this canine-headed creature was burly and robust, exuding an aura of valor and prowess. Its armor was clearly of high quality, and it wielded a broad greatsword. A mastiff spirit. The traveler was shocked, glancing at the staff in disbelief. This was a rare and powerful otherworldly creature, and the staff had summoned it. Was it random, or had he signed a contract for a designated summons? Surveying the scene, the mastiff spirit quickly locked onto its target, charging at Ember like an arrow. Ember swung his massive fist, but the mastiff spirit easily dodged, delivering a powerful sword strike. Despite being only 2 meters long, the broad great sword cut through Ember's 4 to 5 meter wide flaming arm. Ah! Ember let out an ear-piercing shriek, clutching his arm as he stumbled back. The traveler's eyes lit up. So that's it, the mastiff spirit's attacks carried potent positive energy, while Ember, fused with the magma ogre bloodline, had transformed into a fire giant, a fusion of fire elements and negative energy. The mastiff spirit was a natural counter to him. But before the traveler could relish the moment, the sound of rushing water echoed in his ears. Looking up, a torrent cascaded from nowhere, filling his entire view. Boom! The massive wave crashed down on the traveler, nearly knocking him from the air with its weight. Alarmed, the traveler's body erupted in green light, and in the next instant, the water vanished without a trace. Glancing around, the ground and rock walls were dry, with no sign of moisture. Nearby, the staff's face darkened. In that brief moment, the mastiff spirit had been caught in an illusion and was killed by Ember and Ira. Again. The staff cursed inwardly. Since the battle began, similar scenarios had occurred multiple times. Whenever they gained the upper hand, Ira, hidden in the shadows, would strike with illusions, turning the tide. Her illusion prowess was surprisingly strong. Even with the hunter's intel and having taken clarity potions to boost illusion resistance, they couldn't fully counter her. Without Ira's interference, he and the traveler would have defeated Ember by now. Chapter 165. Damn! Seeing Ember's arm regenerate and him charging again, the staff gritted his teeth and prepared to counterattack. He knew their opponent's goal was to exhaust the strength of him and the traveler. Once they showed signs of weakening, the hidden IRA would strike like a venomous snake. As for Pyungdu and Moss, he had written them off. Neither had the means to effectively deal with the fiery giant Ember or the elusive IRA, serving only as additional targets for Ember's attacks. Ha ha ha, it's useless. You are no match for us. Ember's maniacal laughter echoed through the cavern, shaking loose stones from the walls. Bang! Ember's punch landed on the traveler, whose protective green light flared brightly, absorbing the blow before dimming again. Simultaneously, the traveler felt a wave of dizziness as a pair of bright blue eyes seemed to appear before him. A chill ran down his spine. He bit his tongue sharply, regaining clarity, and channeled mental energy into the green tree branch. With the green light intensifying, the disorienting sensation dissipated instantly. Damn it! The traveler cursed inwardly. That woman's illusions were pervasive, any slight lapse on their part, and they'd fall right into her trap. If this continued, they were bound to be defeated. He turned to look at the staff, meeting his gaze. Their eyes met briefly, and both understood each other's plan. Without hesitation, the traveler and the staff darted in opposite directions. Ember hesitated momentarily, unsure of whom to pursue. Should he and IRA split up? But doing so would break their cooperation. In a one-on-one situation, he wasn't confident he could definitely capture the staff or the traveler. However, his hesitation was short-lived. A dull whistling filled the air as a gust of wind suddenly swept through the cavern. Everyone, from the staff and the traveler to Pyungdu and Moss, momentarily froze, bewilderment in their eyes. Haha, IRA, you're the best. Ember laughed, extending both hands to grab Pyungdu and Moss. His massive flaming fists clenched, instantly reducing them to charred remains. He then swiftly caught up with the traveler, sending him flying next to the staff with a punch. The staff and the traveler shook off the illusion, only to find themselves surrounded by a dense ring of blazing flames. Seeing this, their hearts sank. The woman hidden in the shadows wielded an eerily potent illusion ability, leaving them defenseless. Without eliminating her first, neither escaping nor defeating Ember was possible. But she remained unseen, concealed in the darkness. Even if they wanted to deal with her, they couldn't. Stop struggling. Accept your fate, and it'll be less painful. Ember's mocking voice echoed from the surrounding flames. Ignoring him, the staff and the traveler prepared to try escaping again when a sudden explosion rocked their ears. Turning towards the sound, they saw a massive hole blasted in the fiery curtain, and a figure rushed in. Upon recognizing the newcomer, both the staff and the traveler's faces lit up with joy. Sunan. Sunan glanced at the staff and the traveler, then surveyed the surroundings. Were these flames the work of the Immortal's apprentice wizard named Ember? So it's you. The fiery curtain paused slightly as Ember's deep voice resonated, rising in pitch. Perfect timing. I'll take care of you too. With Ira's assistance from the shadows, Ember felt confident facing three fellow apprentices simultaneously. With a mad laugh, the blazing flames swept down like a violent torrent, crashing towards the three of them. Simultaneously, a peculiar wave enveloped them. Sunan felt a momentary blur as countless ghostly water spirits with disheveled hair appeared, rushing at him. An illusion. Sunan realized immediately why the staff and the traveler were on the defensive despite being two against one. Another enemy was attacking from the shadows. It had to be the woman known as IRA, skilled in illusions. Even knowing it was an illusion, Sunan could still feel the chilling aura and the intense negative energy emanating from the water spirits. Such is the power of illusions. Even if you know it's an illusion, as long as you can't break it, the damage it inflicts becomes real. Without hesitation, Sunan focused, and one of the blood-red marks on the back of his right hand flared brightly before fading. Simultaneously, a deep, thunderous bell sound resonated throughout the cavern. The water spirits charging at Sunan appeared to collide with something, screaming as they vanished into dust. From the shadows in the corner of the cavern, a graceful figure staggered out, clutching her chest, pain evident in her bright blue eyes. It was IRA. The death knell Mark's sonic attack was indiscriminate. The staff and the traveler were affected too, but being farther away and protected by the golden staff and the green tree branch, they only felt some discomfort. However, IRA, directly facing Sunan with her illusion, bore the brunt of the sonic wave's soul impact, suffering significant harm. Another who suffered was Ember. The vast fiery curtain absorbed most of the sonic attack's power, boiling violently as if doused with water, with Ember's painful screams emanating from within. Seizing the opportunity, Sunan dashed towards Ira, launching a spell missile from his hand. 10 spell missiles spread out, weaving through the air in varied arcs, attacking Ira from all directions, leaving her no room to dodge. The staff, watching from afar, widened his eyes in disbelief. Spell structuring. But the surprises didn't end there. Following the spell missiles, Sunan's palm glowed red as a scorching ray shot forth like an arrow. There was no pause between the two spells. Instant spell casting. The staff gasped. Another super magic skill. 2 no, counting silent spell casting, that's 3. Sunan had mastered so many super magic skills. Ira and Ember were equally shocked. Wind and water surged into existence, intertwining to form a barrier before Ira, blocking the scorching ray. But the spell missiles from the sides and behind couldn't be evaded. Ira had to endure them, her invisible shield shattering instantly, with the remaining force striking her magical defenses, rippling across them. The power of the spells startled Ira. They exceeded typical second circle spells by a significant margin. It wasn't just the power boost from spell structuring, Sunan's mental strength must be extraordinarily high. Though the Immortal's intel suggested Sunan's formidable strength, only now did Ira truly grasp the weight of that strength. From Sunan's arrival to this moment, in just a few breaths, both she and Ember were injured, and the advantageous situation had been overturned, completely beyond expectation. Die! Ember roared, an endless sea of fire surging towards Sunan, intent on burning him to ash. Sunan remained composed. The frost necklace around his neck glimmered faintly, unleashing an icy wave that radiated from him in all directions. Crack! The oncoming flames instantly extinguished, turning into frozen grains that fell like snow. The boundless flames rapidly diminished, and the air's temperature plummeted. Ah! Ember's agonized screams filled the cavern, the intense pain driving him into a frenzy, roaring as the flames swelled once more. Sunan smirked, simultaneously casting spells to suppress Ira, preventing her from casting illusions, while retrieving a new frost necklace. In an instant, another icy wave rolled out. Followed by a third, a fourth. The staff and the traveler watched in stunned silence. They could tell those necklaces were dim-level magical items, which only heightened their shock at Sunan's approach. They had never seen someone use dim-level magical items like this. Other apprentice wizards treated dim-level magical items as trump cards, using them only in critical moments. But Sunan? He used them as consumables, one after another. It was outrageous. By the 7th frost necklace, they were numb. Sunan likely had more dim-level magical items than their alchemical ones. Where did he get them all? Under the relentless assault, Ember's fierce momentum had vanished. The flames that once filled most of the cavern now stood a mere 2 meters high, reverting to his humanoid form. Only now, the flames were dim, as if ready to extinguish at any moment. His fiery face was edged with human-like fear and terror. All the previous rage and madness had been beaten out of him by Sunan, leaving only dread. What is with this guy? Why does he have so many dim-level magical items? The situation had completely flipped, and now Ember and Ira entertained thoughts of retreat. They were thoroughly intimidated by Sunan, realizing they were no match for him and considering escape. Without hesitation, both retreated rapidly, fleeing in different directions. Watching this, the staff and the traveler couldn't help but marvel. They had struggled against Ira and Ember, unable to defeat them, but Sunan arrived and sent them fleeing in disarray. The gap was glaringly obvious. The traveler was less shocked, having witnessed Sunan defeat Bloodmouth and Black Hand. But for the staff, it was his first time witnessing Sunan's power firsthand. He had known Sunan was strong, but not to this extent. Reflecting on the disparity, neither hesitated, swiftly moving to block Ira and Ember. Stop struggling. Accept your fate, and it'll be less painful, the traveler taunted Ember with a grin. The same words Ember had uttered moments ago now carried a mocking resonance as they came from the traveler. Furious, Ember gritted his teeth, unleashing a fierce wave of flame at the traveler. If he got stuck here, Sunan would finish him. The traveler understood this and stood firm against Ember's attack, trusting in the green light around him to shield him. The delay was enough for Sunan to act. Countless dazzling silver lights cut through the darkness, streaking towards Ember like a storm. Hiss! The air was filled with the sound of the piercing, almost continuous. The silver metal storm completely enveloped Ember. The traveler retreated repeatedly, watching the scene with awe. A spell? Doesn't seem like it. A magical item, maybe. But even dim-level magical items aren't this powerful, right? Though not the target, the traveler could feel the terrifying force of the silver metal storm from the side. If he faced it directly, even with the green tree branch, he wasn't sure he could withstand it. After 10 seconds, the metal storm dissipated. Ember was gone, leaving only wisps of smoke and a space ring. Sunan reached out, and the space ring fell into his palm. Without pause, he turned and flew towards Ira. Seeing Ember's demise from afar, Ira's heart sank. She wanted to flee but was tightly entangled by the staff. Boom! At that moment, a nearby rock wall suddenly exploded. As debris scattered, several figures burst forth. In the dim tunnel, Rose and Redheart flew frantically. The silent passage echoed only with their rapid breathing. Suddenly, Redheart cursed under his breath. Damn it, how did it come to this? Rose sighed deeply, saying nothing. Stone Scorpion's unexpected screech had shattered their ambush plans. All allies were scattered, and their numerical advantage vanished. When she regained her senses, she found herself alone. Eventually, she reunited with Redheart and Remains, only to encounter Solo. A fierce battle erupted instantly. In the heat of battle, Rose realized just how terrifying the founder of the Immortals was. Even 3 against 1, with the numerical advantage, they were swiftly overwhelmed in just over 10 minutes, forced to scatter and flee. Halfway through, Rose and Redheart regrouped. After a brief exchange, they decided to find the others, hoping to regroup and face Solo together. After flying a short distance further, Rose's expression shifted, halting her flight. There's movement. Redheart snapped back to attention, listening intently. Sure enough, sounds were coming from afar. Both immediately became vigilant. Soon, 3 figures emerged from around a corner. Seeing them, Rose breathed a sigh of relief. It was Night Owl, Black Forest, and the Hunter, separated from them earlier. You? Rose began to inquire but was cut off by Night Owl. Run! As he spoke, the 3 didn't slow, flying rapidly towards them, with an unsettling hint of panic. Chapter 166. Without hesitation, Rose and Redheart turned and fled. Though filled with doubt and uncertainty, neither was foolish. They knew that whatever had Night Owl and his companions fleeing in such a panic must be incredibly dangerous. At this moment, even a slight curiosity could lead to unimaginable consequences. Escaping was the immediate priority. After flying 300 to 400 meters, Rose suddenly heard a strange noise from behind. It sounded like many wings flapping simultaneously. With the corner of her eye, she glanced back and widened her eyes in shock. What is that? 500 to 600 meters behind, a bizarre creature was rapidly pursuing them. The creature appeared to be composed entirely of wings, covered in pale feathers that intertwined to form a mass. It had no head, limbs, or facial features, only a long tail trailing behind it. All the wings flapped simultaneously in every direction, a flight method that should have been chaotic, yet this winged creature flew swiftly and steadily. It was as if the wings were merely for show, and it was flying using some other means. What kind of creature is that? Seeing Night Owl and the others catching up, Redheart impatiently asked. Night Owl's expression was grave. I don't know either. We were searching for you when we encountered that creature. It attacked us on sight, and we were no match for it, so we had to flee. Rose and Redheart exchanged glances, both skeptical. Night Owl, Black Forest, and the Hunter were all strong. The idea that a single creature could have them running for their lives was hard to believe. However, they soon had no doubts. The winged creature behind them suddenly accelerated, its body swelling as if taking a deep breath. In that instant, Night Owl and the others felt the air in the tunnel shift. Then, a terrifying howl echoed through the tunnel, the dreadful sonic wave spreading like a shockwave, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. Death followed the wave, crushing everything in its path. In an instant, all the apprentice wizards groaned, pain etched on their faces beneath their masks, and their flight halted involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, the winged creature closed the distance swiftly, its wings flapping violently, sending countless blade-like air currents shooting towards Redheart, who was at the back. In a flash, Redheart's shield spell, energy particle barrier, and magical item defenses were shredded into pieces by the air blades, and his body was torn apart into a cloud of blood mist. The others, recovering their breath, saw this and turned pale, foregoing incantations in favor of activating their magical items, flooding the winged creature with a kaleidoscope of light. Having done so, they fled in haste. None bothered to conserve their strength, each employing their life-preserving methods, their speed now far surpassing what it was before. But before long, they encountered a rock wall ahead. A dead end. Night Owl gritted his teeth, shouting, "Break the wall!" The group acted in unison, unleashing their strongest attacks on the wall at the tunnel's end. Boom! The thick rock wall shattered, revealing a dark opening beyond. Without slowing, they dashed through the opening one after another. Their vision dimmed momentarily before regaining some light. Beyond the opening lay another massive cavern. They glanced around, their gazes pausing abruptly. Not far away, Sunan, the traveler, and the staff were surrounding Ira. Both parties were momentarily stunned upon meeting. Night Owl was about to speak when his expression changed, and he quickly dodged aside. Rose and the others did the same. Boom! Countless air blades erupted from the opening, shattering the rock walls and widening the gap several times over, followed by the winged creature bursting through. What is that? The traveler and the staff were stunned. They had assumed Night Owl and the others had encountered Solo and Stone Scorpion, leading to their frantic flight. But now it seemed they were being chased by this bizarre winged creature. Yet, Sunan was the most astonished. He stared intently at the winged creature, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. The winged creature before them was identical to the statue found in Giant Eye City. Is this creature the divine being worshipped by the beholders? Sunan was filled with doubt. After taking Giant Eye City, he had instructed the Red Widow to search for this divine being, but to no avail. He hadn't expected to encounter it now. On reflection, the location wasn't too far from Giant Eye City, so the divine being's presence here wasn't entirely surprising. Be careful, this creature is strong. Rose warned, her voice serious. Red Heart died by its hand. It can use the Banshee's howl. At this, the staff and the travelers' expressions turned grave. The Banshee's howl was a notorious large-area instant death attack with terrifying destructive power. Creatures with physical and mental attributes below a certain threshold would bleed from every orifice and die upon hearing it. Even those who could resist would be severely injured. While third-level apprentice wizards had strong physical and mental attributes, they couldn't completely ignore the Banshee's howl. Hearing this, Sunan simply smirked but said nothing. Others might have only read about the Banshee's howl in texts, not fully understanding it, but he had witnessed it firsthand in his past life. The true Banshee's howl was feared even by formal wizards. If this divine being could use the true Banshee's howl, Rose, Night Owl, and the others wouldn't have made it this far. What they called the Banshee's howl was likely a similar sonic ability, akin to the Death Knell Striker's sonic attack. Even so, this divine being's ability to easily kill Red Heart meant its power level was at least that of a fourth circle legendary, possibly stronger. With this in mind, Sunan's expression grew serious. Chirp chirp. Perhaps never having encountered so many humans at once, the winged creature paused in surprise before shrieking and flapping its wings, sending a barrage of air blades towards the group. Reunited with their companions, Night Owl and the others felt bolstered and stopped running, initiating a counterattack. Sunan scanned the area, noting Ira's absence. She likely escaped during the chaos. The illusionist woman was adept at concealing herself. If not for her using an illusion on him and being exposed by the death knell mark, capturing her would have been difficult. Refocusing his thoughts, Sunan turned his attention back to the winged creature. Dealing with this divine being was the priority. Boom! 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 Thunderous explosions echoed through the cavern. The multicolored spell lights illuminated the cavern like daylight. The winged creature was likely the first in nearly a millennium on the Starlight continent to be besieged by 7 third-level apprentice wizards. And it was worthy of such an ensemble. Despite the sevenfold assault, it held its ground, manipulating air currents to shield against spells while flapping its wings to send waves of air blades in retaliation, occasionally summoning lightning to catch them off guard. Air currents and lightning. This creature's divine energy might relate to domains like sky and air. Sunan pondered. A divine being's abilities depend on the divine energy's associated domains. For example, the screeching bug's divine energy is linked to sound waves. The divine domain of this winged creature could be inferred from its abilities. Regardless, a divine being meant divine energy and bloodline marks. Having encountered one, Sunan wouldn't let it escape. Everyone, how about giving me this divine being? Sunan called out. Amidst their fierce battle, the others were taken aback by Sunan's words, nearly struck by incoming air blades. Night Owl glanced at Sunan in confusion. It's too early to discuss that. Let's deal with the creature first, then talk about distributing the spoils. Rose, however, immediately grasped Sunan's intention. You want to capture it alive? That's right. Sunan nodded calmly. Everyone was stunned. They were already struggling to fend off this creature, unsure if they could even kill it, yet Sunan was thinking of capturing it alive. Wasn't that a bit far-fetched? Now's not the time for jokes, Black Forest said disapprovingly. Instead of boasting, help us deal with this creature. I'm not joking. Sunan remained composed, casting a spell missile to fend off the winged creature. It's better to discuss the spoils distribution beforehand to avoid disputes later. Black Forest retorted, if you can capture it alone, it's yours. Deal. Sunan looked to the others. What do you say? Night Owl and the others exchanged glances, unanimously withdrawing. Their curiosity was piqued. Despite their combined efforts, they couldn't handle the creature. How did Sunan plan to capture it? Even the traveler and the staff, who had witnessed Sunan's power, felt he was being overly ambitious. The creature clearly wasn't something one person could handle. Let alone the fact that capturing was much harder than killing. But they knew Sunan wasn't impulsive or reckless. If he acted, he had a reason, so they wanted to see his plan. Having secured agreement, Sunan unleashed his full power. Silvery metal liquid seeped from his pores, rapidly forming metallic spikes that rained down on the winged creature. Hiss hiss hiss. The air barrier that easily withstood their spells shattered under the metallic storm in just 3 to 4 breaths, the sharp spikes leaving bloody gashes on the creature's body. Chirp chirp. The winged creature screeched in pain. The onlookers gasped. What is that? Such a powerful attack. A magical item. Those who had seen the magic core before, like Rose and the Traveler, were equally astonished. They sensed the magic core's power was even greater than before. Ignoring their reactions, Sunan activated the death knell mark on his hand. A piercing sonic wave swept forth, freezing the winged creature mid-air. Seizing the chance, Sunan hurled 3 high-level rune stones, which exploded into golden red flames upon the creature. Simultaneously, 4 grey doom claws materialized, clawing viciously at the creature. The winged creature was the strongest being Sunan had faced so far. Thus, he attacked with full force, using nearly all his trump cards without regard for the cost. He threw high-level rune stones like they were free, swapping out doom rings as needed, showing no restraint. Under Sunan's relentless assault, the winged creature could only wail in agony, unable to retaliate, barely holding on. The forest cabin members watched in shock, dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Sunan to actually subdue the creature. And what were those grey claws and rune-engraved stones? Magical items? The grey claws were one thing, but the stone's power far exceeded dim-level magical items. What were they? Snapping back to reality, they swallowed audibly. Sunan's displayed power was terrifyingly strong. On an entirely different level from them. Only now did they realize they had severely underestimated Sunan, whose true strength far surpassed their expectations. After the barrage, Sunan's doom rings were depleted. Only 1 death knell mark remained, and over 20 high-level rune stones were used. Despite the significant cost, the results were impressive. The winged creature lay on the ground, bloodied and barely breathing. Sunan casually fired a spell missile, causing the creature to twitch and wail, unable to rise, confirming it was finally subdued. He exhaled deeply. Given its 4th circle legendary status, a divine being, he had used most of his trump cards, his mental power nearly exhausted. Had this not been enough to defeat it, he would have had to resort to his last remaining trump card. Ideally, he wanted to avoid that. After all, it wasn't safe yet. Solo remained unseen, possibly lurking nearby, watching. He needed to keep something in reserve just in case. Approaching the winged creature, Sunan took out a gemstone and began crafting a sealing array. His prior research on the Death Knell Striker had given him methods to weaken divine beings, which he now applied to the winged creature. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow shot from the opening, bringing a foul wind as it attacked Sunan's back. Chapter 167. As Sunan faced an attack, other members of the forest cabin were also ambushed. Shadows rushed out of the opening, hissing eerily as they charged the group. Having previously taken photosensitive potions, the wizards quickly identified their attackers using their dark vision. They were confronted by massive pythons. These pythons had transparent bodies, stretching over 100 meters in length, becoming more distinct and real towards their heads. The scales, sharp as blades, covered their heads, and their mouths were filled with sword-like teeth, looking terrifyingly menacing. Caught off guard with most of their attention focused on the winged creature, the group was bitten by the pythons. However, they quickly responded, counter-attacking. Bang! Bang! The fearsome python heads shattered in succession, the headless bodies recoiling. Yet, instead of relief, the group was alarmed to find that where they had been bitten, small, translucent snake heads remained attached to their bodies, having pierced through their defenses to bite into their flesh. Under the fluorescent light, the translucent snake heads slowly vanished, leaving the group with an unsettling feeling of something foreign now inside them. What is this? Black Forest's face changed. No one answered, everyone was filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Sunan frowned, looking towards the entrance. Two figures emerged slowly. It was Salo and Ira. Salo was holding a head. He tossed it aside, letting it roll a few meters before stopping, revealing a face still wearing a mask. It was Remains. Rose's expression shifted. She had wondered where Remains had fled to, not expecting him to have already fallen to Salo. A divine being. Salo's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on the winged creature, his previously indifferent tone now slightly altered. It seems my luck is good, with a bonus beyond just the Starlight Tower key. His implication was clear, he considered the winged creature his. Black Forest disapproved of Salo's attitude, sneering, big words for someone whose immortals are down to 2 members. 2 against 7, do you think you stand a chance? The others also glared coldly at Salo and Ira. While Salo was indeed powerful and infamous, they had 7 on their side, including Sunan, giving them a clear advantage. In fact, they were perplexed as to why Salo and Ira hadn't fled but instead revealed themselves. Sunan's eyes flickered, a sense of familiarity lingering from earlier. Chance. Salo's eyes flashed with cold light. Of course, I have. As his words fell, his robe suddenly flared open, and 7 snake heads shot out, mouths agape, their forked tongues flicking rapidly as they darted towards the group. As they charged, the snake heads ballooned, becoming the size of millstones as they neared. The group launched spells at the snake heads. Multicolored spells struck the snake heads, only to vanish without a trace, as if absorbed, while the snake heads seemed to grow stronger, their scales darkening and bodies becoming more solid. Hiss! The snake heads grew more ferocious. What's happening? Night Owl and the others were shocked, disbelieving, and cast more spells. To no avail, as these spells not only failed to harm the snake heads but seemed to strengthen them. Damn it! What kind of bloodline ability is this? Black Forest cursed, face darkening. Such a bizarre ability was not from a spell or magical item but likely a bloodline ability. He had never seen such a strange bloodline ability. Could it be some ancient bloodline? Even Rose, who had briefly fought Salo before, was now filled with fear. Only now did she realize Salo hadn't used his full power then, or she and Redheart might not have escaped. But why had Salo let them go? The group was driven to desperation by the snake heads, unable to fight back effectively. Only Sunan remained calm, his eyes thoughtful. He tested attacks with energy particles and the magic core, but the energy was absorbed by the snake heads. However, not all attacks were absorbed. External items like the frost necklace and high-level rune stones weren't absorbed by the snake heads. Even when these items destroyed the snake heads, they quickly regrew, drawing energy from the other heads, which dimmed slightly. Sunan realized that the energy for these snake heads was shared. Unless they exhausted Salo's energy and mental strength, they couldn't destroy all the snake heads. Just then, a scream rang out. They turned to see Salo behind Black Forest, his hand piercing through Black Forest's abdomen, blood-stained fingers emerging from the front. Damn woman! Black Forest roared, his skin splitting as countless brown thorns emerged, enveloping him. Salo retreated, falling back over 10 meters. Beside him, a figure materialized into Ira. She had seized the chance to use an illusion to distract Black Forest, allowing Salo to strike. Sunan glanced at Ira. Alone, she was average, but with a partner, her abilities multiplied, making her an exceptional support. With severe injuries, Black Forest's situation became dire, the snake heads relentlessly attacking him, leaving him overwhelmed. His greatest fear, however, was Salo and Ira, watching for moments to strike. If they seized another opportunity, the consequences would be dire. Black Forest called for help. But the others were too busy with the snakeheads. Within a dozen breaths, Ira's illusion distracted Black Forest again, allowing Solo to move in, and with a snakehead striking from the other side, tore Black Forest apart. In under 10 minutes, despite having the numerical advantage, the first casualty emerged from the forest cabin side. Seeing this, Night Owl and the others felt their hearts sink. They hadn't expected Solo to be so terrifyingly powerful. Nearly fighting 7, he suppressed them completely, a strength unmatched on the Starlight continent. Bang! 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 A series of explosions erupted suddenly. With a flash of silver light, the 7 snakeheads shattered almost simultaneously. Fall back! Sunan ordered, retracting the magic core. His already depleted mental energy had been further drained by that attack, he couldn't use the magic core anymore without exhausting himself. Night Owl and the others hesitated but quickly gathered behind Sunan. Though they didn't know Sunan's plan, his earlier display of strength had made him the group's anchor. In this situation, they instinctively followed his lead. What, planning to surrender? Solo asked expressionlessly, glancing at the slowly regenerating snakeheads. Sunan chuckled, Carlos Python bloodline, correct. At this, Solo's indifferent facade cracked, his pupils narrowing. Night Owl and the others understood immediately Carlos Python bloodline was Solo's. Knowing an opponent's bloodline ability often led to finding a counter. Their spirits lifted at the thought. The traveler urgently asked, Sunan, what abilities does the Carlos Python bloodline have? Sunan calmly explained, the Carlos Python is an ancient beast that feeds on its prey's killing intent. It plants seeds of killing intent in its prey. Any creature harboring killing intent towards the Carlos Python constantly feeds it. Moreover, any self-originating attack can't harm it. Instead, the energy is absorbed, strengthening it. Night Owl and the others gasped, shocked. Such a bizarre and powerful bloodline. The translucent snakeheads that vanished into them were the seeds of killing intent. No wonder Solo dared reveal himself despite their numbers. The Carlos Python's bloodline ability was well suited for facing many foes with few. As long as the snakeheads were active, more opponents meant more nourishment and strength for the Carlos Python. Especially when opponents were unaware of its abilities, they inadvertently fed Solo energy. That was their mistake earlier. Rose realized why Solo had let them escape. He intended to create this exact scenario. This is the first time I've met a wizard apprentice who recognized the Carlos Python bloodline. Solo gave Sunan a deep look. Your knowledge is richer than I thought. Stone Scorpion is dead, isn't he? Sunan admitted, yes, the Stone Singer's bloodline abilities are strong, but with prior knowledge, defeating it wasn't difficult. Hearing this, Night Owl and the others were startled, looking at Sunan in disbelief. The mysterious Stone Scorpion was also killed by Sunan? And what was the Stone Singer bloodline? Silence fell over them. To ordinary people, wizard apprentices symbolized vast knowledge. But standing beside Sunan, they felt an inexplicable shame, like underachievers. Unfazed by their reactions, Sunan waved a hand without turning. You should leave. This guy isn't someone numbers can defeat. I can handle him. Night Owl and the others hesitated only briefly before retreating. Even knowing the Carlos Python's abilities, they had no effective counter. The best weapons against the snakeheads were magical items. But this was a weakness for many wizard apprentices, including them. They had maybe 1 or 2 dim-level magical items at most, already spent earlier, leaving them defenseless against the snakeheads, inadvertently feeding Solo. They had to admit, Solo's Carlos Python bloodline heavily countered wizard apprentices. No wonder so many third-level apprentices had fallen to him. Solo ignored their retreat, focusing solely on Sunan. To him, Sunan was the most troublesome opponent. Killing Sunan would make the rest of the forest cabin irrelevant. Can Sunan do it? Rose worried. The staff whispered, don't forget Sunan has the adamantine golem. The others paused, their eyes lighting up. Of course. Golems were external entities, incapable of emotions like killing intent, making them ideal against the Carlos Python's abilities. And Sunan had an adamantine golem. Golems were too large for a spatial ring, so they hadn't considered it initially. The staff's reminder brought it to mind Sunan had a way to carry golems. But they soon calmed. In this level of battle, an adamantine golem wouldn't decide the outcome, merely aiding Sunan's chances. Even without the Carlos bloodline, Solo was among the top third-level apprentices. The cavern fell silent. Solo's 7 snake heads had regenerated, their forked tongues flicking, eyes coldly focused on Sunan. Simultaneously, a figure appeared beside Sunan. Night Owl and the others were stunned. The figure wasn't the expected adamantine golem but a beautiful girl with snow-white skin. That's a puppet. The traveler was bewildered. The others were equally puzzled. They sensed the girl's distinct soul aura, confirming she was a puppet. But they'd never seen a puppet so human-like. To enhance combat capabilities, puppets usually sacrificed appearance for function, barely resembling humans. Only puppets made for aesthetics or specific uses, not combat or labor, were crafted to resemble humans closely. Such puppets were called dolls, distinct from combat and labor puppets. The girl looked like a doll. But why bring out a doll now? Night Owl and the others were baffled. Opposite, Solo scrutinized the girl puppet, eyes narrowing. Is this your trump card? Doesn't it look like one? Sunan smiled faintly, commanding the secret puppet, show him your power. Chapter 168. As Sunan spoke, the secret puppet was enveloped in a dazzling array of colors. All the third-level wizard apprentices present recognized the unique glow of spells. In just an instant, the puppet was imbued with multiple spells: levitation, agility, strength, resilience, shield, elemental protection. The sight left Night Owl and the others wide-eyed and slack-jawed. While spell-casting puppets aren't unheard of, wizard tomes describe techniques for permanently imbuing puppets with spells. The craftsmanship required to create such puppets was beyond their reach. Even if they couldn't craft them, they knew that puppets imbued with 3 or 4 spells were considered exceptional. Yet this puppet seemed to have at least 8 spells active. It was the first time they had witnessed such a marvel in all their years. What kind of puppet, or rather, what kind of construct was this? Solo was equally astonished. It was his first encounter with such a construct. In an instant, any scorn he harbored vanished, replaced by a solemn demeanor. With a sudden hiss, the snake body connecting the 7 snake heads severed from Solo, transforming into 7 massive pythons that lunged at Sunan with a foul stench. Solo, meanwhile, unleashed an arrow formed of a greenish liquid. Melf's acid arrow. Silent spell casting. Night Owl gasped, surprised that Solo had mastered silent spell casting. But as he spoke, he noticed Hunter, Traveler, and staff wearing strange expressions. What is it? Night Owl asked, puzzled. Traveler grimaced, pointing at Sunan. See for yourself. Night Owl looked over and widened his eyes in shock. Sunan's gestures were accompanied by a continuous flicker of spell light, each spell cast seamlessly. Magic missile, scorching ray, shattering sonic wave, fiery orb. As soon as one spell was released, the next was already being cast, the speed astonishing. What shocked him more was that Sunan's spells were noticeably different from ordinary spells. The trajectory of magic missile was unpredictable, scorching ray could bend, and shield became a full-body protective barrier. Wait! Night Owl realized with a start that Sunan was casting shield on himself while unleashing attack spells. Complex spell casting. Gasping, Night Owl's eyes filled with disbelief. Instant spell casting, complex spell casting, spell structuring. Sunan had mastered so many super magic skills. And these were among the most difficult and renowned for their complexity. Compared to this, Solo's mastery of silent spell casting seemed insignificant. On the opposite side, Solo was equally stunned. He had thought his silent spell casting was exceptional, only to find Sunan had mastered at least 4 super magic skills. Is this guy a monster? Even Solo, often seen as a monster by others, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. But he quickly focused, drawn to the secret puppet nearby. As he battled Sunan, the puppet girl clashed with the 7 giant pythons. Wielding a sword in one hand and casting spells with the other, she demonstrated formidable melee prowess and spellcasting finesse. Her casting speed even outpaced Solo's. In just 7 or 8 breaths, she had unleashed over 20 spells. How many spells were embedded in her? Even if Sunan had the skill, what material could support so many spells? What shocked Solo more was the puppet girl being surrounded by intertwined pale blue and earthy yellow lights. These were wind and earth energy particles. The red and blue light on her sword was fire and lightning energy particles. Occasionally, she unleashed ice and shadow rays, clearly ice and shadow energy particles. This construct could manipulate energy particles. Solo was astounded. The puppet's capabilities defied his understanding. Its abilities were akin to those of a wizard apprentice. When did constructs gain the ability to manipulate energy particles and cast spells freely like apprentices? No, this secret puppet was even more formidable than many third-level wizard apprentices. Judging by its present power, none in the Immortals, except for him, could likely contend with this puppet. Solo's inner turmoil was profound. Night Owl and the others were equally dumbfounded, eyes glazed. It can even manipulate energy particles. Is this really a puppet? The snake bodies aren't becoming solid, so it must be a puppet. Incredible. They had never imagined that a puppet could be so intricately and powerfully crafted. It was practically like creating a third-level wizard apprentice. And even more powerful than they were. Boom! A massive fireball exploded, shattering a snake head. The puppet girl moved swiftly, dodging two snake heads lunging from the left and right, and ghost-like, she darted behind another snake head, thrusting her sword forward, unleashing flames and lightning that tore the head and its body apart. Though the snake heads quickly reformed, their bodies were noticeably more ethereal, and the scales on the heads grew dimmer. Without the nourishment of the seeds of killing intent, the 7 pythons were no match for the puppet girl. With each death and rebirth, their energy rapidly diminished. Seeing this, Solo's heart sank. He had thought the Carlos Python bloodline would grant him victory over the forest cabin members, but he hadn't anticipated Sunan's hidden trump card. The 7 snake heads are unreliable, the only option now is to eliminate Sunan first. Solo's eyes flashed coldly as he thrust his hands forward, transforming them into 2 fearsome snake heads that surged towards Sunan, tongues flicking. Simultaneously, a strange wave enveloped Sunan. Sinister mental energy seeped into Sunan's mind, attempting to warp his thoughts. Don't you ever learn? Sunan sneered, using the last death knell mark without hesitation. A thunderous bell sound erupted, and Ira staggered into view from a shadow 100 meters away. Before she could recover, 2 adamantine golems descended, flanking her, their iron fists crashing down. Night Owl and the others, moving to assist, paused, awestruck. Not 1, but 2 adamantine golems. Meanwhile, Solo groaned as the death knell's sonic wave hit him, his snake heads bursting into a bloody mist. He withdrew his hands, both arms already bloodied. Bloodline mark. Solo's temples throbbed. In nearly 200 years, having faced countless third-level wizard apprentices, he had never encountered someone like Sunan, with endless trump cards. It was exasperating. The only silver lining was that Sunan seemed heavily depleted from previous battles, likely near mental exhaustion, as he hadn't cast spells after their exchange. In other words, Sunan only had his magical tools for defense now. Once those were exhausted, he could be defeated. With a swift decision, Solo slashed his right palm with 2 fingers, the skin splitting to reveal not blood but a grey viscous liquid. With keen eyesight, Sunan saw tiny white dots within the liquid, like sesame seeds. Upon contact with air, the white dots swelled rapidly into egg-like forms, then burst open, revealing slender little snakes bathed in mucus. The mucus evaporated swiftly in the air, and the snakes grew quickly. In moments, the cavern was filled with over 110-meter-long pythons, hissing as they charged Sunan. Sunan remained unfazed, flipping his wrist to reveal a high-level rune stone. A thunderous crack followed as countless serpentine bolts of lightning erupted, annihilating dozens of pythons. Solo's eye twitched as he released more snake eggs, his face darkening. Now aware of Solo's plan, Sunan smirked inwardly, producing another high-level rune stone. The cavern echoed with the hissing of serpents and the rumble of thunder. Pythons continued to spawn, only to be obliterated by lightning. The cavern's center became a battlefield akin to a meat grinder. Watching, Night Owl and the others swallowed involuntarily, their hearts pounding. If they faced either of these 2 alone, they'd have been dead long ago. Their power wasn't on the same level. Boom! Lightning burst forth, eradicating the surrounding pythons. Solo's face paled, and he ceased his actions. His store of snake eggs wasn't infinite, and the fierce battle had depleted them all. Seeing this, Sunan smirked coldly, flipping his hand to reveal 4 high-level rune stones gleaming under the cavern's fluorescent light. For this operation, he had prepared over 100 high-level rune stones. Despite expending many in previous battles, especially against the winged creature, nearly 100 remained. Solo's attempt to outlast him was a fool's errand. Even another Solo couldn't outlast him. Even without high-level rune stones, he still had the golden apple and the golem army in the cube, ensuring he wouldn't lose a war of attrition. From the moment Salo chose to engage in a battle of attrition, his fate was sealed. Seeing the stones in Sunan's hand, Salo's face drained of color. With a deafening roar, brilliant lightning engulfed Salo. Nearby, the 7 snake heads, battered by the secret puppet and almost ethereal, twitched as if shocked, then shattered like bubbles. Sunan focused, and as the lightning dissipated, only a charred corpse remained. The body infused with ancient bloodlines is truly resilient, even after that it didn't disintegrate. Sunan marveled inwardly. The combined strike of 4 high-level rune stones could obliterate an adamantine golem, yet Salo left a corpse. His resilience was astounding. Sunan didn't approach rashly, letting the puppet girl check. Confirming Salo's death, she retrieved his space ring, and Sunan turned his gaze to Ira nearby. With golems immune to all illusions, Ira, flanked by 2 adamantine golems, was in dire straits. Seeing Salo fall, Ira knew things were dire and tried to flee, but Sunan's gaze was already upon her. You managed to escape once before, but did you think you'd get a second chance? Sunan sneered. Without him needing to act, the puppet girl charged. Facing an opponent on par with a top 3rd level wizard apprentice, immune to illusions, Ira was powerless. In a swift encounter, the puppet girl shattered her shield and magical defenses, decapitating her with a single strike. Ira's head flew, landing meters away, rolling to a stop, her bright blue eyes staring at the cavern ceiling, filled with lingering regret and terror. Sunan smirked. While specializing in illusions could yield immense power, it left one vulnerable against opponents immune to them, rendering one utterly defenseless. Though specializing isn't necessary, it doesn't hurt to dabble. Sunan retrieved Ira's space ring, glancing inside. It held many wizard tomes, possibly containing illusion spells. Pocketing the ring, Sunan glanced at Night Owl and the others, then approached the winged creature. Being in the corner, the creature hadn't been caught in the recent battle, instead regaining some strength. Seeing Sunan approach, the divine being frantically flapped its wings, stirring air currents to lift itself, attempting to escape, but the puppet girl struck it down with a single sword strike. A few more punches left the creature utterly powerless. Only then did Sunan take out a gemstone, beginning to inscribe a sealing array. Only then did Night Owl and the others return to their senses, their gazes at Sunan's back filled with complexity. Both awe and admiration. The notorious founder of the Immortals had died at Sunan's hands. Before that, he had subdued a 4th circle legendary divine being. Such power inspired genuine awe. Having known Sunan for so long, only today did they fully grasp his strength. Throughout the entire southeastern continent, there was likely no more formidable wizard apprentice than Sunan. Chapter 169. Moments later, Sunan completed the sealing array. The winged creature, with most of its power sealed away, became completely lethargic and was shouldered by an adamantine golem, no longer resisting. After storing the secret puppet and the other adamantine golem back into the cube, Sunan approached the members of the forest cabin and looked at the hunter. The deal is done. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Hearing this, Rose and the traveler perked up, turning their gazes to the hunter. No problem. The hunter smiled and took out the dawn potion and the keys to the Starlight Tower, distributing them to everyone. With the key in hand, Rose and the traveler's eyes lit up with joy. They had risked so much, barely escaping with their lives, all for the Starlight Tower key. With this, they had a chance to ascend to become a formal wizard. Only Night Owl looked a bit complicated. The forest cabin had only 9 members, and this operation had cost them 3 lives. The scale of their hard-earned trade had reverted to what it was 10 years ago. Now, they had to find new members again. Having obtained what he wanted, Sunan wasted no time, bidding them farewell and leaving. He had much to attend to next. As Sunan's figure disappeared into the cave's exit, the remaining 5 exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Who would have thought Sunan was hiding so much? Rather than hiding, it seems we've never truly seen through him. Indeed, I feel like Sunan might not have even used his full strength to kill Salo. He probably has other trump cards. Ugh, I'm done thinking about this. The more I think, the more I feel like a failure. The traveler quickly changed the subject, glancing at the sigil stone in his hand and asking the hunter. Hunter, tell me honestly, how many Starlight Tower keys do you actually have? The hunter shook his head. Besides the ones I gave you, there are only 4 left. 3 were reserved for Remains, Black Forest, and Red Heart. That's all Ivans gave me. Where is Ivans? The staff asked. Not sure. The hunter shrugged. After I diverted the immortal's attention, who knows where he hid? But I suspect he still has plenty of Starlight Tower keys. The traveler sighed. It was once hard to even get a hint of the Starlight Tower, and now so many keys have appeared. The Starlight royalty hid it well. The staff frowned. I hope Ivan stays hidden. I don't want to find a crowd of wizard apprentices when we reach the Starlight Tower in 6 years. Although current information suggested the Starlight Tower inheritance wasn't competitive, every wizard inheritance had limited resources. More people meant less for each individual. If possible, they didn't want too many apprentices entering the Starlight Tower. If they could find Ivan's, they'd probably lock him up for 6 years until they secured the Starlight Tower's legacy. 6 years to go, Night Owl said seriously. Let's all prepare well. Back in Giant Eye City, Sunan went through a spatial passage to Dragon Forest. In a flash of light, he appeared in the modification area of the 13th floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Each modification area in the Dragon Skeleton Tower had specially built detention rooms for holding dragon types and dragons. Sunan found the highest grade detention room, tossed the winged creature inside, instructed Butler No. 1 to guard it well, and then returned to the control center at the top floor. After a battle, naturally came the pleasure of tallying the spoils. Sunan had acquired 7 space rings in total, from the 4 Immortals members and the rings of Black Forest, Remains, and Red Heart. The first 2 were taken from Solo. The latter was taken quietly when the group was fleeing from the winged creature. He avenged Red Heart by defeating the winged creature, so taking the space ring as compensation seemed fair. Yes, very fair. Sunan first opened Red Heart's space ring. Gold and silver coins, gems, wizard tomes, potions, materials, all typical items found in a wizard apprentice's space ring. With ample experience in this area, Sunan swiftly categorized everything. To his slight disappointment, nothing particularly stood out. The most valuable item was probably a vial of high-grade draconic blood. Unfortunately, that's what Sunan had plenty of now. Next was Black Forest's space ring. Compared to the previous one, this ring had more materials. There were many rare magical plants. Still, nothing too exciting. It wasn't until he opened Remain's space ring that Sunan's eyes lit up. Soul crystals. Over 100 soul crystals. Though they were all miniature, they were still incredibly valuable. Now I have the materials to synthesize a medium soul crystal. Synthesizing a medium soul crystal required about 120 small soul crystals. Previously, Sunan had spent a long time collecting miniature soul crystals to synthesize the medium soul crystal needed for the secret puppet. But now he had the materials for a second medium soul crystal, just waiting to gather enough mithril to create another secret puppet. The secret puppet's powerful combat abilities had been vividly demonstrated in today's battle. Undoubtedly, it was the puppet that Sunan would focus on studying and crafting in the future. Aside from the soul crystals, Sunan was pleasantly surprised to find wizard tomes related to creating soul crystals in the space ring. Though it only detailed how to make miniature and small soul crystals, it was enough. With the synthesis cube, as long as he had enough miniature soul crystals, he could even synthesize legendary soul crystals. Delighted, Sunan immediately delved into the tome. With his powerful mental strength, he read through the entire book in under half an hour, frowning in contemplation. Only third-level wizard apprentices can extract souls to condense crystals. Hey! This meant he'd have to personally create soul crystals. Currently, he was the only third-level wizard apprentice in the entire base. Soul sources aren't lacking, there are plenty of native tribes and city-states around the Star Alliance. A small-scale war to exterminate a tribe could produce dozens of soul crystals. If it's a war on the scale of Giant Eye City, hundreds of soul crystals could be made, maybe even a few small soul crystals. A legendary level soul could create a small soul crystal. In the vast underground world, legendary level creatures weren't common, but they weren't rare either. At least I won't be short on soul crystals anymore. Sunan's frown eased, a smile forming. With enough soul crystals, he wouldn't need to consume a large number of stone golems to synthesize first and second level legendary puppets. He could directly use iron golems to replace elite stone golems and synthesize elite iron golems to replace advanced stone golems, saving significantly on costs. Setting aside Remain's space ring, Sunan happily opened the Immortal space rings. There were no surprises in Ember and Stone Scorpion's rings. Ira's ring was similar, only some illusion-related wizard tomes piqued Sunan's interest. He set the tomes aside for later study and finally looked at Solo's space ring. The founder of the Immortals should have plenty of good stuff. Opening the ring, Sunan's face lit with joy. As expected, Solo's space ring was a treasure trove. Just the gold coins alone numbered 70 to 80,000, with 2 to 3,000 gems, many of high quality. These two alone were worth over 100,000 gold. In addition, there were numerous magical plants, rare metals, and various other materials. There were also plenty of potions and soul crystals. Sunan even found a medium soul crystal inside. Who knows how many legendary knights Solo had killed to gather enough souls for this medium soul crystal? Or perhaps they were souls of wizard apprentices. With a chuckle, Sunan accepted the medium soul crystal gleefully. After inventorying all valuables and materials, over 100 wizard tomes remained. The tomes Solo kept in his space ring were naturally not ordinary. After a rough inventory, Sunan found many tomes of interest. As expected of the Immortals founder, he had many rare knowledge inheritances. Sunan smiled. When he picked up the last tome and read the title, his eyes brightened further. The model construction of the talent crystal killing intent. Talent crystal. Sunan quickly opened the book to read. The three major standards for becoming a wizard: star rings, mental power, and the most crucial, talent crystal. Once the number of star rings and mental power met the requirements, a wizard apprentice faced the hardest step to becoming a formal wizard: constructing the talent crystal model. A talent crystal model is essentially an aggregate of runes. Different types and numbers of runes result in talent crystal models that produce different abilities. A talent crystal is a wizard's most important combat tool, crucial for future growth potential and combat strength. Talent crystals are divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. To break through to become a true spirit wizard, one must construct at least a middle-level talent crystal. Wizards with lower-level talent crystals have a slim chance of becoming true spirit wizards. In fact, even those with middle-level talent crystals have less than a 1% chance. Aspiring to become a true spirit wizard is a goal only wizards with upper-level talent crystals can realistically pursue. Solo's book detailed the model construction of a lower-level talent crystal called Killing Intent. Wizards who ascend with the Killing Intent talent crystal can release a domain of Killing Intent, where all creatures within suffer constant Killing Intent shocks, easily driving weaker-willed beings into a frenzy. Moreover, the wizard can slightly recover physical and mental strength through killing, exemplifying the concept of growing stronger with each battle. One can imagine the terror a wizard with such abilities would bring to a knight's battlefield. And this was just a lower-level talent crystal. It highlighted the formidable power of formal wizards. Too bad it's just a lower-level talent crystal model. Sunan felt a slight regret. He intended to aim for a true spirit wizard, so his target was undoubtedly an upper-level talent crystal. Lower and middle-level talent crystals were not considerations. Constructing a talent crystal involves 3 steps. The first is deciding on the talent crystal model to construct. Talent crystal models are typically further refined and deepened from original models. The simplest and most common is using a spell model as the original model for refinement. Alternatively, one could replicate and extract a magical item's characteristics to serve as the original model. The last option is using a bloodline ability as the original model. This option is usually chosen by wizard apprentices following the bloodline wizard path. For instance, the Killing Intent talent crystal model was clearly refined from the Carlos Python bloodline ability. Wizard apprentices with the Carlos bloodline who ascend with the Killing Intent talent crystal, due to the high compatibility between the crystal and their bloodline, would have higher combat strength and potential than other lower-level talent crystal wizards. Initially, bloodline wizards have more advantages than true spirit wizards. In some ways, this can be seen as trading potential for immediate benefits. In summary, when choosing a talent crystal model, apprentices can select models left by predecessors or create new ones. The former saves time and effort, and since the model's feasibility is proven, there's no risk of unexpected outcomes. The downside is that these models might not fully suit the individual. Each model was originally created based on the creator's conditions. No two people's souls and bodies, no matter how similar, can match perfectly. Differences will exist. This results in imperfect compatibility between the successor and the model, causing varying degrees of impact. Initially, this might not be apparent, but it will become a barrier to higher realms in the future. Thus, all ambitious wizard apprentices invariably choose to create their own models. Even those bound by family bloodline traditions will adjust and modify ancestral models to better fit themselves, never accepting them without alteration. Naturally, Sunan planned to choose the second path. In fact, he had already decided on the original model for his talent crystal. Chapter 170. The magic core's formidable power, with its balance of offense and defense, makes it undoubtedly the best choice for a talent crystal's original model, at least among Sunan's current resources. In fact, since he first fused with the magic core, Sunan has had a vague plan forming, which only recently became clear. The magic core itself is constructed from a vast number of runes, akin to a talent crystal model, as both are fundamentally aggregates of runes. Thus, modifying it into a talent crystal model isn't excessively difficult. More importantly, the magic core can be infinitely upgraded and enhanced. With enough time, Sunan can use the magic core as a sample to create an upper-level talent crystal model. For Sunan, who lacks access to formal wizards and resources on the resource-poor Starlight continent, this is undoubtedly the best outcome. He suspects that on the current Starlight continent, only the 3 major wizard legacies might possess the methods to construct mid to upper level talent crystal models. But with the Starlight Tower not opening for another 6 years, he doesn't plan to wait that long. Moreover, if the Starlight Tower doesn't contain an upper level talent crystal model, he would waste several years of time. Considering all this, choosing the magic core as the original model is clearly the best choice. The second step in constructing a talent crystal is building the model itself. Generally, the higher the talent crystal model's level, the more runes it contains, and the construction difficulty increases exponentially. Even the simplest lower-level talent crystal model contains between 800,000 to 1 million runes, far exceeding the magic core. With such an astounding number of runes, the construction time is naturally measured in decades. For mid-level and upper-level talent crystal models, even more so. In fact, many wizard apprentices, after meeting the star ring and mental strength requirements, get stuck at this stage, never completing a talent crystal model before their life's end. However, there are ways to shorten the time needed to construct a talent crystal model. The wizarding world has various potions to accelerate the construction of talent crystal models. Basically, any potion that enhances meditation efficiency can aid in this process. I have Divine Blood Ember and Transcendent Potion, which should speed up the construction of a talent crystal model faster than usual. However, constructing a talent crystal model before the Starlight Tower appears is unlikely. Given that it's an upper-level talent crystal, the difficulty is several times higher than a lower-level one. Completing it within 10 years is already considered fast. Unless there are other potions to boost construction speed. If it were a lower-level talent crystal model, it could be completed before the Starlight Tower appears. Speaking of which, I wonder if talent crystal models can be synthesized. Sunan's eyes suddenly lit up. The cube can only synthesize tangible items, and like the magic core, a talent crystal model is composed of runes, lacking the rare metals as a carrier, so he's unsure if it counts as tangible. It's worth a try. After pondering for a while, Sunan quickly devised a plan. Since constructing an upper-level talent crystal model before the Starlight Tower opens is impossible, he might as well first construct a lower-level talent crystal model using the magic core as the original model and see if it can be synthesized. If it fails, at worst, he'll have wasted a few years, which can be seen as experience for constructing an upper-level talent crystal model. But if he succeeds, it could lead to something greater than an upper-level talent crystal model, an unprecedented talent crystal. The benefits for his future wizard path are immeasurable. It's worth trying. Sunan made up his mind. The third step in constructing a talent crystal model is crystallizing the model. Wizard apprentices need to inject mental strength into the constructed model, filling it until it crystallizes. This process also requires a long time, often measured in years. After all, a wizard apprentice's mental strength is minuscule compared to what's needed for model crystallization. The entire process involves repeated cycles of injection recovery of mental strength. The only way to shorten this process is by using special items to accelerate mental strength recovery, thus reducing time. For this, Sunan has already planned ahead. He currently possesses a very suitable item: golden apples. After consuming a golden apple, one gains the miraculous effect of unlimited vitality, instantly restoring physical and mental strength to peak condition, with the effect lasting about an hour. He reckons this hour should be enough to fill an upper-level talent crystal model. By next year's month of rejuvenation, I should be able to construct the 17th star ring. After that, I'll construct the 18th star ring and raise my mental strength to 60 points, allowing me to begin constructing the talent crystal model. Before that, I need to create the model. Sunan exhaled deeply. He had a busy time ahead. Creating soul crystals, crafting iron golems, synthesizing new second circle legendary puppets. Extracting blood from the winged creature to study bloodline marks and divine energy extraction. Creating a talent crystal model. Each task requires a substantial amount of time. Additionally, training cannot be neglected. Sunan foresaw a hectic schedule for himself. The formation of the third small golem army must also be prioritized. Sunan glanced at the space rings before him. Despite the various unexpected developments during the ambush on the Immortals, it was mostly a smooth operation with extremely bountiful rewards. Excluding the winged creature, the 7 space rings alone had a combined value exceeding 500,000. After all, their original owners were all among the best third-level wizard apprentices, each possessing significant wealth. With this wealth, the funding gap for forming the third small golem army was significantly reduced. Leaving the control center, Sunan returned to his study and summoned Carolina and the Red Widow. The magic rune knights stationed at Giant Eye City can withdraw. Sunan casually instructed, then continued, report any new tribes or city-states discovered to me immediately. Carolina nodded, then asked, do you have other plans, Master? Sunan didn't hide it, I need a large number of souls to create soul crystals. Carolina and the Red Widow understood immediately. Both were ruthless individuals who saw no issue with using living souls to create soul crystals. If they knew how to extract souls, they would have done it themselves. Soul crystals are valuable items. After inquiring about the progress of exploration and finding no issues, Sunan dismissed the 2 and left Dragon Forest for base number 1, heading straight to the palace. When he found Kyi, he was practicing martial arts. Even as the ruler of a nation, Kyi hadn't neglected his training, diligently practicing breathing techniques and martial arts daily. With ample dragon blood fruit, he had broken through to become a second circle legendary knight 2 months ago. At just 31 years old, being a second circle legendary knight was unmatched on the Starlight continent. However, at this stage, further rapid advancement with dragon blood fruit required 6th level dragon blood fruit. The entire magical plantation's yield in one cycle wasn't enough to synthesize one. Moreover, one wasn't enough, it required long-term consumption. Consequently, Kyi reduced his intake of dragon blood fruit. Even if Sunan could supply it, he couldn't afford to spend so much on it. As long as he could ascend to a third circle legendary knight within 6 years, in time for the Starlight Tower's opening, there was no rush. Here. When Kyi finished training and approached, Sunan tossed him a sigil stone and a potion. Kyi caught them steadily, glanced at them, and smiled with joy. Sunan had previously mentioned the ambush on the Immortals, and seeing these, Kyi immediately understood the stone was the Starlight Tower key, and the potion was the Dawn Potion. After a moment, Kyi asked, what about the Immortals? From today, the Immortals no longer exist on the Starlight continent, Sunan smiled slightly. That's great. Kyi beamed. The Immortals were a grave threat to any nation's ruler due to their unpredictability. Their demise was undoubtedly beneficial for the entire southeastern continent. There's another matter I need to discuss with you. Sunan relayed what Rose had told him. After listening, Kyi pondered for a while, then said solemnly, that's a good suggestion. The Azure Gold Empire's recent actions have been increasingly blatant, almost openly preparing to move against the duchy. While I'm not afraid, going against the Empire alone is challenging. Even if we eventually defeat the Empire, other nations might benefit from our struggle. It's better to seek allies and take the opportunity to annihilate the Empire. The Azure Gold Empire, after all, had been the southeastern continent's hegemon for centuries, with deep foundations. Even with the Star Duchy's Black Rock Cavalry and Golem Army, they couldn't guarantee victory over the Empire. Having other nations share the burden is advantageous. Moreover, even if they conquered the Azure Gold Empire, the Star Duchy's current size couldn't absorb it all. Sharing some benefits to reduce war losses was a sensible trade. Sunan nodded, saying nothing more. He was merely passing a message, how to proceed was up to Kyi. As for surface warfare, aside from dealings with the Star Duchy, Sunan had no plans to intervene. His focus was on enhancing his power and expanding the Star Alliance, leaving no room for surface conflicts. With him and the Star Alliance as a backing, the Star Duchy needn't fear defeat. If war with the Azure Gold Empire breaks out, I'd like to hire a golem army from you, Kyi said. Sunan considered and agreed. He planned to form the third small golem army soon, so dispatching one to support the surface wasn't an issue. It could also generate some revenue to alleviate financial pressure. In the following time, Sunan became busy. After personally exterminating several native tribes and a city-state, he amassed a large number of soul crystals and began mass-producing iron golems and synthesizing them. Synthesizing a second circle legendary elite iron golem required 6 iron golems, costing about 9,000 gold. Including spell permanence and enchantment, the total cost was only 12,000 gold, saving 10,000 gold compared to a high-level stone golem of the same level. Using only iron golems and elite iron golems to replace elite and high-level stone golems in a small golem army could save around 300,000 gold. Constructing a small golem army costs about 700,000 gold. This meant saving over 40% of costs. The wealth Sunan gained from the ambush on the immortals was enough to construct a small golem army. This was the greatest benefit of mastering soul crystal creation. Sunan decided to cease synthesizing elite and high-level stone golems, replacing them with iron golems. Subsequently, Sunan attempted to use iron golems to synthesize a third circle legendary puppet. The final cost was 78,000 gold, over 20,000 more than an adamantine golem. As expected, synthesis costs are much higher. Shaking his head, Sunan decided to stick with crafting adamantine golems. Now he could create soul crystals himself, only lacking magical adamantine. In the modification district, inside the laboratory, Sunan carefully controlled the blood with a mage hand, drawing the final blood trace on the back of his hand. With a flash of blood light, a new bloodline mark was formed. Looking at the crimson mark on his hand, Sunan smiled in satisfaction. He had crafted this bloodline mark using the winged creature's blood, allowing him to control air currents and unleash countless air blades instantly. The winged creature had used this very move to kill Red Heart, showcasing its formidable power. Another trump card. Under the light, Sunan's palms bore bloodline marks on both backs. One was the death knell mark, the other the air blade mark. All 5 death knell marks had been used up in the previous operation, and Sunan had only recently redrawn 2 new ones. The air blade mark, being newly developed, had only 1. It would take a long time to gather enough blood to fill both hands with bloodline marks. Although this will slow the absorption of divine energy, I have 2 divine beings now, so absorbing double the energy will soon make up for it. During this period, Sunan hadn't neglected studying the winged creature's divine energy and had already extracted it. The only issue was that the divine energy was tainted by the beholder's worship, carrying a trace of belief power. Although very faint, it was still a contamination. Using the cube to synthesize and purify it was necessary before absorbing. This extra step extended the absorption time. Chapter 171. Starlight Calendar 1259, Month of Frostfall. Following the ambush on the Immortals, the first meeting saw a noticeable drop in attendance. Besides Night Owl and Sunan, only Rose was present. The others have gone into seclusion, preparing for the Starlight Tower in 6 years, Night Owl explained. I'm planning to go into seclusion to focus on my training as well. During this time, the forest cabin meetings will be temporarily suspended. Sunan had no objections. Neither did Rose, as she also needed to prepare for the journey to the Starlight Tower. The opportunity to advance to a formal wizard required her to gather as many resources as possible from the Starlight Tower. Starlight Calendar 1260, Month of Rejuvenation. Sunan successfully constructed the 17th star ring, pushing his mental strength beyond 53 points. Simultaneously, the proficiency needed to upgrade the star ring meditation method skyrocketed to 7 million points. Sunan estimated that even with the elemental pool's meditation bonus, it would take at least 3 years to construct the final star ring. This leaves only 3 years to construct the talent crystal model. It's a bit tight, but not impossible. Sunan stood up and walked out of the meditation chamber, heading to the laboratory. After nearly half a year of research, significant progress had been made in constructing a talent crystal model using the magic core as the original model. Completing it before the star ring and mental strength met the promotion criteria was well within reach. After all, it was just a lower-level talent crystal model, so the difficulty wasn't too high. Notably, the third small golem army was also formed. Its high-end combat power was entirely composed of iron golems, elite dual-blade spiders, and adamantine golems. In terms of high-end combat power, it was slightly stronger than the other 2 golem armies. Sunan planned to keep this golem army to expand the Star Alliance's territory and draw a force from the other 2 to support the Star Duchy. Upon receiving the cooperation intent from the Thornflower Duchy, KYI began secret negotiations with them, initiating a silent alliance against the Azure Gold Empire. The war erupted faster than Sunan anticipated. Starlight Calendar 1260, Month of Spring Dawn. As the snow melted, 9 countries, including the Star Duchy and the Thornflower Duchy, simultaneously declared war on the Azure Gold Empire. The Azure Gold Empire, originally planning to provoke a war soon, was caught off guard. They anticipated the Star Duchy might strike first and prepared for it, but didn't expect 8 other countries to join the fray. Suddenly, the Azure Gold Empire was besieged on all sides. A massive war involving 10 nations broke out. Sunan didn't pay much attention to the surface war, only requesting a monthly war report from the palace and continuing to focus on training and research, occasionally monitoring exploration progress and Dragon Forest's construction. After over 2 years of recovery, Dragon Forest was fully restored. Zone 2 had returned to its original state. However, without dragon cultivation, Zone 2 could only be used as a large magical plantation. Sunan ordered large-scale planting of magical plants, dedicating nearly a third of the area to dragon blood fruit. With the magic rune nights expanding annually, the demand for dragon blood fruit would rise significantly each year. Sunan's foresight was to prepare for this. For simple magical plant cultivation, not much energy circulation was needed. According to Butler No. 1's calculations, Zone 2 needed only 18.48% energy circulation ratio. Zone 1, where the dragon types were located, maintained an optimal energy circulation ratio of 35.12%. Due to the limited number of wizard apprentices, Dragon Skeleton Tower's peak energy usage was less than 10%. More than half of that was Sunan's use. Overall, Dragon Forest's energy was mostly in surplus, ensuring no energy shortage for a long time. Elsewhere, the first batch of dragon antelopes in the large breeding chamber had outgrown their juvenile phase and were moved to the dragon antelope pasture. In 4 to 5 years, the first batch of mature dragon antelopes would be ready for forming the dragon antelope cavalry. By then, the magic rune knight's combat power would further leap. Currently, Dragon Forest was on a stable development track, requiring little attention from Sunan. Time flew by, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. Starlight Calendar 1265, Month of Thunder. Underground, over 50 kilometers north of Nolan City. The dark underground passage was deathly silent, with only faint footsteps echoing. Shimina cautiously observed the surroundings, confirming all team members were in position, and sighed in relief, pulling his magical cloak tighter. They were over 10 kilometers underground, where the air was cold and damp, carrying a bone-chilling chill. Even after living in the underground world for 6 to 7 years, Shimina still found it somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, his magical cloak provided resistance to moisture and warmth, a standard issue for all wizard apprentices and magic rune knights in the exploration mission. Corey and Atil followed a few steps behind Shimina, also vigilantly watching their surroundings. Since Atil ascended to a second-level wizard apprentice, he returned to acting with Shimina and Corey. The three were almost always together, growing increasingly coordinated over the years and achieving notable merits. Their impressive record as a trio influenced many newcomers, leading more second-level wizard apprentices to form 3-person teams. Besides Shimina, the team included 2 squads of magic rune knights, totaling 20 knights. Everyone maintained silence, minimizing unnecessary communication to avoid noise interference with their vigilance. After 10 minutes, the team reached a wide area. Shimina signaled, and the group dispersed, checking the surroundings. Finding no issues, they chose a spot with a wide view to sit and rest. Apart from the magic rune knights on guard duty, others took out food and water, seizing the time to rest and fill their stomachs. Shimina nibbled on dry rations, with an invisible tower shield hovering behind him. Years of exploring and fighting in the underground had turned him into an experienced adventurer. He was always mindful of the many creatures in the underground that could traverse rock walls, so he never chose spots near walls for rest. Furthermore, battles with monsters could break out any time underground, so vigilance was constant. At least one spell or protective magical item should be active at all times. I heard the base is forming dragon-type cavalry this year. During the break, vigilance relaxed, and Atil opened a conversation. Shimina nodded. It's dragon antelope knights. I've seen the dragon antelope pasture from afar, there are many, all well developed. He paused, turning to Corey. Corey, isn't your dragon antelope familiar from the breeding chamber? Corey, typically taciturn, nodded. All three now had their own familiars. Kori's was a dragon antelope. Shimina had a storm dragon beast. Atil had a pterosaur. All were contracted juvenile dragon types. After over 4 years of nurturing, their familiars had reached legendary status. Of course, they still couldn't match the teacher's familiar. Rumor had it that the hidden dragon had grown to a 4th circle legendary level, with bloodline purity close to dragons. Standing before the hidden dragon now, all three felt a heart-pounding, breath-shortening awe. It was a powerful presence akin to dragon might. It's foreseeable that the hidden dragon's evolution into a dragon was only a matter of time. Shimina's dream was to one day nurture his storm dragon beast to the hidden dragon's level. I heard Prince Abbott is taking the aptitude test this year. Atil brought up another topic. Yes, Prince Abbott is 12, meeting the minimum age for the test. Shimina mused, I wonder if he'll pass. Prince Abbott is royalty, his chances should be high, Atil said. Not necessarily, royalty excels in night talents, but wizard aptitude isn't much different from others. Failing the test is more likely. Atil agreed, remembering that Grand Duke Kyi was only a legendary knight, not a wizard apprentice, so his descendants lacked an advantage in this regard. But their teacher, if he had descendants, might very well produce wizardly talent. Speaking of which, the teacher's appearances are becoming rarer. Carolina mentioned he often spends 1 or 2 months in the meditation chamber. Do you think he's advancing to a wizard? Shimini and Kori exchanged glances at Atil's remark. Truthfully, they'd had similar thoughts. Despite learning that the current Starlight continent couldn't produce true wizards, their teacher was different. Though they hadn't met other third-level wizard apprentices, they knew their teacher, with vast resources, was unique on the Starlight continent. If anyone had the best chance of becoming a wizard, it was undoubtedly their teacher. It's possible. Shimina's face lit up with a smile. If their teacher successfully became a formal wizard, it would be a huge morale boost for them. At least it would give them hope that the Starlight continent could indeed produce formal wizards. I'm not counting on becoming a wizard, Atil sighed. I'll be content reaching 3rd-level apprentice. Shimini remained silent, harboring a sliver of hope for becoming a formal wizard, despite knowing it was distant. The base had grown to over 350 apprentices, with 2nd-level apprentices reaching double digits. More 2nd-level apprentices joining the Star Alliance's exploration greatly accelerated its expansion. Compared to 4 years ago, the Star Alliance's territory more than doubled. 4 years ago, the Star Alliance had only Ulake, Matu, Orson, and Giant Eye City, plus Kasham, now a magical plantation. Now, the Star Alliance encompassed 15 city-states and over 100 resource points. However, as its territory expanded, resistance to its growth intensified. More city-state forces perceived the Star Alliance as a threat and united against its expansion. Their current mission was due to man-faced lion scouts spotting dark elf traces nearby, losing several scouts in the process. We've circled several times without finding anything. Could they have been mistaken? Atil returned to business. Shimina shook his head. I don't think so. Man-faced lion scouts excel at hiding, and few creatures near Nolan City can detect them. Plus, one dead scout had dagger wounds and shadow energy erosion hallmarks of dark elves. What do we do next? Keep searching. Dark elves are skilled at hiding, but they can't hide forever. We'll find them. Dark Spider City is 700-800 kilometers away. Why are they here? Maybe they're uneasy about the Star Alliance's expansion. Atil agreed, noting the Star Alliance's territory advanced 500-600 kilometers in just 4 to 5 years. If she were a Dark Elf matron, she'd be deeply concerned. Just then, a magic rune knight on guard called out. Something's happening. They didn't need his reminder, Shimini, Kori, and Atil had already sensed it. They immediately stood, activating magical items or chanting spells. The other magic rune knights quickly reacted, activating rune constructs and raising weapons, eyes wary of the front. Silence reigned for about 6 or 7 seconds before heavy, clear footsteps echoed, as if a massive crawling creature approached. It moved slowly, but its weight was evident, lightly shaking nearby rock and soil. The most up-to-date noves are published on Fruitnoelo. The magic rune knights gripped sword hilts, faces tense. Shimini, Kori, and Atil remained calm, their expressions unreadable, with runestones secretly in hand. Soon, a round, black shadow appeared in view. It resembled a giant black maggot, about 3 meters long, with 6 stubby claws and a triangular head, its mouth a protruding thin tube, eyeless. It's a dark sound-blind monster. Shimini immediately identified the creature. The base's Underground World Creature Guide mentioned the dark sound-blind monster. Chapter 172. Be careful, the dark sound-blind monster has near legendary combat strength. Watch out for its sonic attacks. Shimini warned, not lowering his voice. The dark sound-blind monster's hearing could detect sounds from over 100 meters away. It was likely drawn by their earlier conversation and was already aware of their presence, making hiding useless. Sure enough, the dark sound-blind monster raised its head, its tubular mouth trembling as it unleashed a sound wave powerful enough to pierce metal and stone, directly targeting Shimini and his companions. 2 magic rune knights quickly stepped forward, shields raised to intercept the sound wave aimed at Shimini's group. After a silent vibration, the iron shields quickly returned to calm. Being enchanted equipment, they withstood the attack that would have shattered ordinary metal shields. The 2 knights' intervention bought time for Shimini and his team to complete their spells. Shimini's weakening ray and Atil's freezing ray hit the dark sound-blind monster simultaneously, causing it to weaken visibly, its body now covered in a layer of frost. Following this, Kori's magic missile hit the monster's tubular mouth, blasting it apart. The creature howled in pain, its voice garbled due to the damaged mouth. Seizing the opportunity, the magic rune knights charged, wielding long swords and warmers to deliver relentless blows. Under the assault of over 10 knights with Grand Knight level strength, the dark sound-blind monster struggled desperately but was soon beaten to death. Once assured the monster was dead, Shimini lowered his hand calmly. Such battles had occurred countless times before. He and his companions had even slain legendary monsters together. In comparison, a near-legendary dark sound-blind monster was not particularly daunting. However, just as everyone relaxed after defeating the monster, 3 shadows suddenly emerged from the darkness, ghost-like, appearing behind Shimini's group, daggers with a ghostly blue glow aimed at their backs. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. By the time the surrounding magic rune knights reacted, it was too late to stop the 3 shadows. They could only watch as the daggers pierced Shimini's group, instantly tearing through invisible shields and energy particle barriers, only to be intercepted by an invisible force field. The 3 attackers paused, surprised, then quickly retreated. But it was too late, Shimini's group's counterattack had already begun. 3 blinding flames tore through the darkness, transforming into a fan-shaped blaze that engulfed the attackers. Burning hands. The attackers grunted, breaking through the flames and retreating in disarray. By the firelight, Shimini quickly identified the attackers. The 3 were slender with delicate features, appearing just over 20, clearly young women. However, as his gaze passed over their distinctive black skin and silver hair, Shimini's expression hardened, and he exclaimed, "Dark elves! They really were dark elves." Atil frowned, feeling a bit relieved, thankful that he had kept his ring of extreme protection active, which luckily blocked the ambush. Otherwise, the strike could have been fatal or seriously injurious. Dark elves were said to be natural assassins. He hadn't quite grasped it before, but now he understood. Any other second-level wizard apprentice without a ring of extreme protection would have fallen to that ambush. Shimini and Kori also looked serious, unaware that the 3 dark elves were equally startled. After preparing for so long and believing their attack was foolproof, they were unexpectedly thwarted with ease. Originally hoping to assassinate the 3 wizard apprentices and retreat calmly, the failed assault left them unwilling to continue the confrontation. The 3 exchanged glances and swiftly retreated, attempting to meld back into the shadows. Having finally located their target, Shimini and his companions had no intention of letting them escape. Without hesitation, they activated their rings of calamity, instantly conjuring 3 claws of calamity that pierced through the dark elves' bodies. Shimini's group had exchanged for standard rings of calamity, not the extreme versions. Still, the dark elves were not formidable 3rd-level wizard apprentices. As the claws pierced them, they screamed in agony, collapsing and convulsing uncontrollably, completely losing their ability to resist. The surrounding magic rune knights seized the moment to subdue the 3 dark elves. Seeing this, Shimini sighed in relief, rubbing his ring of calamity with a faint smile. Thankfully, the rings of calamity were effective. Had the dark elves vanished into the shadows, capturing them would have been difficult. The dim environment of the underground world was naturally the dark elves' domain. Their shadow stealth ability was unparalleled in such settings, making them elusive and fearsome. This reputation for terror was why dark elves were feared throughout the underground world. Put magic inhibitor cuffs on them and take them back to Nolan City. Dark Elves. Behind his desk, Sunan looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. Emerging from his meditation chamber after a long absence, he had just summoned Carolina and the Red Widow, only to learn of the captured Dark Elves from them. Sunan was somewhat taken aback. The nearest city to the Star Alliance was Nolan City, yet it was still 700-800 kilometers from the Dark Spider City. No matter how rapidly the Star Alliance expanded, it was far from threatening Dark Spider City. Would those perpetually infighting inhabitants of Dark Spider City really have enough foresight to send scouts to investigate the Star Alliance? Sunan found it hard to believe. Yes, Master, Carolina replied respectfully. We interrogated the 3 captured Dark Elves. Their testimonies matched. They're members of the Feliera family, one of the 12 families of Dark Spider City, sent to gather intelligence on the Star Alliance. They were planning to return to Dark Spider City but decided to ambush the wizard apprentices when they encountered the exploration team. At this point, Carolina couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the unfortunate Dark Elves. Had they attacked a team led by other wizard apprentices, they might have succeeded, but they targeted Shimena's group. Those 3 were Sunan's most powerful apprentices. With formidable skills and ample equipment, they feared no legendary knight. Targeting them was a death sentence for the Dark Elves. Feliera family, Sunan's eyes flickered. He recalled that clues to the Black Forest, one of the 3 major wizard legacies, might be in this Dark Elf family's possession. He hadn't even sought them out, yet they had come seeking him. After a moment's thought, Sunan said, inform the exploration teams about the Dark Elves and advise them to be extra vigilant during operations. Additionally, the 4th Small Golem Army will arrive at the front today. Coordinate its deployment among yourselves. Yes, Master. Carolina and the Red Widow shared a glance, their spirits lifting. Recently, the Star Alliance's front line was under increasing pressure, and the 2 small golem armies struggled to cope. The addition of another golem army would undoubtedly alleviate the strain. How's the preparation for the Dragon Antelope Knights? Sunan inquired about another matter. The dragon antelopes at the pasture were fully grown and ready for deployment. With 200 dragon antelopes, a dragon antelope knight unit was feasible. If all went well, the pasture could produce a batch of dragon antelopes each year, gradually expanding the knight force. Of course, given the magic rune knight's expansion rate, equipping everyone with dragon antelopes was unrealistic. Only select elite knights would receive them first. Ready, the Red Widow reported. The chosen ones are elite knights who've ascended to Grand Knight status. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. Grand Knight level magic rune knights, equipped with 3rd level rune constructs and enchanted weapons, had combat power rivaling peak Grand Knights. While the 200 dragon antelopes hadn't reached true maturity or legendary status, they were close. The combination of the 2 formed dragon antelope knights capable of challenging a legendary knight. Such a force would be the core elite of the magic rune knights. On the battlefield, they would undoubtedly be a formidable force that struck fear into the enemy. Seeing Sunan wave them off, Carolina and the Red Widow tactfully withdrew, eager to head to the front. As the Star Alliance grew, the 2 women were increasingly motivated. Though they were always busy, they found joy in their work. In the past, they managed at most 1 city-state and a few mines, but now they oversaw 15 city-states and over 100 resource points, a stark contrast. In the southeast domain of the underground world, they had become prominent figures. In his study, Sunan pondered over the war report before him. The report was from the surface world. For 4 years, the Star Alliance, led by the Star Duchy, waged a fierce war against the Azure Gold Empire. Initially, the Azure Gold Empire, with its deep resources, held its own against the Star Alliance. However, the prolonged warfront eventually overwhelmed the Azure Gold Empire. After a year, the Azure Gold Empire had to abandon vast borderlands to shorten their front, buying some respite. The Star Alliance, buoyed by success, continued advancing over the next 3 years. Today, the Azure Gold Empire had lost over half its territory. Most had been annexed by the Star Duchy, doubling its domain. The shifting dynamics left the Azure Gold Empire unable to compete with the Star Alliance. It was clear to all that the Azure Gold Empire was in decline, with its downfall inevitable. Sunan wasn't surprised. With the Golem army supported by the Star Alliance and numerous allied nations, if the Star Alliance couldn't defeat the Azure Gold Empire, they'd be better off disbanding. Despite the frontline pressure on the Star Alliance, Sunan hadn't recalled the supporting Golem army. He aimed to earn more higher fees from the golem army to cover the cost of forming a fifth small golem army. Once the fifth small golem army was established, the Star Alliance would have a true medium-sized golem army. According to the structure, a medium-sized golem army requires an adamantine golem. In the past 4 years, Sunan had crafted 3 more adamantine golems, bringing his total to 5. Additionally, he had accumulated enough mithril to craft a new secret puppet. Now he had 2 secret puppets, named Secret Puppet Number 1 and Secret Puppet Number 2. Setting aside the war report, Sunan stretched. A year ago, he had constructed the final star ring, raising his mental strength to 59.65. After another absorption of divine energy from the death knell striker and the winged creature, his mental strength reached 60 points. Thus, all prerequisites for constructing a talent crystal were fulfilled. The lower-level talent crystal model based on the magic core was ready, and Sunan began its construction immediately. With past experience and the aid of Divine Blood Amber, Transcendent Potion and the Elemental Pool's meditation bonus, the construction proceeded smoothly. In just over a year, the model was halfway complete. Sunan estimated that by the end of next year, before the Starlight Tower appeared, he could successfully construct the lower-level talent crystal model. Whether the cube could synthesize and enhance it would soon be revealed. Bright City, Palace. Abbot Ains walked into the hall, looking dejected. He spotted his parents seated there, along with his younger brother Wes and sister Adela. Seeing Abbot, the 2 little ones rushed to greet him. Brother. The 3 siblings, close in age, had grown up with a strong bond. Abbot forced a smile, chatting briefly with his siblings before approaching his parents. Father, Mother. Abbot took a deep breath, about to report his aptitude test results, but his father Kyi interrupted. The test is exhausting. Go rest first, and we'll dine together later. His mother, Saya, also rose to gently embrace him, whispering, You must be tired. Go rest. Abbot realized his parents already knew he hadn't passed the aptitude test. Seeing no disappointment in their eyes, just their usual warmth, Abbot felt slightly less despondent and obediently went to rest. Once Abbot left, Saya hesitated. Can't Sunan make an exception? Even if Abbot's aptitude is lacking, with his guidance, he could become a wizard apprentice, right? Kyi sighed, shaking his head. It's no use. Even if potions boost his mental strength to pass the test, poor aptitude means at best he'll become a first-level apprentice. He'd be better off on the knight's path. Wizard apprentices were impressive, but that referred to at least second-level apprentices. First-level apprentices were inferior to Grand Knights, serving mainly as tools for low-level potion and puppet crafting, with limited prospects. Instead of languishing at the first-level apprentice stage, focusing on knight-breathing techniques and martial arts was wiser. Abbot had promising knight aptitude, and with royal resources, could become a third-circle legendary knight, possibly even a fourth circle, offering more potential than a wizard apprentice. Saya sighed, looking wistful. Kyi glanced at his somewhat confused children. Deep down, he wished for a wizard apprentice in the royal family. It would bolster royal prestige and strengthen ties with Sunan, a win-win. But such things weren't his to decide, even as the Grand Duke of the Star Duchy. He could only hope his children excelled. Translator's note: I think Shimani is man from before. Chapter 173. The wind swept through the forest, creating waves of vibrant green. Leaves drifted gently to the ground. Ivan sat beneath a tree, his face pale and his demeanor weary. After what seemed like a long time, he suddenly turned his head to the left, sensing a presence. A figure had appeared there unnoticed. It was the hunter, whom he hadn't seen in a while. I thought you left the southeast region. What brings you back? The hunter asked in a low voice. What about the Kessler family kid who was with you? I left him in the northwest region, Ivans replied, his gaze complex as he looked at the hunter. I came back specifically to find you. What do you want? The hunter asked, his tone indifferent. You still have the keys to the Starlight Tower, right? Why do you ask? The hunter's tone finally showed a trace of interest. Are you trying to get the keys back? Ivans shook his head. Not me. At those words, the hunter immediately sensed something was wrong and retreated quickly. But in the next instant, several scarlet beams shot from all directions, striking his body simultaneously. With a pop, the hunter vanished like a burst bubble. A mirror image? Quite cautious. A man in a grey robe appeared out of nowhere, No matter. Another man in a green robe emerged slowly from a tree trunk a dozen meters away. His skin was the same brown as the tree, covered in cracks that made him look like he was wrapped in dry bark. The mirror image can't be too far from the real body. He's still in this forest. From the moment he stepped in here, he was destined not to escape. As if to confirm the green-robed man's words, a rustling sound came from 400 or 500 meters away, like countless leaves falling. Looking up, countless branches rose like living things, waving wildly in the air. Amidst the flying branches, the hunter dodged left and right, trying to escape the encirclement. As if a switch had been flipped, a dozen figures burst from the surrounding forest, moving to encircle the hunter. Watching this unfold, Ivan sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Moments later, a voice filled with unwilling anger echoed from afar. Then the sound quickly faded away. The wizard apprentices involved in the ambush returned, led by a man with ordinary features and scales covering his cheeks, unable to hide his smile. That guy did have keys to the Starlight Tower, 4 of them, more than we expected. Now we just need one more to fill the gap. The green-robed man nodded in satisfaction, then turned to a sullen, small-statured man and asked, Fabio, what information did you extract from the hunter's soul? The man called Fabio weighed the soul crystal in his hand, his voice hoarse. He resisted fiercely, so I had to use some methods. His soul's a bit shattered, so I didn't get much, but I found what we needed. Just as you guessed, the immortals have been wiped out, and it was the forest cabin that killed them. But now the forest cabin only has 6 members left, oh, and with this unlucky guy gone, only 5 now. They all have keys to the Starlight Tower, especially a wizard apprentice named Sunan, who likely has more than one. The scaled man licked his lips. Then let's target Sunan. I think we should choose someone else, Fabio suggested. The green-robed man raised an eyebrow. Why? From the hunter's memories, that Sunan is very powerful. Solo died at his hands, and he controls a strong force called the Star Alliance. Even if we can take him down, it'll likely cost us dearly. At this, the others shook their heads. A wizard apprentice who can kill Solo is no small threat. Let's not. We only need one more key, any target will do. Choose someone else. None of them wanted to become the cost Fabio mentioned. The green-robed man agreed readily, then we'll pick another target. Ivans felt a pang of regret at those words. If this group had targeted Sunan, they might have worn each other down, giving him a chance to escape. Unfortunately, they were too cautious and shrewd. At that moment, the green-robed man turned to Ivans, asking, Ivans, where is the Starlight Tower? Ivans replied bitterly, I've told you many times, I can only vaguely sense the general area where the Starlight Tower will appear, nothing more specific. The scaled man snorted. A range of 300 to 400 kilometers? Your sensing ability is too broad. I can't help it. This ability is tied to my power level. If you help me break through to the 4th circle legendary level, I could sense more clearly. The scaled man narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at Ivans. Ivans met his gaze without flinching. The green-robed man interrupted the tense standoff, his tone softening slightly. Ivans, we have an oath-bound contract. As long as you help us enter the Starlight Tower, we won't trouble you afterward. We'll even help you become a 4th circle legendary knight. It's best not to have any other ideas, it's in both our interests. Ivan smirked inwardly but outwardly showed a resigned and helpless expression. Understood. Starlight Calendar 1266, Month of Thunder. The construction of the talent crystal model was completed faster than Sunan had anticipated. In the meditation chamber, beholding the mysterious and intricate crystal in his mind, Sunan couldn't help but let out a long breath. Finally, it was done. Now came the time to test his hypothesis. Sunan took a deep breath, opened the cube, and mentally placed the talent crystal model inside. But to his disappointment, nothing happened. It doesn't work. Sunan frowned. Without a rare metal carrier, the talent crystal model can't be synthesized like the magic core. Though disappointed, Sunan had anticipated this and prepared a plan. If the issue is the lack of a carrier, perhaps finding one for the talent crystal model will allow synthesis and enhancement. Sunan decided to test this theory. However, choosing the right carrier was crucial. First, the carrier must perfectly fit the talent crystal model without disrupting its structure. Second, the carrier must be absorbable by Sunan. After all, he needed to reabsorb the carrier and the talent crystal model into his mind and separate the two, leaving the model intact. To achieve this, the carrier should ideally be assimilable by mental energy. Only then could he perfectly separate the talent crystal model. The magic core is the original model and fits perfectly, but it can't be absorbed into the mind. Gems won't work, they don't fit perfectly. Soul crystals are pure energy, so they fit perfectly and can be absorbed, but they can't be assimilated by mental energy. After considering his options, Sunan had a sudden insight. If it's divine energy, it might work. First, divine energy can be absorbed into the mind and is perfectly assimilable by mental energy. Second, divine energy is pure, without impurities or contamination, so it won't disrupt the talent crystal model's structure. The more Sunan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. His mental energy had stopped increasing at 60 points, and he no longer needed divine energy, having accumulated quite a bit over the past 2 years, perfect for experimentation. With the decision made, Sunan headed to the laboratory, extracted one standard unit of divine energy, and crystallized it. Before long, a beautiful golden diamond-shaped crystal appeared in his palm. Now came the critical part. Sunan concentrated, carefully separating the talent crystal model from his body. The model appeared as a silver multifaceted crystal with a symmetrical, harmonious beauty. Under a magnifying glass, one would see it comprised of countless minuscule runes. Sunan meticulously merged the model with the divine energy crystal, watching as they aligned perfectly and fused, turning a copper-like color. After a thorough inspection confirmed the perfect fusion, Sunan couldn't help but smile. But he quickly set the crystal into the cube. No matter how perfect the fusion, it was useless if it couldn't be placed in the cube. Fortunately, the result didn't disappoint, the crystal appeared within the cube. Seeing this, Sunan finally exhaled deeply, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Now, by continuously constructing lower-level talent crystal models, he could synthesize something beyond upper level, a completely unprecedented super talent crystal model. The question is, how many lower-level models will it take? A small number would be manageable, even a few decades could suffice. Dozens, however, could take 200 years or more. Nonetheless, Sunan wasn't overly concerned. In about half a year, the Starlight Tower would appear, possibly offering resources to accelerate talent crystal construction. It might bear fruit, who knows? If not, he could always synthesize fewer models. With the method for synthesizing talent crystal models discovered, Sunan felt a significant weight lifted, his mood greatly improved. After converting all stored divine energy into crystals, he left the laboratory. Too bad there's not enough divine energy, otherwise, I could try enhancing spell models too. Spell models were also constructed from mental energy and could be integrated with divine energy. With enough divine energy crystals, he could enhance all existing spell models. To date, Sunan mastered over 200 spells. He was confident no other wizard apprentice on the Starlight continent had mastered more spells. After all, not everyone had his unique advantage. Additionally, over the past 5 years, Sunan mastered 3 more super magic techniques: spell delay, spell range increase, and spell expansion. Adding the previous 4, he now mastered all 7 super magic techniques. Even many formal wizards hadn't achieved this. In terms of super magic technique proficiency, Sunan could look down on some formal wizards. The magic core also reached level 5. Sunan touched his chest. After his mental strength hit 58.65, he immediately synthesized a level 5 magic core. As expected, the next level required over 60 points of mental strength. He wouldn't be able to fuse a level 6 magic core until he became a wizard. But once he did, he wouldn't need to fuse magic cores anymore. If he successfully synthesized a talent crystal surpassing the upper level, its power would exceed a level 6 magic core and likely offer more powerful effects. At that point, the magic core would become obsolete. As he pondered, Sunan looked forward to completing the talent crystal construction. Now I just have to wait for the Starlight Tower to open. Time flew by, and soon it was the month of autumn twilight, October. Sunan expected Night Owl to call another forest cabin meeting a month or 2 before the Starlight Tower appeared, but there was no news. In mid-month, an unexpected visitor arrived. Receiving Carolina's report, Sunan went to the reception room and found Rose sitting on the sofa, looking up as he entered. Long time no see, Sunan. A rare guest, indeed. Since their last meeting 5 years ago, Sunan hadn't seen Rose. Even with the Thornflower Duchy and Star Duchy in alliance, fighting fiercely against the Azure Gold Empire, they hadn't met. Now, Rose had suddenly appeared. Observing Rose, Sunan noticed her soul aura had deepened, suggesting significant progress during her 5-year seclusion. Unbeknownst to Sunan, Rose was equally surprised by him. She sensed an indescribable change in Sunan, as if he exuded a subtle, soul-level pressure. He seemed more profound, like an unfathomable deep pool. A thought suddenly struck Rose. Could Sunan have started constructing a talent crystal model? The thought startled her. Sunan's voice interrupted her reverie. What brings you here? I was hoping to stay with you for a while. Is that okay? Regaining composure, Rose joked lightly. Sunan remained calm, simply observing her. Seeing this, Rose dropped her smile, sighed, and said. All right, the truth is, things have been unsettled outside lately. I'd like to stay here for a while, lay low, and leave with you when the Starlight Tower appears. Chapter 174. Unsettled. Sunan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? With the immortals gone, the southeastern region of the continent had been relatively peaceful these past few years unless you counted the ongoing war between the Starlight Alliance and the Azure Gold Empire. Rose's tone was grave as she asked, Has Night Owl contacted you recently? Sunan's eyes flickered, and he shook his head. Neither has he contacted me, which is very unusual. Given Night Owl's style, he would surely have convened another meeting by now. Sunan agreed with Rose's assessment but said, Perhaps he's busy with his training. Maybe, Rose continued, but I suspect something might have happened to Night Owl. Sunan immediately understood the implication of her words. Are you suggesting someone is after Night Owl for the Starlight Tower key he holds? If there was anything likely to cause trouble for Night Owl at this time, it would undoubtedly be the key to the Starlight Tower. Rose solemnly nodded, It's very possible. Our battle with the Immortals was quite the spectacle, attracting attention and investigation. The existence of the Starlight Tower key might no longer be a complete secret. With the tower's emergence imminent, it's not surprising someone would take a risk. Sunan nodded, acknowledging the possibility. The downfall of the Immortals had indeed drawn the attention of many opportunists. It wouldn't be surprising if someone pieced together clues about the Starlight Tower. Even without this, there was Ivan's to consider. Among wizard apprentices, there were plenty of sharp minds. If someone deduced the connection between the Kessler family and the Starlight Tower, Ivan's would be in danger. Despite being a third circle legendary knight, Ivan's was vulnerable without the protection of the Holy Fist. If several third-level wizard apprentices banded together against him, he would struggle to defend himself. In that case, the Starlight Tower key would no longer be a secret. And the members of the Forest Cabin, who held the keys, would naturally become prime targets. Night Owl could very well have encountered trouble for this reason. However, all of this was speculative. Night Owl might simply be engrossed in his training. Either way, Sunan wasn't particularly concerned. After all, his relationship with Night Owl wasn't strong enough for him to worry about Night Owl's safety. He also wasn't worried about anyone foolish enough to invade the Star Alliance's territory to steal his Starlight Tower key. If they did, Sunan would be pleased considering it a delivery of spoils right to his doorstep. Rose had probably sought him out for protection after realizing this. If Night Owl truly met trouble over the Starlight Tower key, her situation would be equally precarious. Staying with Sunan afforded her the security she needed. Whether or not something happened to Night Owl will become clear once the Starlight Tower appears. Sunan dismissed the topic casually, glancing at Rose. You're welcome to stay in Yuhuo City for as long as you like. But let me be clear, if you bring trouble and I have to deal with it, my fee won't be cheap. I understand. Rose breathed a sigh of relief. With Sunan's reputation bolstered by his victory over Salo, everyone in the southeastern continent knew of his prowess. She doubted anyone would dare to provoke Sunan here. If someone did, it would be an enemy too formidable for her to handle alone, making Sunan's protection worth any price. Sunan then summoned Carolina to arrange accommodations for Rose. Initially anxious, Rose now had the leisure to take in the surroundings. Her eyes wandered through the corridor windows, observing the cityscape below. She noticed several stone golems patrolling the streets. Though she rarely ventured into the underground world, Rose had kept an eye on Star Alliance's rapid expansion, recognizing it as one of the most formidable powers in the southeastern underground. The Star Alliance's strength lay in its magic rune knights and golem army. Information on the former wasn't hard to come by. Reports detailing the 7 night academies of the Starlight Duchy graced the desks of high-ranking officials in various countries. Many nations even established their own night academies, modeled after the Starlight Duchy, to train knights from commoner and peasant backgrounds. Yet, even with identical systems, their results paled in comparison. The main difference was the lack of a star alliance, which provided abundant dragon blood fruits, enchanted weapons, and magic constructs. As for the Golem army, its position underground made intelligence gathering difficult. No one knew exactly how many golems the Star Alliance possessed. Rose's gaze shifted to Carolina, who was leading the way. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity as she asked, "I've heard the Golem army sweeping the battlefield for the Starlight Duchy came from the Star Alliance." Carolina turned, giving Rose a knowing smile. "I thought you didn't meddle in surface wars. What piques your interest?" "Just curious. It's my first time seeing a Golem army in action," Rose replied, her tone genuinely curious. Carolina smiled, "If you're curious, why not join the Star Alliance and see for yourself?" "Join the Star Alliance?" Rose was genuinely surprised, not expecting Carolina's invitation. "Indeed," Carolina said with a charming smile. "You should know by now the Star Alliance's strength. Joining us would surely be beneficial." Rose had to admit she was tempted. She'd never considered such a move before, but Carolina's suggestion made it seem appealing. The Star Alliance's resources were renowned, and even the smallest glimpse was enough to inspire awe and envy. Gaining access to those resources would greatly benefit her wizard path. As for concerns about being taken advantage of, Rose wasn't worried. She knew the Star Alliance had nurtured many wizard apprentices and treated them fairly, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange. The Star Alliance had a solid reputation in this regard. Joining the Star Alliance was akin to joining a resource platform. It was similar to the Forest Cabin but with closer ties and certain obligations. For instance, protecting the Star Alliance's interests. This was something she could accept. "Is this your idea, or Sunan's?" Rose asked after a long pause. Seeing Rose's interest, Carolina smiled, "Our master has thought about it." She wasn't lying. Carolina knew her master wanted someone to manage the base and handle various affairs. Rose was an excellent choice. With her noble background, she likely had administrative experience. As a third-level wizard apprentice, she'd manage the base's affairs well. Her status as a member of the Thornflower Duchy's royal family wasn't an issue. Carolina had learned a crucial lesson during her time in the Star Alliance. When you benefit enough from an organization, you gradually become part of it, naturally protecting its interests. Wizard apprentices and royal nobles collaborated mainly for resources. As long as Rose gained more from the Star Alliance than the Thornflower Duchy, her allegiance would naturally shift. Blood ties? Rose's blood relation to the current Thornflower Duchy royalty was likely distant. Without vested interests, she wouldn't bother with the duchy's affairs. This was the mindset of many wizard apprentices who lived for centuries. As a subordinate, Carolina felt obliged to ease her master's burdens. If she could persuade Rose, it would solve one of her master's concerns. After much deliberation, Rose finally said, "I'll consider it. Let's discuss further after dealing with the Starlight Tower." Carolina smiled, knowing when to stop, and continued leading the way. Once Rose was settled, Carolina reported back to Sunan. After hearing her report, Sunan pondered. He had indeed considered inviting members of the Forest Cabin to join the Star Alliance, but the potential complications led him to postpone the idea. It might be better to revisit this plan after becoming a formal wizard with overwhelming power, reducing potential issues. Sunan also had other plans. By then, the base might be ready for deeper reforms. For now, let's set this aside. Sunan waved the matter off, adding, "Besides a few key areas, Rose can visit wherever she likes. Accompany her personally." Though he wasn't inviting Rose to join, letting her learn more about the Star Alliance and leaving a good impression couldn't hurt. Carolina understood and nodded respectfully. Also, halt the Star Alliance's expansion temporarily. Station a Golem army on standby at Dragon Forest. Recall the Golem army supporting the Starlight Duchy. Once replenished, have them stand by at Dragon Forest too. With the Starlight Tower's opening imminent, Sunan decided it was time to prepare. For starters, having 2 Golem armies in the cube as a precaution seemed wise. It was also a chance for the Star Alliance to consolidate its recent gains. As for the surface world, the Starlight Alliance had firmly secured the upper hand in the war. Withdrawing the golem army wouldn't impact the outcome significantly. With everything arranged, Sunan returned to constructing talent crystal models. The following period was calm, with none of the trouble Rose feared. The steady routine of training continued into mid-frost fall, November. Sunan was in his meditation chamber, constructing a talent crystal model, when he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. With a thought, the Starlight Tower key appeared in his palm. Previously unremarkable, like an ordinary stone, the sigil stone now glowed with a faint blue aura. Sunan closed his fingers around the stone, and a vision flashed in his mind. He saw a colossal tower, 500 to 600 meters tall, suspended in the sky. Its deep blue structure stood majestic and magnificent against the blue-white sky, a classic Gothic design adorned with intricate carvings, pointed spires, and arches. Vivid clouds and energy particles swirled around its peak, making it seem as if the entire tower was soaring into the heavens. The vision lasted only a few seconds before fading from Sunan's mind. But he immediately understood that the tower in the vision was the legendary Starlight Tower. It's finally here. Sunan exhaled deeply. Since uncovering the Starlight Tower's clues, he had eagerly awaited the emergence of this wizard's legacy. Now, the target had finally appeared. Whether or not he could construct a super talent crystal model depended on the Starlight Tower. Rising from the meditation chamber, Sunan returned to Yuhuo City. Emerging from the top of the stone pillar, he saw Rose already hovering in mid-air, waiting. The Starlight Tower has appeared. Rose said, her tone tinged with barely concealed excitement. Sunan nodded, saying only, "Follow me," before turning to leave. Rose was puzzled but followed. The two quickly reached the space portal in Yuhuo City. Seeing the strange portal, Rose's curiosity was piqued. As Sunan continued through, she hesitated momentarily before following. A moment later, her vision was filled with an endless expanse of green. Staring at the majestic forest before her, Rose couldn't hide her shock. But when she saw the ancient, grand dragon skeleton tower, she gasped. Dragon bones! That pressure could only come from true dragon remains. Where is this? Rose couldn't help but ask. Dragon Forest, the ecosystem park. Sunan replied without turning, heading toward another space portal. Rose stood stunned, disbelief written on her face. She knew what an ecosystem park was. A dimensional space known for large-scale cultivation and breeding. She hadn't expected Sunan to control an ecosystem park. And it seemed to be thriving, vibrant and prosperous. Just how many secrets did this man hold? Watching Sunan's back, Rose couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration, adding to her interest in joining the Star Alliance. Shaking off her thoughts, she quickly caught up with Sunan. Passing through another space portal, they returned to the surface world, arriving at base number 1 near Bright City. As expected, KYI was already waiting at the base. Upon noticing the key's change, he had rushed to the base to await Sunan. With little need for words, after a brief exchange, the three flew in the direction indicated by the key. Chapter 175. Over the years, KYI had already advanced to become a third circle legendary knight. Using elemental power to fly was no big deal for him, making it easy to keep up with Sunan and Rose. Judging by the distance, the Starlight Tower should be in the southeastern region, about 3,000 kilometers away from us, KYI said. As the ruler of a nation, KYI was well acquainted with the geography of the southeastern region of the continent, and with a bit of analysis, he estimated the location of the Starlight Tower. The Starlight Tower will take 5 days to fully manifest, so we don't need to rush. Sunan pointed out. KYI and Rose both nodded in agreement. Flying over 3,000 kilometers would be taxing for both third-level wizard apprentices and third-circle legendary knights. No one knew what awaited them at the Starlight Tower, so it was wise to conserve strength by traveling slowly and cautiously. Fortunately, the Starlight Tower was appearing in the southeastern region. If it were in the northwest, they would have to rush frantically for those 5 days. Thus, the three of them flew at a leisurely pace, occasionally using the key to check on the status of the Starlight Tower. By the 4th day, they were less than 100 kilometers from the Starlight Tower. At the same time, they began encountering other wizard apprentices. However, these apprentices merely glanced at them from afar. Seeing their numbers, they turned and left without any intention of engaging. "They're not from the forest cabin," Rose noted with a slight frown. "It seems others are aware of the Starlight Tower's emergence." "Not surprising," Sunan replied calmly. "The appearance of the Starlight Tower is a significant event and is sure to attract a lot of attention. From the vision in his mind, Sunan knew the Starlight Tower was massive and conspicuously suspended in the sky, visible from afar. It was bound to catch the eye of many, and it wasn't surprising that wizard apprentices would be drawn to it. However, without a key, they wouldn't be able to enter the Starlight Tower even if they got there. As they neared the Starlight Tower, Sunan and his companions picked up the pace. Soon, the outline of a towering structure came into view. As they drew closer, the full grandeur of the tower was revealed. It was exactly as Sunan had seen in his vision. Seeing it in person, the tower's ancient and venerable aura was even more pronounced. The entire tower hovered 100 meters above the ground, like a straight lance piercing the sky. Its majestic and imposing presence evoked a sense of insignificance in those who beheld it. Both Kyi and Rose were visibly awestruck. It was their first time witnessing such a grand and intricate structure. Sunan, however, remained composed. He had seen many structures more magnificent and grandiose than this. The Starlight Tower was, at best, a small wizard's tower, perhaps even less than that. In the current Starlight continent, it stood out among lesser structures, making it all the more impressive. Stopping a kilometer from the Starlight Tower, Sunan quickly sensed over 20 presences. These were legendary knights or second-level wizard apprentices, likely drawn by the tower's appearance. There might even be third-level wizard apprentices present. However, if they chose to hide, it would be difficult for Sunan to detect them immediately. Without attempting to conceal themselves, Sunan found a quiet spot and sat down to await the opening of the Starlight Tower. As time passed, more and more people gathered around the Starlight Tower. While Sunan was resting with his eyes closed, he sensed a familiar presence approaching and opened his eyes to see an acquaintance. Long time no see. The staff approached with a smile, greeting Sunan and Rose, and nodding lightly to Kyi. Kyi, having heard from Sunan about the staff's attitude toward the Azure Gold Empire's royal family, knew this person wasn't an enemy and returned a friendly smile. After a brief chat, the staff sat down beside them unceremoniously. Compared to the hidden figures around, it was safer to stick with familiar faces. Not long after, another familiar face joined them, the traveler. The four of them sat together and began discussing the situation with Night Owl. I also find it odd, the staff said gravely. He was one of the founding members of the Forest Cabin and part of Night Owl's initial group of invitees. He was very familiar with Night Owl's ways. I originally thought Night Owl would invite everyone to the Starlight Tower, but we haven't heard anything. And he hasn't shown up yet. Something might have happened to him. The traveler added, and the hunter hasn't come either. If the hunter were here, he would have likely joined them. The thought that Night Owl and the hunter might both be in trouble made the group frown. Just then, they all sensed something and looked up. From the forest, a group of about a dozen people emerged. All wore robes, their bodies exuding strong energy particle fluctuations without any attempt to conceal them. They were all third-level wizard apprentices. A murmur spread among the hidden observers. Clearly, they hadn't expected so many third-level wizard apprentices to appear at once. Sunan and his group exchanged surprised glances. Unfamiliar faces. They don't seem like southeastern region apprentices, Rose whispered. They're from the northwest, the staff said suddenly. Seeing their surprised expressions, he explained in a low voice. The Azure Gold Empire's royal family collected intelligence on Northwest wizards. I specifically reviewed it. The group understood. As the southeastern region's hegemon, it wasn't surprising that the Azure Gold Empire would gather intelligence on Northwest wizards. Clearly, this empire had ambitions in the Northwest. But now, it no longer had the capacity for such ambitions. The staff continued, the leader in the green robe is named Megazon, the chairman of the Council of Truth from the Northwest. He's very powerful, with a reputation rivaling Solo's. The Council of Truth. Rose scoffed. Quite a grand name. Sunan chuckled inwardly. Using truth in their name suggested the Council of Truth had lofty ambitions. The staff shrugged, their name might be grandiose, but they have the strength to back it up. The Council of Truth has 13 third-level wizard apprentices. Besides Megazon, there are several other strong members. For example, that one with skin like tree bark is Milken. It's said he has partially transformed into wood elements and is nearly unbeatable by peers in forested environments. Wood elemental transformation? Sunan raised an eyebrow. It's a rare type. In terms of attack, wood elements aren't as strong as fire or lightning. In defense, they aren't as solid as earth, and in versatility, they aren't as adaptable as water. But in plant-rich environments, a wood elemental wizard can exert 200% of their power. It's an element type heavily reliant on the environment. And that one with scales on his face is Mavuk. He's fused with a shark-type magical beast's bloodline, making him extremely formidable in combat. The small, weak-looking wizard apprentice is Fabio. Like the remains, he specializes in necromancy and is skilled at soul manipulation, but he's much stronger than the remains. Clearly, the Azure Gold Empire had done its homework. The staff introduced the dozen or so wizards one by one, detailing their names and general abilities, save for 3 or 4 who were less known. Listening to the staff, Rose and the traveler grew more serious, their gazes toward the northwestern wizard apprentices filled with increasing wariness. This wizard organization was on par with the Immortals. These guys wouldn't have come here if not for the Starlight Tower, right? Rose frowned. The answer was obvious. With over 10,000 kilometers separating them from the northwest, no matter how big the commotion from the Starlight Tower, it couldn't have reached them so quickly. The Council of Truth must have had prior information and entered the southeastern region long ago. What puzzled Rose was how they were certain the Starlight Tower would appear in the southeast. Sunan's expression shifted slightly as he pondered. His gaze swept over the Council of Truth, finally resting on a figure whose form and face were obscured by a robe and hood. At this moment, the Council of Truth also stopped a short distance from the Starlight Tower. Noticing Sunan and his group, Megazin turned to look at them, exchanged a few words with the concealed figure, and then turned back with a curious gaze. The hooded figure lifted their hood, revealing a pale face. Ivan's. The moment they recognized the face, the traveler and Rose were visibly shocked. They knew Ivan's well, almost the catalyst for the conflict between the Immortals and the Forest Cabin. But why was Ivan's with the Council of Truth? Sunan's eyes flashed with understanding. He had heard from the hunter that Ivan's had fled to the northwest to escape the Immortals. Now it seemed Ivan's had provided the Council of Truth with information about the Starlight Tower's appearance. It appeared Ivan's hadn't been completely honest with him. He must have had a way to anticipate the Starlight Tower's appearance. But what concerned Sunan most wasn't Ivan's presence, it was what it represented. Night Owl and the hunter, Sunan murmured. The other 3 paused, then quickly realized the implication, their expressions growing grim. If the Council of Truth was here, they likely held keys to the Starlight Tower. Where did they get those keys? Did Ivan's give them all? Or did they take some from Night Owl and the hunter? Ivan's, as the source of information about the Forest Cabin's possession of the Starlight Tower keys, would know. If this were true, Night Owl and the hunter were likely in grave danger. Though their ties to Night Owl and the hunter weren't deep, they were all part of the same organization. Learning that the 2 might have perished at the hands of the Council of Truth left the staff, Rose and the traveler feeling heavy and discontent. Despite this, they wisely restrained their emotions, taking no action. With the Starlight Tower about to open, it was a time for conserving strength, not fighting. If they were to seek retribution, it could wait until they emerged from the Starlight Tower. Simultaneously, the Council of Truth was sizing up Sunan's group. That's the Sunan who killed Salo? He doesn't look that impressive. Mavik licked his lips, his eyes scanning Sunan like a viper, eager to challenge him. His companions were unfazed. Due to his bloodline, Mavik had a strong desire for combat, particularly against powerful opponents. This approach, contrary to the cautious nature of wizards, would have gotten him killed long ago if he weren't strong enough. Judging a wizard apprentice's power by appearance is foolish, Milken stated flatly. Ignoring Mavika's angry glare, he turned to Megazin. Chairman, with the Immortals gone and the Forest Cabin weakened, the southeastern region's 3rd-level wizard apprentices are greatly diminished. Now is the perfect time to strike. Fabio's eyes lit up, agreeing wholeheartedly. Indeed. Megazin's eyes flickered with interest. The southeastern and northwestern regions' wizard forces had always maintained a balance, never interfering with each other. But after the southeastern region's upheaval, many 3rd-level wizard apprentices had died, weakening their forces significantly. A timely attack could potentially crush them. It might even be an opportunity to seize vast territories in the southeast. As his thoughts raced, Megazin quickly calculated a plan, smiling faintly. No rush. The Starlight Tower is our priority. There's time for that afterward. The others nodded in agreement. Mavik even began eyeing the nearby wizard apprentices with malicious intent. Due to the Starlight Tower, a significant number of wizard apprentices had gathered. After exiting the Starlight Tower, ambushing a few groups could further weaken the southeastern forces. Time flowed on. More and more people gathered around the Starlight Tower. Occasionally, someone would attempt to approach the tower. However, the seemingly real tower in the sky didn't exist in this world. It was merely a projection, leaving those who probed it disappointed. Eventually, no one dared try again, and everyone waited patiently. As the sun set and rose again, at noon the day after Sunan and his group arrived, the Starlight Tower finally showed signs of activity. With a deep hum, the Starlight Tower slowly descended from the sky, landing with a thud and kicking up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Sunan felt the sigil stone in his palm heat up. He immediately understood. The Starlight Tower had opened.